our counts agree.
Okay.
So I'm going to just give it a few more minutes to see if we can get our last 3 alders online. Alder Hennett, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to let you know, I do have my timer set and it's on as loud as it can go. Do you want me to say when 5 minutes is up anyway? 5 and 3 minutes is up anyway?
Please, just in case.
Okay. Alder Martin, can you hear us?
Alder Martin?
Yep, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Alder Balday.
Are we at 18?
In the queue too, I see.
Okay. Alder Balday, can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
So is we just missing Vice President Harrington McKinney?
Yes.
Can tech staff maybe send her the link again?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Common Council meeting of Tuesday, March 31st, 2020, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Vidar.
Present.
Alder Bedar is present. Alder Carter?
Present.
Alder Carter is present. Alder Evers?
Here.
Alder Evers is present. Alder Foster?
Present.
Alder Foster is present. Alder Furman?
Present.
Alder Furman is present. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Heck? Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Heck? Alder Heck is present.
I have no
Alder
idea.
Heck is present.
If anyone is watching the live stream, please turn it off. If you are watching the live stream on the city channel, television, anything like that, please mute it or turn it off because it will cause feedback and it
That's
does have
fine.
a delay. Thank you.
It's all our open mics.
I'm going to start with Alder Heck again. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck
Yep.
is present. Alder Hennick.
Present.
Alder Hennick is present. Alder Kemble.
Here.
Alder Kemble is present. Alder Lemmer.
Here.
Alder Lemmer is present. Alder Martin. Alder Martin.
Here.
Alder Martin is present. Alder Moreland.
Here.
Alder Moreland is present. Alder Rohr.
Here.
Alder Rohr is present. Alder Rummel.
Present.
Alder Rummel is present. Alder Skidmore.
Present.
Alder Skidmore is present. Alder Tierney.
Here.
Alder Tierney is present. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Verveer is present. Alder Abbas.
Here.
Alder Abbas is present. Alder Alburas. Alder Alburas. Alder Alburas. All right. Alder Balday.
Yes.
Alder Balday is present. Alder Alburas. He was here, but seems he disappeared. But Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Let me ask again that all staff mute themselves in addition to being muted by me.
No.
Alder Alburas, we are getting you patchily.
It said that I'm muted by the host, so
Now we hear you. Thank you, Alder Alburas. You are present.
thank you.
All right. And we will avoid the echo by keeping almost everybody muted most of the time. So a quorum is present. Let me begin with some opening remarks, and we will have instructions from our tech facilitators as well. I just want to thank everyone for your patience in moving to this online format. And I want to thank the staff in the IT department in particular, who moved heaven and earth to make this possible. It was really remarkable piece of work. And now one of our tech facilitators will read instructions for the meeting. Thank you. Welcome to our virtual Common Council meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before we begin. To the members of the council and the city staff, the chair, clerk, and technical facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Please be mindful that during any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted until completed, at which time the chair will place panelists back on mute. Voting will be considered unanimous. However, if you object to a unanimous vote, please use the raise hand feature when the chair asks for objections. After clicking participants at the bottom of your screen, you can find the raise hands feature at the bottom of your participants list. Also use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. This includes staff who are being asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Please wait for the chair to unmute you before speaking. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members of the public who have registered to speak. When your name is called, the facilitator will find your name based on the name you provided in your registration and permit you to speak. Please wait until you are unmuted to begin talking. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. If you need to share documentation with the council, please send it via email to allalders@cityofmadison.com. Unless there are questions for you from the council, you will be unable to speak for the remainder of the meeting. In order to keep the meeting with the best quality we can, if you do not wish to speak, we encourage you to go watch the meeting streamed at www.cityofmadison.com/citychannel or at YouTube, user City of Madison, or find us on Charter Digital 994 and AT&T Uverse 99. Madam Mayor, the chair is yours, or the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. All right, we will start then with our normal suspension of the rules. President Badar.
I move suspension of rules 2.04, order of business, 2.05, introduction of business, 2.24, ordinances, and 2.25, resolutions for items so designated on the agenda.
Vice President Harrington McKinney.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules. The way that we will be conducting votes in today's meeting is to assume unanimous consent unless an alder objects to that. So is there any objection to, by unanimous consent, suspending the rules? If an alder objects, please use the raise your hand function in the participant list. Seeing no objections, we'll record unanimous consent to suspend the rules. That brings us to item number 1 in our honoring resolutions. Alder Badar.
Move adoption of the resolution commemorating the 50th anniversary of Earth Day on April 22nd, 2020.
Vice President Harrington McKinney.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt. Are there any questions for staff? Alder Balde.
So my question is, if I object to a consent agenda, or that I want to object, when I raise my hand, does that mean that there is going to be a roll call, or that I'm the only one objecting to that?
It means that we will have a roll call.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Balde. And let me just say on the question of raising your hand, if you do raise your hand, please leave it raised and I will lower it for you. It helps me to track who's been muted and who is not. So we are on the question of item number 1. It has been moved and seconded. I see no questions. Is there any discussion? I see no discussion. Is there any objection to recording unanimous consent for item number 1? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted unanimously. And we'll come to item number 2. Excuse me, we had 2 registrants who are in favor of item number 1 that did not wish to speak. They should be on your list. So we'll come to item number 2. President Badar.
Move adoption of the proclamation of the week of April 26th through May 2nd, 2020 as Arbor Week in the City of Madison.
Vice President Harrington McKinney.
And second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt item number 2. Are there questions or discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item number 2? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item number 2. That brings us to item number 3. Alder Badar.
Move acceptance of the petition.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the petition. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote to accept the petition? Seeing none, it will be accepted. Item number 4 is another petition. Alder Bedar.
Move to accept.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the petition. Is there any questions or discussion? Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote to accept the petition? Seeing none, the petition is accepted. Alder Bedar, that brings us to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, a consent agenda will be moved with the recommended action listed for each item except items which have registrants wishing to speak, items which require an extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent, and items which alderperson or persons have separated out for discussion and debate purposes. I will read now our agenda exclusions. So they are agenda items number 5 through 10, which are public hearing items, with a note that agenda number 10 will require a 2/3 vote. The confirmation hearings, which are agenda number 14, legislative file number 5951, submitting the appointment of Connie R. Thompson for confirmation of a 5-year term as the Monona Terrace Director. This will be recorded as a unanimous vote unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Item number 15, legislative file number 59978, submitting the appointment of George Hang III for the confirmation of a 5-year term as Building Inspection Division Director. This will be recorded as a unanimous vote unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. The following items are extra majority items. Extra majority vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Item number 56, legislative file number 59877, amending the Engineering Major Streets 2020 capital budget to increase the private development funding for Pope Farm Estates project. Item number 57, legislative file number 59926, amending the police department's operating budget and authorizing the mayor and chief of police to accept a Project Safe Neighborhoods grant. Item number 68, legislative file number 59963, amending the 2020 operating budget and setting the 2020 rates for sewer, stormwater, and landfill. Item number 75, legislative file number 59649, a substitute, amending the 2020 adopted operating budget to appropriate $50,000 for private donation to Create Madison LGBTQ+ rainbow murals and crossing art pilot program. Agenda items that are part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations as noted are agenda number 63, legislative file number 59948, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to enter into agreements with Abbey Vans, Badger Bus Lines, Inc., and Transit Solutions, Inc., for the purpose of providing paratransit services to Metro Transit, and the report of the Finance Committee, and the request is to re-refer to the Transportation Commission. Item number 103, legislative file number 60121, temporarily suspend enforcement of MGO Ordinance Section 33.56(5) to allow the Transportation Director, Transit Manager, Traffic Engineer, and Parking Manager to take actions related to transportation issues identified in MGO Section 33.56(a), A through C. And this is a new business for referral, and the request from Alder Foster is an additional referral to the 41520 Transportation Commission. Item number 108, legislative file number 60126, authorizing departments to transfer to other departments up to $50,000 from the operating budget and up to $250,000 from the capital budget into reserve to the COVID-19 emergency. This is a new business for referral, and Alder Foster has requested referral to Finance Committee. Item number 116, legislative file number 59665, adopting the recommendation of the Transportation and Planning Board for bus transit. The report of the Transportation Policy and Planning Board is to adopt. Items requested for exclusion are item number 18, legislative file number 60077, declaring that the state of emergency is hereby in existence for the city of Madison. Item number 53, legislative file number 59138, a substitute repealing the section 3311 and amending section 33.31 of the Madison General Ordinances to eliminate the Committee on the Environment. Item number 77 is also on our exclusion list. We have registrants on that item. Item number 78, legislative file number 59710, authorizing the mayor, police chief, and city clerk to sign an intergovernmental agreement with the city of Milwaukee. And this item has been requested for reconsideration of legislative file number 59710 by Alder Skidmore. Items introduced from the floor are legislative file number 60139, temporarily suspend parking regulations under Madison General Ordinance section 12.122 to support curbside pickup for grocery stores and restaurants. And that recommendation added is to refer to Transportation Commission of 415 and to the Common Council of 421. So items again on the exclusion list are items that are public hearing items. That would be items 5 to 10. Item number 18, 53, 77, and 78.
Alder Bedar, we have registrants on items 71 and 75 as well.
Great.
So again, the list of excluded items are the public hearing items, and items 18, 53, 71, 75, 77, and 78. And there's a motion by Alder Bedar and Alder Harrington McKinney.
Second.
So the consent agenda has been moved and seconded. We have a registrant on item number 67, Natalia Grimm of Dunhill Drive in Verona, in opposition and available to answer questions. And on item number 74, Robert Graff of Sonata Circle in Milwaukee in support, not wishing to speak. Are there questions for either of our registrants on the consent agenda? Please use the raise hand function if you have a question. Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adopting the consent agenda? Please use the raise hand function if you object. Seeing no objection, the consent agenda is adopted. And that will bring us to our public hearings. We'll start with item number 5, which is Legistar 59131, creating sections of the MGO to amend a planned development district at 7050 Watts Road. We will open the public hearing. We, I believe, have no registrants on item number 5, so we will recess that public hearing. Alder Bedar.
Move to re-refer to the April 21st Plan Commission, no, to Plan Commission of April 13 and Council of April 21st.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Second.
Moved and seconded to re-refer. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of re-referral? Please use the raise hand function if you object. Seeing no objection, that item is re-referred. Take us to item number 6, Legistar 59133, creating sections of the MGO to change the zoning of a property at 935 West Johnson Street. We will open that public hearing. I have no registrants on that item. We will close that public hearing. We'll recess that public hearing. Alder Badar.
Move to re-refer to the April 13 Plan Commission and to the April 21st Council.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Second.
Moved and seconded to re-refer. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of re-referral? Please use the raise hand function if you object. Seeing no objection, that item is re-referred. Item number 7 is Legistar 59630, creating sections of the MGO to amend a planned development district at 6302, 6402 through 6418 Driscoll Drive. We will open that public hearing. I have no registrants on this item, so we'll recess the public hearing. Alder Badar.
Move to re-refer to the April 13 Plan Commission and April 21st Council agenda.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Second.
Moved and seconded to re-refer. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of re-referral? Seeing no objection, that item is re-referred. Brings us to item number 8, which is creating sections of the MGO to amend a planned development district at 8110 through 8134 Midtown Road and 1833 through 1859 Waldorf Boulevard. We'll open the public hearing. We have no registrants on this item. We'll recess the public hearing. Alder Badar.
Move to re-refer to the April 13 Plan Commission and April 21st Council meetings.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Second.
Moved and seconded to re-refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of re-referral? Seeing no objection, that item is re-referred. That brings us to item number 9, Legistar 58895, which is a third substitute creating sections of the MGO regarding an annual permit for tourist rooming houses. And we have a number of registrants on this item. So just so everyone understands how we're going to move through this, I will be calling the registrants. I will call multiple names at once, and staff will unmute the first name. I'm just giving folks a heads up where you are in the queue. I will also then read the names of registrants who did not wish to speak, so that the council knows who is registered. I understand you have a list of most of them, but just in case anybody has registered at the last minute, we'll want to make sure that you have their names. So we will start on this item with Rudy Moore of Orton Court in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Andrew Stendal, to be followed by Peter Daly. Rudy Moore.
I do not see that name in our list of attendees.
All right. Rudy Moore is registered in opposition. So we'll move on to Andrew Stendal of Craig Ave, also in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Peter Daly, and that's our last request to speak. Andrew Stendal?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Sounds like you all have had a lot of meetings today, so thank you for this opportunity. I'm pretty new to all this, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around everything. So, like I said last time I spoke, I'm all for compliance and a simpler process, but I'm not sure how dealing with 3 separate entities and additional fees will ensure compliance. I'm hearing that all of this is being done in order to enforce compliance, but it's actually complicating the process that's already in place by adding on to it. Nothing is being taken away. Therefore, I'm still opposed to this because I think it's a waste of everybody's time and resources as it's set up, And as taxpayers and stakeholders in the TRH realm, we felt very left out of this process, would love to work together with the city to create something that makes sense for all parties. There was a third-party company that sought out each and every one of us, but nobody ever reached out to help come up with a solution or even let us know that changes would be coming forward. And I just think a lot of people would be upset if that happened. So then lastly, I think people are voting on this, and people even for it are the people on Marathon Drive and other people who have had these really problematic hosts in their neighborhoods. And nobody should have to go through that. So myself, and I think other residents who are in support of this, should hear how, with practical steps, this new ordinance would actually enforce compliance and deal with problem hosts. Because you can send letters, you can pull permits, you can send fines. These people don't care about that. That's why they're a bad host and they're breaking all these rules. So they're not going to care about that paperwork. So I would love if somebody would actually give us a quick case study and walk us through what's happening now with bad hosts and what will be done moving forward with the new ordinance if somebody were to continue to break the rules, such as the people on Marathon Drive. So if you truly want to increase compliance, going after the people who aren't compliant with feasible steps should be the goal, not adding on more fees and steps for the good folks. So if sending mail and finding the bad hosts would have worked in the past, I don't think we'd be sitting here right now. But once again, I would just love to know, and I think people in support of this would love to know how people will act on these situations other than pulling permits or sending fines. So specifically, what actionable steps will come of this new ordinance in regard to non-compliant hosts? And just thank you for all your time and work on this. It's been a long, long process, and thank you for giving us the chance to speak.
Thank you. Next is Peter Daly of Lincoln Street in opposition, wishing to speak.
Madam Mayor, Rudy Moore is now on.
Excellent. So we'll go to Peter and then we'll come back to Rudy.
Okay.
Peter Daly. Go ahead.
Good evening. I would just say I appreciate everybody's service to us in Madison during these trying times. Keeping the city running is important and vital as we face the unknown future. And I would add on this ordinance, as most of you likely realize, this is the wrong time to pass a TRA's ordinance when the tourist industry and short-term rental operators are experiencing the worst times ever. Madison and you as holders need to put your attention on the coronavirus threat to our community, not mundane TRH matters. So I urge you to table the proposed ordinance until we are back to better times. At a minimum, I ask you to defer the collection of TRH fees for a year while we all recover and make it possible for new TRHs to begin, while undoubtedly many will fail. Asking the TRH operators to pay additional $200 in fees for the first year on top of the monthly Dane County inspection fees is blind to what is going on around us and punitive to this segment of the hospitality business in Madison. Then I would also add, if you're not all overly concerned about us as operators and owners, then I would at least consider the reputation of the city of Madison and our standing as a premier tourism convention and meeting destination. Once this hits the national media in these COVID-19 times, our reputation will take quite a beating and it will take years to recover. Is this really a good time to do this now? Then, like we heard from the other speakers, I would urge city zoning, building inspection, city county health department, and the city police to go after the TRH troublemakers with renewed effort. Please deny these operators the ability to renew or begin TRH licenses this season and work to shut them down if they haven't complied. The current ordinances are ample to end their business and stop them from being a bad spot on all our reputations. I know a number of TRH operators and short-term rental platforms that would assist with this effort. So thank you for hearing me out, and I appreciate your attention to the threat that we're all living with.
Thank you. We'll go back to Rudy Moore from Orton Court in opposition, wishing to speak. Rudy?
Looks like Rudy is using an older version of Zoom, and I need to promote to panelists for just one moment. Rudy, you will be disconnected for about a second and then reconnected.
Do we have Rudy Moore now?
We should. Although it doesn't look like they have audio connected.
I will read through the rest of the list. Rudy, if you can fix the tech issues, would be glad to hear you speak. If not, you can email all alders at cityofmadison.com to make sure that the alders know what you wanted to say. But I'll read through the list, and tech facilitator, if at any point we get Rudy on, we can pause and hear from them.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have also registered on this item Craig Mayer of Jefferson Street in support, available to answer questions. And then the following are all not wishing to speak. Steve Young of Namacoggin Lane in opposition. Dwayne Wagner of Keys Ave in support. Judy Wagner of Keys Ave in support. Kathy Douglas of Worthington Ave in support. Fraser Gerd of Jefferson Street in support. Matthew Mitnick of Brook Street in support. Shirley Drown of Wintergreen Drive in opposition. We'll ask
Madam Mayor, looks like we have Rudy now.
Rudy Moore, please. Rudy? You should be unmuted on our end. Let me try here.
Can you hear?
Yes, there we go.
Oh, wow. You guys are accomplishing an amazing thing. I'm sorry, there's a lot of echo in getting all this technology to work. Let's see if I can.
Rudy?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry to have dealt with this technology. It's my account worked. I have an account already, and when I tried to connect with that account, you guys couldn't hear me or see me, I guess, even though I could see you. So anyway, I'm sorry if you can hear me right now.
We can.
Good, then I'll just jump right in. I apologize for the delay, and I thank you for your patience. In short, I believe that this change that you're working on right now, it's unduly burdensome to your licensed operators. And more importantly, it's going to have very little effect on the unlicensed operators or the problem properties. What this legislation was aimed at is a very small number of problem properties. 244 licensed operators are working in the city. We looked through, there was a Freedom of Information request by one of my friends that is also an operator. And we paged through those. And most of them are closed. Most of them are done. We thought, I think, about 3 open problem properties. Would love it if you guys asked the city exactly about those particular problem properties and why they couldn't be closed. But we couldn't see exactly why they weren't closed at that point. Those problem properties were party houses. Marathon Drive comes to mind. And they frequently had owners present, which is one of the big factors of what the legislation is trying to change. Absent landlords might be caught with the new legislation, but it depends upon self-reporting by those people that you already think are lying to you. So it's the teeth don't even of the legislation don't even come into effect until someone is already licensed. So effectively, this is going after people that are already licensed and operating. The solution is actually really very simple. Involve the neighborhood. People knew that problems were happening at Marathon Drive. People know when there's an absent landlord. Use the neighbors to figure out when there's actually problems. When housing is a problem, they can call the police. We have nuisance law. Nuisance law is what should be expanded to take care of this problem. And again, I want to reiterate that it's a very small problem because it's a very small number of properties, 3 open problem properties that we're talking about. The amendments that you are considering before us are not going to solve the problems. The properties are still going to have, or you're still going to continuously have this whack-a-mole problem of new properties coming up, like Marathon Drive. And it's just going to create a lot more headaches, both for the city to administer, but also for the licensed operators, the people that are trying to play by the rules. So I strongly ask you to reconsider this legislation as it is now, send it back to the city to involve the neighborhoods in this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy, and thanks for your patience and efforts to make the technology work. So that is all of our registrants on this item. Are there questions for any of our registrants? And a reminder that you can use the raise hand function to indicate if you have a question. Seeing no questions for any of our registrants. Alder Moreland.
I guess my question is for Mr. Stendal, who spoke about the enforcement and that there's no actionable items. Can he speak a little bit more to that?
Can we get Mr. Stendal back?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So I believe in the ordinance, they're talking about a $500 fine that could go out. And I don't know what's happened now. I know Rudy spoke to the cases being closed. And at the past meetings that I sat in on, somebody who was kind of drafting this that works for the city was saying that we can move now. We are able to act on this if we hear a problem. But there was never an example given of what that looks like, because the people at the city, you're not working all hours of the night. So my guess, and this is the part I'm confused on, is if the neighborhood is having an issue, there's a party going on too late, you'd call the police would come, assess it, do some sort of write-up. But I don't know if there's any follow-up then that goes back to the city or follows even this person as a host on Airbnb, which can be done. We should be working with Airbnb to then say a police officer came to this house, let's write them up, let's give them a bad review, let's suspend their life. They're probably not even going through the proper channels anyway, but that's I think what we're all saying is we don't know what is happening. So let's focus on shutting down these bad hosts who are giving us all a bad name. But if you read what's being written, all of these new steps, new $200, new things that we have to submit, it's adding so many more layers onto the process to become a TRH, a renter through Airbnb or any of those other sites, that those people who aren't compliant now, no way are they all of a sudden going to be more compliant. So I was really hoping for a case study and to see how this actually made a difference. That's kind of what I was going for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Alder
you.
Moreland, does that answer your questions?
It does until we get to staff.
Great. Thank you, Alder Moreland. All right, are there any other questions for registrants? Alder Abbas.
Yeah, question for Stendal.
Go ahead, Alder.
Yes. So you mentioned about some other fees. I'm just curious, at the moment, what exactly fees is Airbnb operators are paying? And with this proposed ordinance, what difference do you see? I'm just curious about what existing fees you're paying.
Andrew?
Yep, you got me?
Yep.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So through the Department of Public Health, we have to do an initial inspection with them, and it's about $500 through that inspection, then I think $180 annual fee through them alone. So then the city is coming in on top of that, adding in another $200 for the first year. So the first one is a $100 application fee and then a $100 annual permit fee. So that first year to get going for anybody is around $800 now. And so once again, I think you're adding more layers. And if you look at what's in there, I mean, you got to have a blueprint of your house. You got to have it notarized. You can only do 30 nights. You have to be, I'm all for it, but, if it has to be the main home, because there is that fear of people buying up tons of properties and using them just as rental properties. Born and raised here, I don't want to see the city turn into that, but that's not what's happening. So sorry, that was a long way to answer your question. But we just are opposed to adding more fees and more steps right now when most of us are already compliant.
Thank you. Alder Vidar.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to raise my hand.
Okay. All right, are there any other questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none, then we will close the public hearing. And I will turn to Alder Vidar for a motion.
Move adoption of the third substitute.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Second.
Thank you. And I will turn next to staff. I think we'll start with Attorney Strange and then probably Mr. Tucker to give us an overview of the item before us, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. As many of you know, we've had tourist rooming house regulations in Madison since 2013 in the zoning code. And four that are particularly relevant to tonight's discussion. The first one is that they have to be registered through public health, be licensed through public health. That's a separate process that they go through with Public Health Madison-Dane County. Second is that they register with the treasurer and that they pay room tax. The third primary component is that the tourist rooming house must be their primary occupants, so they must be their primary residence. And the fourth key component of the current regulations is that if they can rent out for the entire year, they can rent out for 365 days a year, but they can only be gone for 30 of those days. And those last two components, the primary occupancy and the 30 days, you can only rent for 30 days away, were critical to enforce the policy that the original sponsors intended, which was to maintain the residential character of the neighborhoods that these were going to be allowed in, and to ensure that the property owner would be there to address issues for the vast majority of the stays. Over the course of the time since those have been the regulations in the city of Madison, there have been enforcement issues that have come up throughout, primarily because enforcement is solely an issue for the zoning department with respect to whether or not those particular regulations are being met, and primarily needing to rely on the word of the owners that it is their primary residence and that they're only renting out for 30 days. And Matt can explain a little bit more some of the issues that have come up over the years, but those have been the things that have come up over the years in terms of enforcement, having a difficult time dealing with the variety of places that we don't know if they are complying with the 30-day rule, and we don't know if it's their actual primary residence. So over the years, we've tried a variety of different things to address that issue. We've worked with other companies to find out where the TRHs are. We've talked with them. We've sent the letters. We've done the enforcement. And then we've also looked around at what other cities have been doing to address these issues. And a lot of cities are moving towards a permitting system like this. And we've looked at places like Denver. We've looked at other cities within Wisconsin. And so what this particular ordinance does is it strengthens the current regulations, reiterates the same rule for primary occupancy, 30 days. You can only be away for 30 days. But then it requires a permit up front. It's a zoning permit. That is a $100 application fee and then a $100 annual fee. So it will be after the initial $200, it's $100 a year. And the key components of that permitting system is that they have to provide zoning with an affidavit at the beginning of when they submit their application to confirm that it's their primary residence and how they're going to use the dwelling unit as a TRH. Once they do that, and once staff determines that that they are due a zoning permit, that it's legal for purposes of zoning, then they have to. It's on the host to submit quarterly reports, just like they would to report their room tax reports to the treasurer of how many stays they have had, and whether or not they were there when the stay happened. So it shifts some of the reporting requirements, some of the compliance requirements onto the host to make sure that they're providing us with the information that otherwise staff is having to try and sort of piece together along the way based on neighbors' complaints and those kinds of things. And so other cities have seen a lot of success with these permitting systems. In terms of the fee, they've kept it as minimal as possible. The $100 a year probably doesn't even begin to address the actual cost of administrating the program for the zoning department. But they think that this is a way in order to maintain and the residential character of the neighborhoods, maintain compliance of the hosts that are there, and sort of advance the original policies that the sponsors set out in 2013.
Thank you, Mr. Strange. We will go to Mr. Tucker.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mayor. This effort that we've been working on with a number of alders has been going on for probably more than a year. One of the main issues we were trying to resolve with the ordinance related to enforcement, as was discussed earlier. And I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. But first and foremost, just the single sort of house for where the use is managed from the city's perspective, from a one-stop shop kind of approach. What we've discovered is that we don't have that, and just by my office being here and my staff being sort of the answers of odd questions, we have become the group in the city that are really tasked with trying to administer the ordinance. And what we found is it's very challenging when we don't have a way that we can formally interact with the operators. The use today is allowed when you follow the rules. The challenge is our people don't know the rules, or they may want to get around the rules, and they work really hard with us, spend a lot of time communicating with us to try and understand them. There's a lot of back and forth. It's a real challenge. And part of the effort associated with the permit is to create a system by which my office can go out and meet with people that want to do the use. We can inspect their property, meaning just basically look to confirm that their floor plan matches the bedroom count and things like that. And we can sit down with them and go through the ordinance. We can show them exactly what the requirements are. We can provide them with some documentation that they have that they can keep that specifically shows the rules by which the use can occur. That is going to significantly cut down on the staff time that we've seen trying to deal with basically ad hoc operators calling us randomly with questions, because it's all going to be in one place, and the home of it is going to be in the zoning office. Moving on to enforcement. Enforcement has been extremely challenging with the ordinance. The greatest challenge we have, and we have tried many creative ways in regard to enforcement. We've done things such as go to houses that we believe were illegally occupied with the staff at odd times, hoping that we would maybe it would be a situation where the person that was renting would maybe post a review that, hey, we had some guy from the city come and shake us down when we were staying here. We paid $500 a night to stay here, or whatever it may be, hoping that that would create some kind of way to maybe shut down these types of operations. Well, it didn't, because hosts are reviewed just as much as guests are reviewed. They have reputations, kind of like the eBay thing, if you've seen that. And so we found that that wasn't working. We went with the police department in some cases. We found that those types of situations, the police department were aware of what was going on, but there really isn't anything for them to do from a policing perspective. It's also extremely challenging for us to forward a case to the city attorney's office for prosecution because of the challenges associated with a successful prosecution. How do you get someone to come and testify that they said that they stayed in ATRH? They're gone. They don't live here anymore. They're a visitor to our community. Further, the information that you see on Airbnb, where they can go in and register and say they stayed there and how great their experience was, that is not admissible. That's never been. There's no way we can certify that with the courts to have that be any kind of evidence that we could use to work on a prosecution. So what we came down to was we had a number of these houses. It was sort of a continuous and regular violation problem. And to address it, to address the non-compliance matters, we have established the rules that are in this ordinance. We feel like these are a step in the right direction from an enforcement perspective to try and ensure that the law is being followed. So it's really twofold. One is to help us, as I mentioned, with the enforcement, and the second is to help us significantly help us with the administering the program and communicating to people in our city that are operating this use that this is how you do it, and these are the rules, and here is your specific approval.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Tucker. All right, so we will move then into questions for staff. Please use the raise hand function if you have questions for staff. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. Is there someone from public health here?
I believe that Janelle is on. Janelle, could you raise your hand if you're on the line? Or can we find her? Oh, no, see, Doug is here.
Okay.
Doug? Let's see.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm here.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, I've been through this ordinance quite a few times now, and the measures just seem to make a lot of sense. But I'm concerned about the cost. When you combine the costs included with this permit with the public health costs, it becomes very prohibitive for something that is not supposed to be a full-time business, which is supposed to just be like side money. So I'm wondering if public health has looked at reducing their costs at all for operators, since their costs are the majority of what the operators would have to pay.
Our costs, again, our program is all based on program revenue. So our costs are established based on what it takes to complete an inspection. So our costs are set as low as they can be. There are different fees that we can take a look at by seeing the actual amount of time we're being spent, and that would be our PI fees. Would have something that could look at to see if it could go a little bit lower, but that would be it. The other fees are based on our time.
Okay. And how much are those PI fees?
The PI fees are $375.
Okay.
It's a one-time fee.
Okay. And that's the fee that operators have to pay when they first get set up.
Correct. That's the one-time pre-inspection fee, and then we have a $186 renewal fee.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Does that answer your questions?
It does. Thank you.
All right. Alder Heck.
Thank you. This question is probably, I have two questions. They're both probably for Mr. Tucker. I know that its numbers are thrown around sometimes about approximately how many tourist rooming houses are operating properly licensed, and through our contract with host compliance, we have a vague idea about how many are currently operating that are not licensed. Can you refresh my memory on those numbers?
Yes, closer to about 400 or so. And our best estimate is we think probably 15 to 20% or 15 or so of those that are licensed are probably non-compliant today.
Thank you. And do you think the new ordinance or ordinance changes would make it easier to draw those people into compliance? And if so, how?
Yes, I do think it would. One of the requirements of the permit is that you need to provide our office with a signed affidavit that the residence which you're requesting a permit for tourist rooming house is your primary residence. That's probably the biggest issue that we see for non-compliance is unoccupied houses or homes that are in a continuous rental cycle that are purchased and run solely for the purpose of tourist rooming house. And we don't believe that we're going to find people falsifying affidavits because that could have significant ramifications similar to perjury in a court of law. And Denver, who recently went through a similar requirement process for establishing an affidavit requirement, saw a drop of about 15% of their TRHs upon the adoption of the requirement that the affidavit be submitted, because people didn't want to submit an affidavit for a place that was a lie. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Alder Heck?
No.
All right. Thank you, Alder Heck. Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Alder Carter.
Yes, and this is for Matt. So, Matt, you said that it'd be easier to go after the violators if this was approved, correct? Are you still dependent on neighbors and neighborhoods calling, telling you who the violators are, which is basically what you're dependent on now?
Well, as most of the elders know, that much of our enforcement is based upon a complaint. So yes, we do receive complaints from neighbors. However, in some cases, it's kind of unfortunate to rely on neighbors that are willing to put up with something that shouldn't be happening. Our hope is that this process and the requirement for the permit will really call out the unoccupied houses that are solely being used for this purpose that neighbors might just be tolerating because they feel like they have to. So this will hopefully get us in a better place in that regard.
And then also, will you be working with, for example, if there was a police complaint on a TRH, would they be notifying you or not?
Yeah, we do have a fairly direct relationship in the building inspection division with most often the lieutenant level staff in the 5 police precincts. In fact, I think I had a meeting tomorrow that's probably canceled with them to kind of meet again and talk about how we can interact and work together. That is a common relationship, a common call that we make. We work regularly together.
And can you go over the fees again?
Sure. There's an application fee. It's a one-time fee, and that fee is $100. And what that will do is it'll set up an inspection where one of the staff from the building inspection division will go out to a prospective TRH and we'll take a look at it compared to their submitted floor plan. This is where we confirm the occupancy, which means, the numbers of people that are allowed to occupy the TRH. 2 times the number of bedrooms is the number, plus children under 12 are not counted in that. And it also provides us with that opportunity to educate them on all of the ordinance provisions, make sort of a face-to-face contact, doing, I guess, a lot of the things that the health department has done that worked really well in their licensing mechanism. My staff person that's going to be leading this charge used to do that work specifically in the health department. So that fee is going to cover that inspection, and it'll cover then we'll be spinning off into the year 1 permit. The permits are $100 annual. The renewal period, the renewal date basically is going to be July 1 of the year. So there'll be an opportunity starting April 15 of the year to submit for renewal. And then if the fees are paid, automatic renewal as of July 1 of the year. So $100 application, $100 annual fee. $200 the first year, $100 every year thereafter.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question for Doug.
Go ahead, Alder.
Doug, can you go over your fees again real quickly?
Sure, you bet. We have a one-time pre-inspection fee of $375 and an annual renewal fee of $186. So the first year it would be $561, if I have my math right, and every year thereafter, $186.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Tucker. My first question is, why can't public health do the inspections now and then make notes of any zoning infractions?
I'll probably ask Doug to kind of chime in here, but the public health is really doing the work of the public health. They are charged with only their work. Initially, we had talked when we were working with the alders about seeing ways that we could be efficient with staff and potentially double dip. But this zoning work is not public health work. My understanding, and Doug, if you could clarify, the public health work is just basically effectuating the state law relative to tourist rooming house, not any Madison rule.
Right, that's correct, Matt. We're agents of the state, so the fees that we collect have to be used for the program that we're doing and the inspections that we're doing. So it has to be completely separate.
Okay. And in terms of the floor plans, do they have to be something like a blueprint from an architect or anything? Or can somebody just sketch out what the general, here's a room, this is a bedroom, this is where the kitchen is?
We're looking for a basic sketch that has some to scaleness to it. It can't be something on a napkin. It's got to be something relatively simple. Right now, my staff person is working on this effort during our current situation is preparing demonstration examples, basically using simple graph paper that anyone can get or loose leaf or something like that to show how we could very simply draw a floor plan. We are not looking for anything prepared by an architect or asking anyone to spend any money to prepare a floor plan that we would consider acceptable.
Okay, and then as to the reports that this proposed ordinance change will be requiring, are these reports anything that the hosts are not already required to maintain in terms of records?
There is a requirement for certain reporting with the health department, and we've attempted to align with that. The one aspect of the report that we are, I'm not exactly sure what the specific health department reporting requirements are, but the reporting requirements that we're looking for are relatively simple. We want the confirmation of whether the owner was there or not, to understand the 30 days in a calendar year that you can be gone, and some of the other matters of when the rentals occurred. So if we can compare that back to the records that we have, or also that the room tax is being remitted, so there's a way that could also be cross-checked, and to get that who was the person that was the person that booked it, that stayed there, their true name or their email address or their telephone number, so you can give them a call and find out if we're trying to follow up on a case of noncompliance.
Okay, and my last question is, why was the decision made to make it quarterly to turn in these reports as opposed to once a year or something like that?
Well, one part of it was just timeliness. I mean, when you're waiting for a once a year report, you might be waiting for up to a year to get the information that you are looking for to relate to a matter of noncompliance or to check. Another aspect relates to I believe it's a quarterly reporting for the payment of the room tax. They line up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde.
So, Matt, when I look at the resolution, it looks like the effective date is supposed to be April 15. Is that correct?
Yes, the effective date was April 15, with a final, before this situation we're in today, the idea was to have a July 1 final compliance date by which TRHs would need their permit in place.
Okay, so with the situation right now, what dates are we looking at?
Thank you for asking that question. We've been talking about this, and we were unsure. It's going to be really hard to kind of pick a precise date. Our thought was, at this point in time, it would be advisable to take a date of October 1. We think October 1 of this year would give us enough time to get out of the cycle that we're in, where there is no tourist rooming house rentals occurring. It'll allow people to that are going to start booking again and figure out if they're going to do it or who's going to do it, and then enough time in turn for us to start getting these permits issued.
So
Attorney Strange wanted to add something, Alder Balde.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to, just for purposes of clarification. So the ordinance contains an effective date, which means, so that effective date is April 15th. So the supplemental regulations in the zoning code would go into effect on the 15th. But the way it's currently written, there would be no requirement to get a Chapter 9 tourist rooming house permit until July 1st. And given the circumstances like Matt explained, we had talked about pushing that back to at least October 1st, with the understanding, of course, that if there were still quarantine and we couldn't go to a house to inspect it, then it might need to be pushed back again. But the ordinance itself that's before you tonight would go into effect on the 15th, but compliance would be pushed out to that date certain of October 1st or whatever date makes sense.
So,
Alder Balde.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So if we approve this resolution as it is written today, will that tie your hands with regards to the flexibility of the implementation dates?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't tie our hands. I think what I would suggest is that in a motion to approve, you include a motion to just amend the permit compliance date to October 1st instead of July 1st.
Okay, so maybe the sponsors of the resolution can consider that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Alder. All right, Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I just have a question for Matt. I'm wondering if you can remind me how zoning came up with the $100 initial fee and the $100 annual fee.
Sure. We attempted to estimate how much time it would take to process the applications, to perform the inspections, and to broadly administer a program from the direction that we were given by the sponsoring alders, which was really to try and do a light touch ordinance. Now, that differs from doing a full-blown program. Like if you look at some of the communities that do tourist rooming house programs, they have dedicated staff. They have, and that's all they do. And so we kind of balanced what we thought were our inspection needs, our processing needs, and our enforcement efforts, and tried to establish what we thought would be a reasonable fee that we could defend and explain to administer a light touch program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Yes, this is for Matt. For the public outreach, one of the residents said that it wasn't, the right people weren't there, to paraphrase. How was the outreach done?
So adopting ordinances, drafting ordinances, moving policy is not something that has a sort of fixed path. And in this case, we worked with the sponsoring alders to attempt to try and recognize or create opportunities for public engagement that, it's really challenging because the operators, we don't have a way to connect with them easily. We're not sure if they're going to connect with us. Also, when we make decisions about who we're connecting with or who we're choosing to connect with, we're inevitably going to omit people that may want to be connected. People that are operators that may have dropped out because they had some concerns, or future operators that might want to get involved. It's a very difficult thing to do. So the decision was made in this case to draft the language and introduce it, and then have the matter go to 2 plan commission meetings. The first plan commission meeting was on January 27, and the opportunity there was to have the ordinance be explained so the plan commission could hear it and so the public could hear it. The sponsoring alders were also there to hear feedback. It was then referred to also to the Board of Public Health, and there were 2 meetings at the Board of Public Health where it was discussed. It ultimately came back to the Plan Commission in March for the action item. And that's another opportunity for public input in addition to this meeting and the public input you've received. Some of the speakers that have spoken, most of them have participated in those public input opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right. I see no other questions for staff at this time. So we'll move into discussion. Are there any alders that wish to be recognized on this item? Alder Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As has been mentioned by a couple of the folks who testified today, this piece of legislation was brought up in response to a tourist rooming house in my district, someone who was most certainly not operating in the spirit of our ordinances, particularly the one requiring that that particular location be that person or the host's primary residence. If you look up the host's name on the internet, you'll find pages where they talk about how to kind of get around these kinds of ordinances and how to kind of maximize profit margins, etc. This led to a lot of problems in this very residential area, an area that has lots of kids and a lot of pedestrian traffic. And then this house was used, as was kind of mentioned, kind of as a party house, particularly during the summer months or during kind of the Badger football season. Folks in the neighborhood were concerned about drunk driving. There were a lot of times where there were folks that were staying at that particular residence who were parking illegally, parking in folks' driveways, being abusive to neighbors, etc. And it just was a really big problem. And it was something that, again, by and large, the short-term rental hosts in Madison, that's not how they operate, and we very much know that. When trying to kind of get in and enforce the ordinances that we had a really hard time, because again, if the public health ordinances were okay, then it was fine. Public health didn't have any kind of jurisdiction to handle any of the zoning concerns. And the biggest one being the primary residence. When we looked to try to prosecute, the things that we had, the evidence that we had didn't count as evidence in a court of law, and we weren't able to enforce the ordinances that we already have. So this ordinance was proposed so that we could have some more teeth. We could have more tools in our toolbox for enforcing things, rules that we already have on the books. Particularly the primary residence affidavit. It's one thing to say, yes, this is where I live. Yeah, when you stop by, I was walking my dog and that's why I wasn't there. It's another thing to have a notarized document that you have to submit under penalty of law. These provide evidence for the city should they not follow the rules. If a host is following the rules, then there's not going to be any problems. We're not going to go out and look for folks that are violating rules. So this is really just a way to get information that the city is already supposed to have, that hosts are already supposed to track, and make sure that it's being turned into the city, and that we can then verify that information. And when we can do this, then the hosts that are compliant can have a badge on their website, whether it's Airbnb or booking.com or VRBO, that says, yes, they are compliant. So the hosts that are obeying the law, obeying the ordinances, are verified, and it really is a way for them to distinguish themselves from folks that are operating outside the ordinances and the spirit of the ordinances. So I would appreciate the support and a vote of yes on this particular ordinance. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bidar.
I also want to ask support for this ordinance change. Those of us who are co-sponsors have worked on this for a long time. I think that you're hearing some feedback that says that people were feeling that this was not a public and inclusive process. I hope you're looking at the list of the times that it was before committees on your agenda. There was some robust feedback, and we also, as alders who represent areas that have very high tourist rooming house numbers, did have spent time talking to those who are really great operators in our district, like my neighbor next door, who, by the way, just dropped off some cookies. And got their feedback, which is what got us to the third substitute, by including a lot of the feedback that we received throughout the legislative process on the original ordinance. So we did not set ourselves to say like that was it and we were not going to make any changes. We have made changes throughout the process and have landed actually at the place in which a number of those who originally were opposing the original ordinance now feel comfortable with it and are happy and ready to follow these new requirements, which are again not very high requirements, but really requirements that are in the spirit of the original tourist rooming house ordinance, which I was involved in drafting and getting to the council, which is we really need to make sure that we're maintaining the sense of residential neighborhood for our residential neighborhoods. Last that I would say is that we did really look at a lot of other cities and what they're doing in other cities around tourist rooming houses. And I can tell you without going into the depth of details that we looked for other cities and that staff analyzed, we certainly are not anywhere close to being as stringent as other cities are trying to be around these issues of tourist rooming houses. Thank you.
Thank you, President Badar. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, everyone. As you can tell, I'm a sponsor, and I will urge you to support this. One of the things that became clear through the public process was how many good operators there are who take it very seriously and love being hosts and showing off Madison. And, everyone who heard that was, we're excited that you're doing that. But having said that, you are still doing something that's really different than what our zoning traditionally allows, which is you're monetizing your house and turning it into a business. And so what we started to do in 2013 and now, have learned through our experience is that we need to have a balancing act between what is the neighborhood impacts of, there's scofflaws, but there's just regular people. A regular operator, say like Rudy, who lives right near me, people come and go. And, so neighbors are aware of that Rudy has a place, right? So it's not like you don't notice, even if they're a good operator. So that you're going to balance those impacts with the scofflaw, and having enforcement tools. And I think Irvina did a really good job summarizing what we worked on to get to this level and the things we considered. One thing that it's just hitting, it's all this crisis is going to hit home to all of us, but, the tourist rooming house industry, like the hotel industry, is kind of upside down with everything else, right? So, at some point, having an October 1st start date, I think makes a lot of sense. There's already an ordinance that got introduced in this agenda about the room tax and deferring payments. So anybody that, so there are ways that we're trying to acknowledge the moment right now that we're in. So, and I think once things are back, I think having the fees are reasonable to me. Part of my day job is looking at people's Schedule Cs for their business, and every business has startup costs or the cost of doing business. And at least for the city side, and the public health, I think they're reasonable fees, and they're not just to ding you. They are to try and provide a good service for the community. So again, I want to thank everyone's work on this, and I know that a lot of people maybe won't like it, but I think it's going to be overall a good balance that we need to move forward on. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak on this item. And seeing no other alders wishing to speak, then we'll move to a vote. It has been, Alder Rummel, did you wish to speak again?
Well, I don't really have the language, but the October 1st seems like a good, the implementation date might be something we would want to amend so that instead of giving up fees like we are going to do later on the agenda, we just don't start them until October. And so I don't really, maybe
Attorney Strange may be able to suggest something for you, Alder.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you could just make a motion to amend the provision in the ordinance setting the compliance date for July 1st to October 1st.
I would like to do as the attorney recommends.
Alder Rummel moves that change. Is there a second? Alder Martin.
I would second that. I will second that.
Thank you, Alder Martin. All right, it has been moved and seconded by Alder Rummel to change the compliance date to October 1st. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote on the amendment? I see no objection to recording a unanimous vote on the amendment. So the amendment passes, which brings us back to the underlying motion, which has been moved and seconded now as amended with an October 1st compliance date. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of this item? Seeing no objection, that item passes with a unanimous vote. And we will move on to item number 10. Several pages later. All right, so item number 10 is an appeal. It's Legistar 59493, an appeal of Plan Commission action concerning 3630 Milwaukee Street, which was Legistar file 58787. And so we are going to open this public hearing. We have a number of folks registered on this item. So again, I'll remind you, I'll read several names in a row just to get people ready. And so our first registrant is Amy Bauman of Patterson Street in support, representing Leo Ritter and Company, wishing to speak, to be followed by Louis Weissman of Seattle, and then Kyle DiGiulio. Amy Bauman.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Well, good evening. I'm Amy with Key Commercial Real Estate, representing the property owner of 3650 Milwaukee Street, Leo Ritter and Company. We appreciate the Alder's review tonight of our appeal and some of the complex issues related to the zoning rights and approvals. But really importantly, we appreciate the opportunity to better explain in more detail the merits and benefits this project brings to our city. I'd like to start by providing a brief history and background information about the sites that will be discussed tonight of 3 different land parcels. The first one is 3650 Milwaukee Street, which is a warehouse parcel containing 13 acres with a warehouse and parking site. It is zoned IL, allowing warehouse and distribution as a permitted use. It was most recently occupied by Swiss Colony before they relocated to Sun Prairie in 2018. After they vacated, our leasing efforts determined that Amazon was the best option for reuse of this industrial site due to their stability, great improvement plans for the site, jobs, stability, the sustainability focus, and the community impact. During the site planning with Amazon, it was determined that we would need to use the neighboring site to the west for additional parking. That site is the 3630 parking parcel. These 2 properties, 3630 and 3650, share cross-access and cross-parking agreements that have existed since the 1960s and continue to exist today. The 3630 parcel has never had its own entrance, and the two properties have always functioned together. Between the two parcels, there's approximately 14 of the 16 acres that are covered in parking lot and building surface. The added parking surface that Amazon needs on the 3630 lot will not make a significant overall visual parking lot size change, particularly once the enhancements of new islands, bioretention ponds, and fresh landscaping are added. The 3630 site once had a small retail strip building on it. It had been abandoned and was in pretty terrible condition. So it did previously receive a demolition permit, and that building was demolished. However, there was no future use plan, so that demo permit is still open and is what brought us before Plan Commission previously. The third parcel that will be mentioned tonight is the next parcel to the west, which is 3618 Milwaukee Street. That's a 5-acre parcel that's zoned residential. The 3630 and 3618 parcel are for sale as a package. They've been for sale for over 20 years, vacant and without use. We plan to purchase these two parcels and use the 3630 parcel to support the Amazon site, and then the 3618 parcel with this residential zoning. We're excited to bring forth a housing project, affordable housing. We have a unique subject matter expert on our team, Lewis Wiseman, who'll be speaking next in more detail about this. But we're really excited to partner with the Urban League and bring this new workforce affordable housing concept to Madison. That would be the first self-imposed, self-funded affordable housing project on this site. And though the approval of this housing project is not what is before you tonight, these sites are tied together and one can't happen without the other. Our team is asking for your support to approve our appeal for several reasons. The distribution center project was recommended for approval by the city staff professionals, as those experts understand the application of the current zoning code and what takes precedence over other area plans. The owner has legally protected rights to continue using the existing IL zoning, and the intended parking use is a permitted use by zoning for both those parcels, 3630 and 3650. Additionally, this project meets the goals outlined in the city comprehensive plan: infill redevelopment, encouraging use of public transportation, creating affordable housing, mixed-use neighborhoods, and removing barriers to provide economic opportunities, such as jobs, and working with local groups like the Urban League to ensure those. Regarding the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan, although there's concerns that this project does not create the housing development that some envisioned on the existing IL parcels, the proposed use still does achieve many of the goals and statements outlined in this special area plan. First, the plan itself states the ability for these subject sites to remain light industrial uses as permitted by the existing
Time is up,
IL.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Clerk. That's your time, Amy. Unless there is a move to extend the time, we'll move on to the next speaker. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Request to extend the time.
Is there objection to an additional minute? Seeing no objection, an additional minute for the clerk, please. Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. Additional benefits that this will bring include 170 jobs to the city, which is really important during these current economic times. We'll be working in partnership with the Urban League. There'll be millions invested into the tax basis for the improvements to the site. The existing warehouse site will have amazing improvements, included new stormwater management that meets codes, and EV electrical, and a lot of other enhancements. The other aspects of the site I think that are important to consider is the millions invested into this project will create construction jobs. And additionally, this project also has 30 to 60 acres vacant further to the west of it. So we feel using the Amazon site and then the neighboring site for affordable housing will be the catalyst for the development to meet all the goals and plans outlined in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan.
Ms. Baumann, that's your time. Thank you very much. We will move on then to Louis Weissman of Seattle, Washington, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Kyle DiGiulio and then Kevin St. John. Louis Weissman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. So I'm Louis Wiseman. I am a relative of the ownership of 3650 Leo Ritter and Company. My professional involvement is in the financing of multifamily housing. I work for a national mortgage platform called Berkadia, which is a joint venture of Berkshire Hathaway and Jefferies Financial Group. My particular expertise is in large-scale programs for increasing workforce affordable rental housing, which I do in conjunction with a large corporation here in Seattle, 2 community banks, and Freddie Mac. Okay. You know, my family has been historically a passive owner of this property. I'm a 3rd generation and now, you know, more active involved in it. The 2-year marketing program that Amy referred to really yielded no constructive tenancy for the building until Amazon came to the table. It is absolutely the best option for the city of Madison. It generates the most jobs. It generates the longest commitment. It generates the largest investment in the property, in excess of $10 million in land and building improvements. What is now a blighted site, and has been frankly for many years, can be brought up to current code. New stormwater management systems, which have been designed to code, can be put into place. New landscaping, lighting, removal of hazardous materials, all will be put in place as part of the plan. A potential 4 to 5-fold increase in real estate tax revenue would be available to the city upon reassessment. A conservative estimate of $5 million in payroll would increase payroll taxes to the city. This property can participate in the dawning of the electrical vehicle age by the installation of EV conduit at the site, potentially becoming a model for other developments throughout the Midwest. It also brings delivery of goods closer to the citizens of Madison, which unfortunately, given the events of today, may be more relevant than ever. The 5-acre parcel, which has a residential zoning, does lend itself to an affordable housing development. We would seek partnership with groups like the Urban League to develop somewhere between a 120 and 150 2-phase building on that site. I do see the development as being consistent with the future vision and aspirations of the special area plan, as it is the logical next step for moving development further to the west. My solution is a private capital solution, whereby I use equity from local banks by delivering 51% of the units targeted at between 60 and 80% of AMI, which then qualifies the building for community reinvestment credit. In summary, we all have an opportunity to achieve a win tonight. We can welcome a new Fortune 50 company to your community. We can improve and finally revitalize a blighted site from the landscape of Madison. We can improve the stormwater management and other features we bring to the site. We can deliver 145 new jobs plus construction jobs by approving this tonight. What we're requesting is your broad support. We need 2/3 support. Frankly, I would hope we can have your unanimous support in bringing all of these opportunities to the city in which we can all win. Not approving tonight, nobody wins. No jobs, no tax base, no improvement of the property, no opportunity for affordable housing. So in closing, I hope all the alders will get behind us tonight and offer us unanimous support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kyle DiGiulio of Seattle, Washington, in support, representing Amazon Services Incorporated and wishing to speak, to be followed by Kevin St. John, to be followed by Dr. Ruben Anthony. Kyle?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. And I'm here to ask you and the other alders for our support for this project. Very briefly about myself, my name is Kyle DiGiulio, and I'm a member of Amazon's Economic Development and Public Policy team. It's my role to support the growth of our facilities and other initiatives across the Midwest and Canada. I'm very excited about the opportunity to increase our footprint in Madison. At the moment, Madison has already been a great partner for Amazon. Many of you will be familiar with companies like ShipBob, who Amazon acquired, Whole Foods, and we just earlier this year opened another facility, which we describe as AMXL, which is heavy and bulky items. Not too different from this facility, although the items we hope will be smaller. The best way to describe our use for this facility is probably in the context of an Amazon order, of which I hope many listening today are customers and are familiar with. So if you order an item on Amazon, that item typically lives in one of our larger fulfillment centers. We currently have 2 in Wisconsin. We will have 3 soon with our new facility in Beloit. Once that item is ordered, it is picked off of the shelf by an associate, it is boxed, it is labeled, and then it leaves that facility in a number of different ways. Historically, and this will continue, it's left with our carrier partners, so FedEx, UPS, and the Postal Service. To add additional capacity in recent years, Amazon has been building out our own fulfillment network to satisfy what we describe as the last mile of that delivery. So that item is loaded onto an Amazon truck, and that truck leaves and heads to a number of our delivery stations that we have now been setting up throughout the country. We hope that Madison can be the latest one on that list. So those trucks would arrive at that facility in the evening. We estimate around 10 line haul trucks per day. Those items arrive, packages are unloaded by our associates in the building. We mentioned there's about 120 to 145 associates who would be doing that. Those items are then sorted by zip code and then are brought through the facility, divided up, and loaded onto smaller delivery vans for the last mile of that order process. Those drivers themselves and the people who run those companies are not included in our employment numbers. It's probably worth mentioning that we estimate around 25 individual delivery companies running those operations, which would account for roughly 160 plus drivers on top of that. Those are not Amazon employees, they're W-2 employees of the delivery companies that we partner with. So that setup presents a number of advantages that I wanted to share with you. First is a sustainability one. The idea that we are reducing the miles traveled from an item from our larger fulfillment centers to our customers. We're choosing Madison because we have a lot of customers there, thankfully. This facility will allow those customers to receive items well within the Amazon Prime promised 2-day window. We're hoping to reduce that time even shorter than that. I think the additional component here, as Louis and Amy mentioned, is some of the improvements that we're making to the site, which are consistent with Amazon's relatively short-term climate change and sustainability goals. That includes installation of ED conduit, which would support future delivery via electric vehicles. This is not a headline in a press release. This is something that we've actually actioned. We've already purchased 100,000 electric vehicles from Rivian, the first of which will be rolling out nationwide starting next year. And then there's just additional components as well that I just want to make sure that we're covering. The employment that we're bringing to Madison. We've already proven that we can recruit really, really great talent from a number of our other facilities there. We hope to replicate this. I do think what's interesting about the employment opportunities within a delivery station is that they're very broad. So you have more experienced full-time positions that are available, but you also have a broad range of part-time opportunities. So people who maybe are looking for second opportunities or working less hours during the week can still make the minimum of $15 an hour that we pay our associates. It's worth mentioning that number is actually $17 an hour at the moment due to COVID-19. And then on top of that, I already touched on the driver and the DSP owner component too. I think that the final thing is flex. So if you're familiar, we just spent a lot of time talking about the gig economy and Airbnb. We also offer a program called Flex, which kind of supplements our drivers delivering packages locally, which would allow everyday people who have a couple hours to spare to download the Flex app, come to the facility, load their car up with packages, and deliver those. Those are very good paying jobs as well. And on average, those people make about $22 an hour. Really beyond that, I just wanted to thank all the people that we've engaged in Madison. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. That's your time. So we will move on to Kevin St. John of Wall Street in Madison, wishing to speak in support, representing Leo Ritter and Company, and to be followed by Dr. Ruben Anthony, to be followed by Dan O'Callahan. Kevin St. John.
Thank you very much. I'm Kevin St. John. I'm an attorney with Bell Gift St. John here in Madison, and I'm a Madison resident. And I'm an attorney for Leo Ritter and Company. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I want to congratulate the staff on being able to put this together. It's amazing that we can have this meeting. You've heard from Amy, Lewis, and Kyle about the good this project will bring the community, and I agree with that, but my role here tonight is to talk about the legal issues. And there is a legal question here that is independent of whether this is a good project, and it's an issue that compels the council to overturn the Plan Commission's decision. The council is being asked to apply the standards in the demolition ordinance. At the outset, I want to emphasize that the demolition ordinance does not require you to sustain the Plan Commission's decision. The planning staff memo indicated the Plan Commission could approve the proposed use, and they recommended plan approval. The city attorney's memo does not say that the demolition ordinance requires you to sustain the Plan Commission's decision. And the demolition of ordinance, of course, does not prevent this project from going forward. As I explained in a letter I submitted, I think March 13, quite the opposite is true. The law requires the approval of the plan. The demolition ordinance contemplates two considerations for post-demolition use. First, the demolition ordinance requires a proposed use to be allowed by the zoning code. And that's a mandatory standard. It has to be met. And it is met here. The proposed plan involves only permitted uses. Everyone agrees this proposal involves a permitted use, and it's one that's also consistent with the historical use of the property. In addition, I note that a permitted use is one that's a use of right, which means it's protected by law, including the state and federal constitutions. Second, the demolition ordinance references neighborhood plans and comprehensive plans. It says that post-demolition uses should be compatible with neighborhood plans. But the demolition ordinance does not require a proposed use implement a neighborhood plan or a comprehensive plan. The legislative history of this ordinance shows why this is true unmistakably. The relevant language that you're considering was enacted in 2007. And when this proposal to amend the demolition ordinance was first introduced, the proposal provided that post-demolition uses must be consistent with the neighborhood plan and the comprehensive plan. But that is not what passed. Instead, this council struck out that mandatory language, opting instead for non-mandatory language that exists today, aspirational language. I think the council did this because MGO 28.003 explains that comprehensive and neighborhood plans are future goals, not regulation. State law recognizes this too and provides that these types of plans don't have the force of regulation. And the council likely rejected making compliance with neighborhood plans mandatory because it recognized what planning staff pointed out in its memo and what I wrote in my March 13 letter. For a comprehensive or neighborhood plan to be implemented, zoning must be amended. And for zoning to be amended, it must go through special procedures in state law that are above and beyond what it takes to pass another general ordinance. It's a state law requirement. So the bottom line is the demolition ordinance requires consistency with zoning. It does not require consistency with a neighborhood or comprehensive plan. And at any rate, I think the proposed use is compatible with a neighborhood plan because the plan recognizes the potential for reusing the old Swiss colony site as a distribution center, and the 3630 parcel support of that reuse. Yet if there's any conflict between the zoning regulation and a neighborhood plan, the zoning regulation designated permitted uses, those are uses as a right, uses protected by the state and federal constitutions, must prevail. I've explained more on our legal position in the letter that I had submitted earlier this month. But in the interest of time, and I know there's other speakers, I'm just going to refer you to those materials and end with this. Please reverse the Plan Commission, approve this appeal, and allow this project to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, Vice President Harrington McKinney, did you have something?
No, I'll go ahead and let the speakers, and I'll come back at the end. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so our next speaker is Dr. Ruben Anthony of Park Street in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Dan O'Callahan, to be followed by Lou Host Jablonski. Dr. Anthony?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Ruben Anthony, the President and CEO of the Urban League of Greater Madison. And I want to first thank the alders and the mayor for their dedication to public service and public health. These are definitely some difficult times. So, you know, taking up these issues tonight, I just really want to thank you. Also, would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to thank Alder Forster for making the time to share with me his perspective on the development of the proposed distribution center on Milwaukee Street. And I respect the special area plan that has been put together that gives residential development a very high priority. And this is definitely needed in the city. I would also like to thank the Vice Chair, Alder McKinney, for brokering a very constructive conversation between Alder Forster and the Urban League of Greater Madison, and for trying to find a middle ground to take advantage of both job development and affordable housing. And I do believe that there is a middle ground. Jobs and affordable housing can both be accomplished with this opportunity. I'm here tonight to register my support for the development proposed by Barcadia Commercial Mortgage and Amazon for their proposed distribution center and for their future affordable housing development on Milwaukee Street. Now, I know that the vote tonight seems to be simply about zoning and whether the Planning Commission's decision to trump the decision of a landowner about how he might develop his property is really what's at hand. But however, I think the decision is more complex than that. To me, the bigger issue is whether we can do more affordable housing and whether we will create more sustainable wage jobs. That is what hangs in the balance tonight. So your vote today or tonight is the first step to determining whether additional jobs and affordable housing will become a reality in this area. It hasn't been there for a while. If we can find our way beyond this zoning decision, we have an opportunity to make progress on both the jobs front and the affordable housing front. All indications today seem that in this country, we're headed for a large, massive unemployment based on the pandemic that we're in right now. So we shouldn't be sending jobs away. These sustainable jobs will help Madison families, and we need to find a way to bring more here, not send them away. And we are all aware of the dire statistics that we hear about affordable housing in Madison. There's a 2% vacancy rate here, so we need affordable housing here. If this deal comes together, the property owners have a vision for affordable housing, and the Urban League will be a partner to play a critical role in this housing initiative. You know, Amazon has a good track record of diversity and inclusion. Their workforce consists of 26% African-American, and their managers are at the 8% level. Amazon will bring nearly 145 jobs in this area, including management jobs, driving jobs, full-time jobs, part-time jobs, contractual and entrepreneurial opportunities. The minimum pay will be set $15 per hour, but managers will start with an annual salary of $48,000. There's also the commitment to develop, you know, affordable housing, 120 to 150 units of affordable housing. And then again, there'll be an opportunity for people who have a CDL and they have their trucks, they can start a business. So logistics and delivery will be an opportunity to start up companies. The Urban League will assist with the construction and making sure that the building of that facility is diversified with their workforce and with their contractors. Together, we will develop a customized training program to prepare underserved people in Madison for these jobs. They will host hiring events at the Urban League, and Amazon and the Urban League will do these integrated trainings together. So this could be a win with mutual benefits and move that neighborhood in the direction towards more affordable housing and more stable jobs. It's innovative, it's inclusive, and it will be an economic boost. And we strongly support Amazon in this initiative, and I think it's good for Madison. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony. Our next speaker is Dan O'Callahan of Washington Ave, in support wishing to speak, representing Leo Ritter and Company, to be followed by Lou Host Jablonski. Dan O'Callahan.
Good evening. I, along with my co-counsel Kevin St. John and Angie Black, represent Leo Ritter and Company, the longtime owners of the former Swiss Colony site, who are seeking your approval tonight. First off, I want to say thank you. In the midst of everything that's going on right now, we want you to know that we're grateful to have the opportunity to be with you tonight. We also want to express gratitude for everyone at the city who's working to keep us safe and who made this meeting possible. Just sitting here at home participating in this meeting tonight, I think it's truly remarkable that your staff has put together such a highly effective public meeting platform in the span of a week or 10 days. In any event, with so many important issues competing for attention right now, we want you to know that we are truly appreciative of the time that you're devoting to our particular application. We think this is critically important, and we hope you do too. So I want to say this directly to each one of you. The vote you cast tonight is important. It will decide whether this project moves forward. Just about 60 days ago, at the end of January, the Plan Commission turned down our plan for the site, finding that even though the site is properly zoned for this use, the proposal does not do enough to implement the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. Now, we disagreed with that, so here we are tonight appealing to you for your approval. There was a lot of discussion during the Plan Commission meeting about the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan, which was adopted just over a year ago. Alder Foster spoke very eloquently at the Plan Commission meeting about that plan and about his strong desire to see that plan implemented. We understand that desire and we respect Alder Foster's prerogative. However, we think the Plan Commission conversation was a bit too narrowly focused and missed the larger picture. In particular, there was a great deal of emphasis on the section of the plan that identified this site as having the potential for future redevelopment as mixed-use housing. But there was really no discussion of the passages in the plan that indicate the site might also continue to be used for permitted light industrial purposes. And that's exactly what is being proposed here, a package distribution facility, which is a permitted use under the city's existing zoning laws. So the previous speakers you've heard from tonight have addressed many of the positive aspects of the project, several hundred new jobs, well served by Madison Metro, $20 million of new commercial tax base, renewal of a blighted industrial site, opportunity for partnership with the Urban League on job training and job placement, potential for future development of workforce housing, which would be located in close proximity to these jobs and to transit. So these are all highly desirable attributes, and we believe that all of these attributes of the overall project are indeed compatible with the recently adopted Milwaukee Street Plan. There's nothing about the proposal that will preclude other development and redevelopment opportunities in the district. In fact, we believe that this project may very well serve as a catalyst for additional development in the corridor, as previous speakers have mentioned. So I will, I'm not going to repeat the legal arguments that my colleague Kevin St. John went over in some detail. I will, however, reiterate how important your vote is tonight. So we implore you to cast a vote in favor of jobs, tax base, blight elimination, training partnerships, and future housing opportunities. We think it's very important. Common Council is a legislative and a policymaking body. We believe that a vote in favor of this project is the right decision from a policy standpoint. Your vote in favor would also be consistent with the recommendation from the city's professional planning staff, who wrote a detailed report recommending approval. And finally, your vote in favor also happens to be the correct decision, we strongly believe, from the standpoint of the law. For all of those reasons, we ask you to please vote in favor of this project. It's the correct decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker on this item is Lou Host Jablonski of Lansing Street in Madison, in opposition, wishing to speak. Lou?
Thank you, Satya. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I got a crummy mic. My name is Lou Host Jablonski. I live a few hundred yards from the site, and I thank you for honoring the Madison commitment to valuing citizen input. I'll be brief. You've heard a lot of specifics here, legal, a little bit of environmental, procedural. I hope that you're all familiar with the issues, and I won't attempt to recap. As Kevin St. John explained, the issue on the agenda is a narrowly legal one. The previous development team speakers have regaled you on the glories of Amazon. They've carefully misrepresented the gist of the Milwaukee Street plan. But Plan Commission has already heard all of these things, and they made their decision. At the end of the day, I believe it is the choice that comes down here is to something very straightforward, namely deciding whether our Madison City plans actually mean anything, whether our zoning code serves our comprehensive plan, or if the reverse is true. In fact, and indeed in law, it is the zoning code which serves the comp plan. The zoning code itself says this explicitly numerous times. I'm old enough to remember when and why we chose to start putting intelligent preconditions on demolition permits. It was exactly these kinds of circumstances that we're looking at today. If the Plan Commission slipped up here, I believe it was in being too trusting instead of applying the long-standing standard that everyone else has to adhere to of requiring a clear plan from the landowner before taking any action. So you must choose. Either demur in the fear of yet more skilled legal maneuvering, or decide that plans created by the community of committed staff and informed citizens and adopted by this council are genuinely the will of the city. I wasn't going to mention the startlingly citizen-unfriendly process that has brought us to this pass. I hope you're familiar with that and have heard those kinds of things from your constituents. I know that Grant and Marcia have. That is until Ms. Bauman's announcement of affordable housing on the adjacent parcel. Can we not hear an actual public presentation of the features and specifics of this before you take action? Is this an Amazon promise, or is this just a tease to gaslight you? Whatever the outcome of this vote, please make the commitment, and take the necessary legislative steps in the immediate future to clarify clearly and strongly, in text and procedurally, the primacy of the comp plan. The debate won't be an easy one. That's why we've rolled along this long without resolving it. This example before us today, however, is proof that letting the current disconnect continue, which has always been short-sighted, is now actively dangerous. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. That is all of our registrants wishing to speak. We have a number of other registrants in addition, starting with Angie Black of West Washington Ave of Leo Ritter and Company in support, available to answer questions. And then not wishing to speak, Scott Owens of Lansing Street in opposition, Steve Young of Namakogan Lane in support, Frederick Olson of Walter Street in support, Philena Olson of Walter Street in opposition, Glory Sabin of Jubilee Circle in support, Kim Deitzman of Jubilee Circle in support. Kim registered twice, once in support and once in opposition. Make what you will of that. For what it's worth, the opposition one came second. Jeremy Levin of Hoyt Street in support, Kim Deitzman again in support, Merle Ingram of Oak Ridge Ave in opposition, and Michael Vickerman of Elmside Ave in opposition. And I believe Glory Sabin of Jubilee Circle in support. I believe that is all of our registrants on this item. So are there questions for any of our registrants? Alder Harrington McKinney.
I have a question of the last speaker.
Mr. Lou Host Jablonski?
Yes.
All right. We'll get him unmuted and go ahead with your question, Alder.
Yes, my question is that you said something about the public interaction, the public comment. So I was not clear about what that implication is. Were you saying that there was not public input or there was robust public input? That's my first question. And well, let's answer that question first, please.
Okay, I think Alder Foster is a good one to ask about this as well. I haven't seen him on here, so I don't know if he's in attendance. But here's what I know. The original decision taken by Plan Commission, I know of no one that was notified of that. This was, Grant, correct me if I'm wrong, 2017, late 2017, early 2018, where the stipulation was put on the owner to provide, it was actually a deed restriction to, before the Plan Commission would grant a demolition permit that kicked this whole thing off. There was, to my knowledge, no notification of the neighborhood. This is not Alder Foster's fault. This was the previous Alder, David Aarons, and it's a complicated legal thing that the Plan Commission spent, I think, 2 hours talking about. That's actually what's before you today. So there was, in summary, little to no public input at all. Huge surprise some weeks ago when this was on the agenda at all. On the other hand, the Milwaukee Street Plan had an enormous amount of public input. Staff did a great job conducting multiple meetings, doing revisions, and long story short, the Milwaukee Street Plan, which the council approved, conflicts with the underlying zoning of this site and frankly, several other sites on that parcel. That's what's brought us to the pass that we are at today.
Thank you. I will defer, and I would like to hear from the alders when the appropriate time, Madam.
Sounds good. Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Alboras.
Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. My question is for Dr. Anthony. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
We'll get Dr. Anthony back. Go ahead, Alder.
Okay. Well, first off, Dr. Anthony, thank you for your comments and for your service to our community at the Urban League. My question is if you can discuss a little bit more about some of those preliminary conversations and emerging partnership that you may be having with Amazon and your perspective on how that can help the local workforce, giving opportunities for diverse communities as well, and what your take is on this, how it could impact local affordable housing.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been in communication with Amazon. In fact, we spent long conversations about how we can integrate the different types of training that like we have with Exact Sciences, like we have with CUNA Mutual, where we can do maybe work ready, and then we can integrate training. And so we've got a system that will plug and play right into this. Amazon has already demonstrated that they work with urban leagues well. They've worked with several urban leagues throughout the country. Our National Urban League has a great reputation as working with them. And so I believe that all the things that they've laid out about coming here and helping us bring more people into their job market is going to be a promise that they deliver on. So I'm really excited about the entrepreneurship opportunities for drivers. We have a CDL licensing program, so individuals that are able to kind of get a truck and help with the deliveries, they can start up their own businesses. So this project has multiple economic development aspects, from entry-level jobs one of the biggest challenges for us is that we can get people into entry-level jobs, but we can't get them into management jobs. They're willing to hire managers at over $40,000 a year to start, and they have a track record of putting like 8% of their current workforce as African-American managers. So, we are excited about that. The other thing that I'm excited about is that, we got a 2% vacancy right here in the city, and people can barely find housing. And from a home ownership rate, and this doesn't have a whole lot to do with home ownership, but those opportunities are rare, for African Americans here. And so I think that this will help us down that affordability path as we really need to have more places. Madison is inelastic, right? And there's not that many opportunities to grow. And so I agree with Alder Foster that the affordable housing piece needs to be a priority. This project does that. Maybe it doesn't do it to the full extent that he wants, but it does that. But it also balances jobs. And so, you're getting the best of both worlds here. You're getting the jobs and you're getting the housing. And so I don't think in this economy that we can push these folks away. We have to embrace, Amazon and bring these opportunities and bring these jobs here. We need as many supportable, sustaining wage jobs as we can get. And I think this project does it if we move forward tonight.
Thank you for your critical insight on that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Alburis. Alder Abbas.
Thank you. I have a question for Kyle DiGiulio.
Kyle DiGiulio.
Yes. Sorry for mispronunciation.
It's all right. Go ahead.
I know some of the question which I'm going to ask you already answered by Ruben Anthony, but my question is regarding economic development for Madison residents. And if Amazon is coming here, could you please verify how many jobs, not delivery companies, not Amazon flags, the people who are working inside the warehouse, how many total jobs are those? How many is going to be full-time? How many going are part-time? I know you already mentioned about minimum wage, but for managerial jobs and other jobs, if you can also explain what pay scale it's going to be, just to understand the economic impact here. And the second question, Kyle, I have now regarding delivery companies. I know you mentioned Amazon Flex. I'm too familiar with that. My question is about delivery company. Ruben Anthony mentioned about they have programs like CDL. Would all your operation will run mostly on Amazon Flex, or either are you going to do partnership with Ruben on delivery companies and helping minorities and promoting local ownership so people can open their own delivery company and have that opportunity to deliver Amazon products?
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, and thank you for your question. So to answer your first question, to provide additional clarity around the jobs, and these are the Amazon jobs at that facility. So the numbers, and these are conservative, especially for the part-time, it's 120 part-time roles. Those are the part-time associates working in the building. And then there are 25 full-time roles. Those 25 full-time roles, it's a broad range of skills. So people managing the day-to-day operations, all the way through to people who are running recruitment out of that facility and hopefully partnering with the Urban League on that process. The second part of that question, I believe, goes to the drivers and the DSPs. So the way that this program works is whenever we launch in a new city like Madison, our team works with hopefully in some cases existing delivery companies to get up and running. But we do a tremendous amount of outreach to people who are willing to become what we describe as a DSP, delivery service partner. Those are the people that run their own delivery businesses. Some of them start as small as 1 or 2 vehicles. We have drivers and DSP owners who run 100-person fleets in some of our larger markets. So the way that partnership could potentially work, and we've had some preliminary discussions with Ruben's team, is kind of twofold. Certainly, we can partner with them to explore, what is the best way to source those DSP owners. Amazon provides a lot of logistical support to do that, including, the business startup costs, legal services supported with starting those businesses. But the additional component there is on the drivers. So if you're looking at this facility, the driver number, we estimate there'll be about 160 Sprinter vehicles that leave during the day. If that comprises, say, 10 delivery service partner companies, those are jobs that are very important, obviously, to get our packages to our customers in a timely manner. So we want to be working with drivers that have that network, and they can recruit good people who will stay with us for a long time. But second, those are opportunities that a lot of people don't know about. They don't necessarily understand, what is the path to be a driver. And there's been many instances of, upward mobility, in those programs for someone who starts as a driver and, down the road decides to lease their own vehicle and recruit their own people as well. So hopefully that answers your question. If I missed anything, please let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Thank you. This question is for, I believe it was Dan that talked about affordable housing.
All right, Alder. We had Louis Weissman who spoke about affordable housing.
I'll take Louis, that's fine.
Or Dan O'Callahan.
I'll take Louis.
All right, go ahead.
So my question to you, Louis, when this was all being presented, and I know at first you were looking at the warehouse, the Amazon warehouse section, but at what point did the discussion of affordable housing come up?
Can you hear? Oh, you can hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd say that the kind of the awareness of the opportunity at 3618, started materializing, at least to me, probably on the order of 4 months ago. Amy Bauman and Jenny Lysak, started talking about, getting more informed with the plan. I was also in the process of delivering my program here in Seattle, which is called Urban Housing Ventures, which, formally launched in January, which is different in that it acquires existing market rate buildings and then lowers rents on those buildings into the target affordability zone. And I started describing that to those guys and started thinking, hey, now here's an application, for the program where we could build it. It becomes easier to comply because I can lease the building with the affordability in mind. One of the key parts of my program is to get to 51% of the building affordable at rents at 60 to 80% of AMI. Not until I reach 51% can I attract a bank as an equity partner through the community reinvestment credit. So, complete 60 units, lease 31 of them, my equity partner is then available. It's much more efficient. So, I also was made, aware through Dr. Anthony that, your city has delivered a lot of beautiful apartments over the last 4 years, 2,000 units overall in the city a year. Many of those are at a target rent, which is way above the group that this building would need to address. So I don't need to create a building that has rents of $2.50 per square foot. I need to find a way to create a building that has rents in the $1 to $1.50 a square foot range. And, one of the techniques I can use is having a partner like the Urban League to do that because of their non-for-profit status and some of the benefits that brings along. But that's kind of the thinking process. It's taken a while to develop. And then, I also realized that, I don't get that opportunity. Nobody gets that opportunity unless I can get past this particular stage.
Okay, thank you very much. And when it's time, I have a question for staff.
Absolutely, Alder. Alder Rummel, questions for the registrant.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for Kyle.
All right. Kyle DiGiulio.
Yep, I'm here.
Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you, Kyle, for joining us. When you started planning for the warehouse site, did you consider putting in structured parking?
That's a good question. So to provide additional background about kind of how we select sites in the first place, we're doing a number of these across North America. So we have to be very deliberate in the sites that we choose. So first is the obvious one, which is, are there customers in the area that are demanding Amazon packages? And Madison certainly has that. The second is there a talent pool in place that we can literally launch this facility in a timely manner and not deal with kind of a tight employment market? And then the second, which has been discussed today, is the site compliant with the zoning that's in place? Because if we're looking for zoning variances on sites where we're not in approved use, that could obviously slow things down and won't move at the speed that we're looking for. But to answer your question, stacked parking is not necessarily an option that we've pursued. A large reason for that is due to safety concerns. When we initially started doing these facilities, we had reduced the on-site parking by exploring off-site lots, which also we've gone away from just because that adds far too many additional vehicles to the road, and there's just additional safety concerns too. If I was there in person, I'd be happy to kind of show you the overview of the site plan itself and how we have traffic move throughout the interior of the site in a contained environment. So we keep the delivery vans separate from our associate parking. They never cross paths. We take safety very seriously. And so the stacked parking makes it a little bit difficult. So hopefully that answers your question.
Well, not really, because it seems to me that when we ask employers who are wanted to create new jobs about their transit demand management, so it seems to me a question of, you're right next to a bus facility, and I don't really see why you need 700 parking stalls.
For sure. Maybe I missed the
adjacent parcel just for parking.
For sure, and maybe I missed the point of your question. So the reason that there's a high parking requirement is because using the 160 drivers of the vehicles that I mentioned, we allow those drivers to bring their personal vehicles onto our lot, and then they park that vehicle, they leave that vehicle, and they get into the delivery vehicle, rather than having them park off site somewhere potentially nowhere close to the facility and getting in there that way. We'll also, have ample parking for the associates on the site, and then there is some flex within that space as well to account for the obvious seasonality that Amazon has. So when you get towards peak season, basically late October through the holidays, the amount of cars due to increased employment and increased delivery vehicles will go up during that time.
And so, one of the arguments you're making is an economic development one. And so it strikes me how close you are to the Madison, Main, Milwaukee Street Post Office. And actually, I just went there today. I ventured out for the first time in a week to mail something, and they're hiring. So question to me is, why do you need to displace unionized workers with basically gig drivers who may or may not have any security?
So the key part is that, we work very closely with the U.S. Postal Service. So the service we're providing out of this station is not competitive with them. They're a partner of ours. All we're doing is adding additional capacity. So they will maintain, if not increase, the amount of packages that they're delivering for Amazon, either directly through us or through third-party sellers. I think the key component for us too is with the jobs that we're recruiting for inside the facility. We know that there is employment available, and that employment does not necessarily require us poaching from one of our existing partners. It wouldn't be in our interest to do so.
Okay, I do have one more question. So you did sort of lay out some of the criteria for how you looked at parcels. Were there other parcels that you looked at in the city of Madison that could meet all of or most of your requirements?
We looked extensively. So our site selection process is very strict. We did look at other parcels in Madison. None achieved the desired outcomes that we thought the site allowed us to do, including some of the things I mentioned, allowing for the parking on enough space for parking on site, access to kind of major roads as well. So We looked, this isn't the first one we've looked at, but it's definitely the one that we see as the most promising to move forward.
Final question. You mentioned safety concerns for the parking lot. Could you explain a little more about what the safety problems would be? I heard you say to separate the staff from the delivery, but what am I missing?
So it's given that the shift times are different for the associates in the building and then the delivery drivers themselves. As the drivers are coming in and queuing up, if you had a person who's working perhaps a 4-hour part-time shift, driving into the same entryway as them and parking in the same lot as them, we don't like to commingle those two groups at that part of the facility. Certainly people are collaborating in the work environment inside, but if we can reduce people walking through the parking lot when we have vans coming in, as well as some of the flex drivers coming in from the exterior, it's just safer for everybody.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other questions for registrants at this point in time. So we will close that public hearing, and Alder Bedar, I'll turn to you for a motion.
I move to grant the appeal and reverse the decision of the Plan Commission.
Alder Harrington McKinney, a second?
A second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I think we will turn next to staff on this item. I imagine we'll be looking for Ms. Stouter and then either Attorney May or Attorney Strange. So let's start with our planning director.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. First, I just want to set the stage a little bit with what you have before you this evening. And so we're dealing with an appeal by the applicant, again, of a January 27th Plan Commission decision related to 3630 Milwaukee Street. It's a 3-acre parcel in the Industrial Limited Zoning District. That's the IL zoning district within the boundaries of the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan, which was adopted in December of 2018. And the proposal specifically is for access, parking, and stormwater management to serve an adjacent package distribution facility, which you've heard about this evening. These are all permitted uses in the IL zoning district. Again, the proposed use for the property is a permitted use and would typically not be reviewed by the Plan Commission. And so I want to take just a moment to explain how it arrived at Plan Commission. Back in September of 2018, there was a 9,000 square foot commercial building on the property, 3630 Milwaukee Street. That property was approved by the Plan Commission for demolition at that time, but only after requiring that a restrictive covenant be placed on the property to ensure that the Plan Commission would have an opportunity to review any proposed future use at a later date. So if not for the restrictive covenant, this item would not have been before the Plan Commission. Again, it would have been it's a permitted use and would have moved forward without any discretionary review. On January 27th, our staff recommendation acknowledged that the proposal is not consistent with the main future land use concept shown in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. However, importantly, we noted that the proposal is part of a cohesive development supporting normal and orderly development in this area. And staff does believe that it would not be detrimental to the future implementation of plan recommendations further to the west, including the Voigt Farm. In the big picture, I want to just say as the planning division director that our plans are very important to us as staff, and I really appreciate the support that the Plan Commission and Council affords to our adopted plans. They're very important guides to the long-term development and redevelopment of the city. And this is a tough one for us, but having said that, we do deal frequently in the city with the imperfect implementation of these plans. The Plan Commission deals with it. You as council deal with it. We as staff certainly do. We often see plan amendments. We often even see in our adopted plans the development of alternate concepts like the one you can see in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan that take into account the fact that we might not be able to control exactly what happens in a phased process over time. In fact, if you take a look at the alternate land use concept in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan, staff notes that it's actually quite similar to what's proposed and before you this evening. What we try to do with our plans as staff is to elevate the importance of critical connections and land use frameworks that can guide change over time. Generally, that's been if and when the property owner of existing buildings is ready to move on from that use. We sometimes wait years for key demolitions to occur. Think about the Royster Clark site and others too. Sometimes our plans take years or even longer to come to fruition. In this particular case, again, the property owner is choosing not to demolish this building. They're proposing a permitted use on 3630 to support an adjacent permitted use at 3650 via the renovation and reuse of a large and vacant warehouse building. Again, it's a very tough issue for us. But I think that the key consideration here is that really what is proposed on 3630 Milwaukee Street, the 3-acre site, is a permitted use. And furthermore, while it does not directly implement the main Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan concept, and we certainly acknowledge that as staff, we think that it can be compatible with plan recommendations flanking the site itself, so especially thinking further to the west. With this in mind, staff recommended that the Plan Commission, and now we continue to recommend that the council find that the request meets the applicable standards. And I'll be available for questions. I believe that Matt Tucker would also like to speak if possible. And then John.
Mr. Tucker, we'll go to you next.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Just wanted to talk a little bit about the zoning ordinance and the process for this particular development. This development, it sits on an existing site that historically had been a single zoning lot and something that we call a planned multi-use site. And this is defined in our ordinance, and I'm going to summarize it as properties that are submitted to our office for approval for construction, where they have reciprocal or shared parking and access and then drainage and features like that. They're kind of designed to be used as a unit. And these two properties have this historic relationship going forward, dating back decades. This arrangement is very common. If you can think of the malls in our city, those are examples of similar types of development where you have individual ownership lots, and you may cross lot lines and not even notice that you're crossing a lot line, or you may park in a parking area and not know that it is designated to one particular tenant space because the mall has an arrangement for shared use and shared access. Some examples of similar sites as this from a use perspective. There's a FedEx facility out on Hanson Road that was developed across multiple lots, but is a single property. Ultimately, that property was merged into a single development site. The office building complex that is the CUNA Mutual Credit Union facility, I guess that's what it's called, out on Mineral Point Road and Rose Road is another example of a site with multiple buildings, multiple lots, and cross access and connectivity. The Exact Sciences site over on Railvac and Forward Drive is a site that has a lot of surface parking, office buildings. That also has some structured parking spanning across previously multiple individual lots that have been merged into a single lot. This property is currently pending in the city's site plan review. There are 6 agencies that review permitted use projects: city engineering, traffic engineering, the fire department, the engineering mapping group, zoning, and somebody else, can't remember, that are awaiting the final steps to issue an approval so a building permit can be issued for this site, at which time the property would be joined into a single lot and this cross-access and relationship would be broken because it wouldn't be necessary anymore. The purpose of my spiel here is just to kind of explain to you a little bit about how the zoning code works for permitted use sites, that there is a staff review, that the city staff review for Madison General Ordinance, city and state requirements, and to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Strange, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will. I just wanted to draw the council's attention to the memo that I wrote, was attached to the Legistar item number, because just for your reference and reading, if you haven't read it yet, it does sort of briefly summarize the facts that that led to the Plan Commission decision and then to this appeal. It also raises and comments on the legal issue raised by Mr. St. John tonight. And I just want to talk a little bit about both of those. As Heather mentioned, this is a permitted use that became to the Plan Commission by virtue of a restrictive covenant that was required by the Plan Commission when the original demolition approval was granted for the building. And when it went back to the Plan Commission, it went back under the standards that are outlined in my memo. The first standard is, does it conform to the zoning, which is not under dispute here. It does conform to the zoning as a permitted use. The second standard that's contained in our demolition ordinance is that it should be compatible with the local neighborhood area plans. So for purposes of sort of focusing in your analysis tonight, it's really that second standard that's highlighted in the memo regarding compatibility with the neighborhood plan. And that leads to, with our ordinance, that leads to the legal issue raised by Mr. St. John earlier, which is basically, can a permitted use be denied through a demolition ordinance? And it's an issue that they raise, and an issue that we take very seriously, because the Wisconsin Supreme Court in 2008 came out strongly saying that a permitted use is constitutionally protected in Wisconsin, and is a thing that a permitted use is something that you're allowed to do as of right, and is constitutionally protected. And so it's against that backdrop that we're looking at whether or not the demolition ordinance, as it's written and as it's being applied here, can be used to deny an otherwise permitted use. And so raise that issue to say that we don't normally get permitted uses at the council level. Normally with council, you're dealing with allowing permitted uses through zoning text or zoning map amendments, zoning text amendments. But with a permitted use, normally it doesn't get to you because it's permitted, and the property owner gets to do those things as a right. What comes to you more often is a conditional use. And with a conditional use, you get into the kinds of discussions that you're having here with respect to whether it meets plans, whether it meets certain standards. And in that way, you're sort of treating this, and the Plan Commission also treated this more like a conditional use in that discretionary review. And that's why I think they talked about discretionary review in their discussion. But yet our zoning ordinance, which is the law that applies to that parcel, says it's a permitted use. So I do think it's an issue to take seriously. And also to point out that the second standard does say should be compatible, and I think that the reasons given by staff for why it's compatible with that particular standard are certainly applicable here, and could be relied upon should the council decide to reverse the Plan Commission.
All right, thank you, Attorney Strange. We'll go now to questions for staff, and we'll start with Alder Harrington McKinney.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My hand was raised really to have a question with Ruben Anthony, but I will hold and I will come back because I have to reconstruct it. So I'll hold my inquiry after the Alder speaks.
All right. Alder Rummel. Questions for staff? Alder Rummel? We'll come back to Alder Rummel. Alder Carter. Questions for staff?
Yeah, I do. Thank you very much. My question is for Heather. Heather, for this property, the total acreage here is that 14?
So we have the 3-acre site is addressed 3630 Milwaukee Street, and it would be combined with the 13-acre site next door.
And how much, the 3-acre site, if I recall, is the warehouse that's going to be demolished, correct?
So the 13-acre site, the larger site at 3650 Milwaukee Street, is the Swiss Colony warehouse site that would be partially demolished and renovated to become a new package distribution facility. The 3-acre site next to that is a long and narrow parcel that is proposed to be used for parking, access, and stormwater management.
Okay. And then what part of this, and I guess I wrote down that reverse, but what part of this is going to be used for residential then that they're talking about?
Great question. Thank you. Nothing that's before the council this evening has any proposed residential uses. I believe the applicant is trying to share a concept, an idea that they have for the development in the future of the property at 3618 Milwaukee Street. And so that's the property to the west of the subject site that you're focused on today. But that is just a concept. It's something that has not been reviewed by staff, and it's a concept that they're choosing to share with the council to demonstrate how they might develop that site in the future and support further development to the west.
So tonight we are just looking at the employment, the warehouse part of this project.
I mean, to get really narrow tonight, you are focused on the 3-acre, very narrow parcel at 3630 Milwaukee Street, and its use would be for parking, stormwater management, and access, later to be combined with the package distribution facility as the reuse of the Swiss Colony site. But the only parcel that's technically before you and was before the Plan Commission is that really narrow property, 3630 Milwaukee Street.
Okay. And then the comprehensive plan, what was this, what was the vision for this property?
So the vision in the comprehensive plan, and more importantly, in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan, which is much more detailed, was that in the future, at some point, this property would be redeveloped and utilized for mixed use close to Milwaukee Street, and then a variety of residential uses on the northern portion of the property. And so the main land use concept shown in that Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan, again, has a mix of community mixed use and residential uses. There was an alternate land use concept included in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan that envisioned a large commercial use moving into this property, and still residential and mixed use to the west.
Okay, thank you, Heather.
Yep.
Thank you, Alder. All right, Alder Rummel, you're back.
I am. Thank
We're
you.
at questions for staff.
Thank you. Sorry I missed you. So I would like to have us really understand this legal notion of a historic relationship, because that's the whole argument for why we should let this go forward. Everyone's focused on all the other things about this project, the site that has Swiss Colony, the potential at 3618, but 3630 is proposed to be entirely parking and stormwater. So if these parcels are currently not owned by the same owner, but according to Mr. Tucker, they're in a zoning lot, how do we, I know there's an easement, but I don't really understand, and help me, when does this historic relationship ever go away if there's not an active industrial use? Like, there's nothing going on at Swiss Colony since 2018. The Ritter property has maybe been accessory parking, but no building and use has been there for a really long time. And they're not owned by the same entity. And so I just really don't understand, like, why it is that the use on one parcel can then determine that another parcel has it completely filled up with parking. If they were totally separate properties without this relationship, we wouldn't let them build a parking lot to fill up a whole site. So I'm struggling with why, I get the permitted use of parking, and I get the IL zoning. I understand all that. I know there's only one way in. You could build more ways in, but there is not only one way in. And I just really don't understand why this historic relationship is like triggers all these like assumptions about what can go forward. Thank you.
Mr. Tucker, I believe that's for you.
Sure, I'll take a shot at it. Well, once again, this is a permitted use. We don't know until someone presents something to us how it might intersect with the zoning ordinance. It is entirely possible that a development could come forward on one or both of these lots, or the lots could be split into more lots. And what could be presented to us is properties that don't have any cross-access connectivity, any shared drainage, any of the types of characteristics that would trigger what we call the planned multi-use site or the broader zoning lot. Really, this situation involves basically a vacant property, 3630, and a developed property that currently has no tenant in it, 3650. And the request in front of us that is pending through site plan review would be to merge those into a single development site. When the boundary of the development site changes from 2 to 1, there's no longer a necessity for cross access. There's no longer a necessity for shared parking. Because the property is one. It's not two independent, separately owned properties. The cross access basically allows someone to drive or walk or ride their bike from one property to the other without a physical barrier or separation. And that's a requirement in our ordinances when you develop these properties in this sort of compact fashion or this reciprocal or shared use fashion. So we're just reactive in many ways as to how a project is presented to us, and then we would push it through our zoning code and our ordinances to respond accordingly. And what we have in front of us is a permitted use package delivery facility that has parking, drainage, buildings on one lot, not two, one lot. Once they're in common ownership and merged into a single lot.
I would like to hear Attorney Strange define what's the legal argument for a historic relationship that doesn't have any activity on it?
Mr. Tucker, or do you want the attorney to try that one?
John Strange is going to take that one.
Attorney Strange, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. I couldn't unmute because I said I couldn't unmute. Sure. So I think it's important to realize that the zoning on this lot didn't change. So if I understand your question correctly, you have the Swiss Colony that was using the Swiss Colony was on one lot. On the other lot, there is a cross-access easement that engineering looked at and showed the historical relationship and the existence of the cross-access easement going back to like 1968, I think it was, showing aerial shots of the use of those properties back and forth through there. And I think the answer to your question is, as long as the property is zoned IL, there's no reason to say that the right to use the property in that way would change in any way. If we were to rezone it to something that wouldn't allow those kinds of uses, or then they would not be able to do something that would be similar to what was there before in the IL. And maybe it would help to read the definition of planned multi-use site that's in the zoning code, because it specifically contemplates this concept of multiple parcels. A specified area of land comprised of one or more contiguous ownership parcels or building sites that share access and circulation or off-street parking. And so when, at the beginning, I think when zoning asked for the cross-access easement and sent it to engineering to confirm that it applied to those parcels, including the third parcel, but applied to those two, specifically those two parcels, it showed that the historic relationship was there for those two parcels to be used together as a planned multi-use site. And the zoning on those parcels didn't change. And so nothing would have come across to make that a non-conforming use or to a use that wouldn't be permitted there. It's something that if Swiss Colony wanted to come back in and start up again, they could do that. Use the cross-access easements exactly how it's been. And so I think those are two key things to perhaps answer your question.
I have one follow-up question, and maybe it's for Mr. Tucker. But if it were one parcel, as you're saying they're moving towards that, would we have any other staff review of a huger site that's, a large percentage of parking, even if it's being managed for water and stormwater?
I think the question is, if I could just repeat it so I understand, if it was one site, would we have a review of the site?
Right. Would we have an additional review other than saying, oh, you just have a right to do this?
Oh, anytime any site is being changed, there's a review process. Site plan review occurs anytime that there is a site change, down to basically putting a bike rack in a property. You're going to need to go through a site plan review where the city's reviewing agencies, the 6 that I mentioned, would have an opportunity to review the project for compliance with Madison General Ordinance.
So they bypass that review by doing this in this way, as opposed to starting after the CSM is adopted by the council and having been reviewed by the Plan Commission.
No, not at all. Actually, the site plan review is pending and it's awaiting approval. It's been through the city review agency and it has some final technical code requirements that need to be satisfied, and it can be approved. One of which is basically merging it into a single lot so they no longer need the cross-access and shared parking arrangement. If they kept the two properties separate, they would need that. And I can kind of show this on a map if people want to see it, if they want me to screen share.
Just one more question, I'll let others talk. So I thought I heard you say that if it were a CSM process, that there would be more review. And I understood, because I serve on the Plan Commission, that the Plan Commission would review a certified survey map. And maybe, they're not usually routine, but that could be an opportunity to look at the redevelopment of that site in more detail than two permitted uses that are just happen to have this zoning demolition quirk that got them back at Plan Commission.
Well, I'm not going to claim to be an expert on certified survey maps. Maybe Heather can fill in a little bit of the detail on this, but a certified survey map basically is another way to describe a lot of record. A lot of record is a zoning reference. It is something that sits at the Register of Deeds office. And this property sits as a lot of record with a meets and bounds description, which is kind of the outside of the property in dimensions. And it doesn't have a certified survey map, which is actually kind of like a platting tool. And that's another way that we handle easements and things like that need to be released and dedicated. I'm not aware of any significant development-related restrictions that are on CSMs outside of sometimes there are mapped setbacks and other things, but there's typically not zoning-related restrictions on certified survey maps. But Heather could probably add a little more to that.
Just does it go to Plan Commission? That would be a good answer to hear.
Oh, yes, all the CSMs go to the Plan Commission. They can also be approved administratively, I believe, without going to Plan Commission, and they all go to the council too.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Ms. Stouter, did you want to add anything to that answer?
I guess only to say that if this was just a certified survey map, it would be one that would go to council because they all do, but it would be one that we would view as administrative review. It wouldn't rise to the level of needing anything from the Plan Commission because it would simply be combining two properties in the same zoning district. And so I think I'll add that to Matt's answer.
All right, thank you very much. Alder Rummel, any other questions?
Oh, I have lots, but it's somebody else's turn.
Okay. Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thank you. My question's for Attorney Strange. Attorney Strange, thanks for trying to kind of help us focus on the issue at hand here. We've heard a lot from the registrants about a lot of the components of the proposed project, and I think it's good to clarify that the normal kinds of thinking on this we're usually dealing with conditional use questions, and that's not all what's on our agenda here tonight, but rather, I think, as you said, a very narrow question around the demolition permit process. I was hoping you could just, again, clarify what the standards are that are required in the demolition ordinance, and if you could maybe even just kind of clarify the specific language and maybe perhaps what the Plan Commission decision referenced in terms of when they found that the standards were not met.
Sure. I'm going to try something here that nobody's tried yet. I'm going to try to do a screen share. So just bear with me for a second because that may be easier than me reading something to you.
Just a note to people, while the screen sharing is on, if you'd like to raise your hand, you need to exit full screen mode by clicking escape if you're on a desktop. And then you'll have the regular controls that you had before. Otherwise, you can save your questions till after.
Okay, can you see that, Alder Foster?
Something weird happened to my screen, but I'm going to see. I think I can.
Is it showing up? If not, I won't waste time.
It is showing up for at least some of us.
Okay. All right. Well, for those of you who can see it, in the memo that I provided, I did sort of cut out the specific standards in the demolition ordinance that the Plan Commission looked at and kind of narrowed them down into the two critical ones that I think were part of the key part of the decision for the Plan Commission. The first one there, if you can see it, it's number 1. And the reason, if you look above, it says applications with a proposed future use. That's the one we're using because, as Heather explained, when this initially came in, there was no proposed future use. But those standards say that when there's no proposed future use, the Plan Commission can require them to come back in which case you use the standards as if there is a future use. So that's how we get to this subsection A. And you can see the first one talks about how the zoning administrator finds that the proposed use of the property can you have a zoning certificate? In other words, that it complies with the zoning of the property. And that was not an issue with the Plan Commission because, as Matt has said, the use of the property is a permitted use. But if you go down to number 2, the second standard, and both of these need to be met in order for the standards to be met. The second one says that the Plan Commission finds that both the requested demolition or removal and the proposed use are compatible with the purpose of the section and intent and purpose expressed in the zoning code. And furthermore, the proposed use should be compatible with adopted neighborhood plans. So that sentence right there really is the one that you guys are talking about tonight. And it's the one that Mr. St. John referenced in his statement with respect to the language of should be compatible But again, furthermore, proposed use should be compatible with the neighborhood plan. So at the Plan Commission, staff's memo recommended that it is compatible with the neighborhood plans, because if you kind of keep looking down there, you'll see that one of the some of the considerations that can be taken into consideration when evaluating that standard are whether the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding properties could be advanced through whatever is being proposed. And Heather's already talked about that, and it's in their memo. Plan Commission simply looked at it and said, well, it says it's supposed to be compatible with the neighborhood plans, and and this is not, because the neighborhood plans for this particular parcel contemplate something other than what's being proposed here. And that was really the basis of the Plan Commission decision. And because of the word should be there, sort of the discretionary nature of that, I think it's not a shall, it's not a must, it's a should. And I think staff looked at it and said that this standard can be satisfied because of the reasons that they said. And the Planning Commission just disagreed with that and said, no, on its face, it's not compatible with the neighborhood plan. So we're going to say the standard hasn't been met. So that's kind of a summary. I think that's what you wanted, a summary of kind of what the Planning Commission did and what the standards are that you're looking at tonight. Is that?
Yes, thank you. And then I don't know if you have the full ordinance available in the memo or not. I can't remember. I think this question, so you kind of pointed out that there's a question around, well, it says should be compatible, which isn't the same as shall be compatible. So there's, I think, some question of, how big of a deal is compatibility with the plans. In that section that you had up, it looks like it's gone now.
Yeah,
I think it also mentioned something about the purpose or intent of the demolition ordinance.
Correct.
Wondering if you have that by chance, because when I look at that, there's the statement in the statement of purpose. I think it also mentions adopted city plans. I was hoping you could share what that states as well, since that standard is referencing the purpose of the ordinance.
I don't have that in a screen share capable way, but I have it in front of me on my lap here, so I can.
Great, that would be good. Thank you.
Subsection 1 talks in the statement of purpose talks about the purpose of this section, and the section they're referring to as demolition. To aid in the implementation of adopted city plans, protected neighborhood character, preserve historic buildings, encourage reuse and relocation of existing buildings, encourage buildings falling into a state of repair, et cetera. So that's the purpose section of the demolition ordinance.
And you broke up at least a little bit for me. Can you just read again? The first thing that it says in the purpose was what?
It says, well, it's not the very first thing, but I think the thing that you're looking for, it's actually the second sentence. It says, the purpose of this section is to aid in the implementation of adopted city plans, protect neighborhood character, preserve historic buildings, encourage the reuse and or relocation of existing buildings, discourage buildings falling into a state of severe disrepair.
So how do you connect that? So, and the one that you shared earlier, which had the should be, in that language, it was saying consistent with the purpose of the overall demolition ordinance. And there it says aid in the implementation of. Can you also look in section 7B2? I think there's also language around city plans there as well. And so this would be the section, I believe, where there is no proposed use, which is what was used as a standard the first time this went through, when they were actually asking for the demolition.
Okay. Well, this would have been, so B2 says, for a non-residential building, the Planning Commission finds that the use, bulk, and design requirements of the existing zoning district designation are adequate to ensure the development will conform to existing adopted city plans.
Yeah, just that last sentence again. Yeah, I think it's helpful.
For non-residential building, the Plan Commission finds that the use, bulk, and design requirements of the existing zoning district designation are adequate to ensure that development will conform to existing adopted city plans.
Okay.
That's in the no proposed use section. So that's what would have applied back in 2018 when they initially attached the restrictive covenant. But then through the restrictive covenant, we get back to, it's almost like it's just one giant demolition approval. And when they go back, it's that they now have that proposed future use. And so that's how we get back to the other section of standards.
Understood. Thank you. Just trying to, I think at the heart of this decision is sort of how important is compatibility with or assistance with or aiding implementation of our adopted city plans. There's one other reference that I found in this ordinance I just wanted you to confirm. So this is in section 8B. This is related to any alterations in plans for a proposed alternative use. So if you would be able to just read that section as well, where it talks about, again, neighborhood plans.
You're talking about subsection B, 8B?
Yeah, correct.
All right, it says if the Plan Commission considers an alteration, it shall approve the changes only if the new use is compatible with the intent and purpose of the zoning district in which the property is located, is compatible with the comprehensive plan, and is applicable with the neighborhood plan. And that's a shall.
Great. Thank you. I think my only other question is related to the deed restriction. So again, that's kind of what brought this issue in front of the Plan Commission at all. Can you just again explain why that deed restriction is on the property and sort of the circumstances behind how it got there?
Sure. So our demolition ordinance is the city's demolition ordinance in the zoning code is relatively unique in that it does split up this as compared to other cities, splits up proposed future uses with no proposed future uses. And what the Plan Commission did in this case is, because there was no plan, there was no future use when the demolition came in, it required as a condition of granting the demolition approval that the owner of the property execute a restrictive covenant to place on the property that would require anything that happened on 5630 to come back to the Plan Commission for approval. So that's how it got back to the Plan Commission on the issue of 5630.
So just to kind of,
and when I say 5630, I mean 5630 Milwaukee Street.
3630, yeah. So the owners of that property a year and a half or so ago requested a permit to demolish their structure. They had no proposed future use. They were in front of the Plan Commission. The Plan Commission looked at the standards at the time, said there's no future use. We're not willing to grant a permit for demolition unless the applicant was willing to put on the deed restriction on their property that would require them to come back to the Plan Commission for approval once a future use was determined. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know about the willing part. I mean, as I understand the scenario, there was a building that was in pretty bad disrepair on that property, and it was actually either under orders or was going to be under orders from building inspection to repair. And I think the owner of the property just decided or was advised to just demolish it instead of make those repairs, because there wasn't really any reason to make the repairs to the building that they didn't necessarily intend to use anymore. So they came to the Plan Commission because our demolition ordinance is in our zoning code. They asked for demolition approval. And I don't know that saying that they were willing to attach the condition, that doesn't really make a lot of difference. I mean, when there's an approval, the approving body can attach a condition like that, whether the applicant wants it or not, and then they obviously have the ability to appeal that condition if they want to. They didn't do that in this case, and so that's how it got back.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Alder Foster. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions of staff. So we will move. We do have the attorney wishing to speak, however. Attorney May?
I wanted to speak before you start your debate, just to make very clear the point that was raised by the applicant and that John alluded to in his memo and otherwise. Under Wisconsin law, your zoning code trumps your plan. And this is a permitted use under the zoning code. So that's the point that was made by the attorneys at the beginning. And we have all the references to being compatible with our various plans, but the fact is it's a permitted use under our zoning code. The plan is not part of our zoning code. It's something different, something we aspire to. And really, if you want to avoid these situations, what you have to do is, if your plan says that we want this sort of use here, then you should modify the zoning code so it matches your plan. To the extent there's a problem here, it's because they are incompatible, necessarily incompatible, and the code is going to trump it. So I didn't want people to lose track of that as you go forward with the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney. I believe that you have sparked a question from Alder Foster. Alder Foster.
Thank you. Yes, it did spark. Your first of all, yes, I agree. We should have changed the zoning district. But to your point about the sort of legal nature of adopted plan, I believe I understand that part of it. But is the demolition ordinance itself is ordinance, is law, correct?
Yeah, well, and the plan is, to the extent it's been adopted by you, right? They're all laws. The question is what takes precedence.
Right. Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. So adopting a plan is part of law when we adopt it, but the elements of the plan are not law. There's no, just by having an adopted plan, that doesn't require something to happen, I think is the point, right? It's the plan itself is not law. Was your point to us?
I wouldn't put it that way, Alder Foster. I think your plan is adopted by you. It's a legislative enactment. It's the law. The demolition code is also an enactment, but none of those were enacted the same way that your zoning code is, and with the procedures and the zoning code with a permitted use in the zoning code, our courts have been very clear that that is a right entitled to the owner, and it's a constitutional right. And that's, I want everybody to be aware of that risk that's out there, as you go forward and debate these things. And I understand your points about some of the things about being compatible with the plan, et cetera. And it doesn't, I agree with you, it doesn't seem to be compatible, but the zoning code says this is a permitted use. And they could just, normally they would just go in and pull the permit. They wouldn't be in front of the plan commission or anyone. So that's my point.
Thank you. I guess my follow-up is, and maybe this is my misunderstanding, but so chapter 28 is our zoning code ordinance, and the approval of demolition is a subchapter of that. It's part of subchapter 28L, right? 28.185. The demolition ordinance is part of our zoning ordinance, correct?
Yes. I'm not certain that it actually tells you whether you have a permitted or conditional use or anything like that. It's a procedure in our zoning code.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Alder. And Alder Rummel, additional questions for staff?
Yeah, for Attorney May. So, I know that it's like the staff, message to us is it's a permitted use in the zoning code. I hear you. But again, is it a permitted use in the zoning code if you didn't have this planned multi-use site to fill a parcel with a parking lot? There's no building, you know, if it were just separate from its history, if it were just one lot, could you build just a parking lot?
I think parking is a permitted use, but I do think it has to be connected with some other use. And that's why the connection between these two lots is so important.
Correct. So when I look again at the zoning lots and planned multi-use sites that Mr. Tucker mentioned under the first letter A of the definition, it says a planned multi-use site as defined shall have a plan and reciprocal land use agreement approved by the traffic engineer, city engineer, and director of planning and community development, recorded in the office of the Dane County Register of Deeds. Now, I have seen the easement, but is there a plan or is that has been recorded that was approved by all those city entities that you're going to say it makes this a related site? Can we see that plan?
Well, I think to the extent it's there, John may want to correct me on this, but I think the easement and the use of that easement is the plan.
So that's how you would define a plan, is a bunch of private relationships among two property owners that we apparently have no right over, but it's a plan that we've approved as the city engineer, the traffic engineer, director of planning. It's a private arrangement. It's an easement.
Although I believe Mr. Tucker wants to take a stab at answering your question.
Yes, it's a good question. The city has wrestled with this in the past. Our old zoning code actually was amended specifically to firm up the ability for the city staff to approve the cross-access and cross-parking agreements that effectuate a planned multi-use site. Our old zoning code had some language that wasn't as great. It was amended sometime in the 90s to actually, or the late 80s, to make it much more consistent with the rules today. This site existed well before that. So the easement was in place that allowed for the cross-access and connectivity, but it didn't meet what I would call a contemporary standard. But today, it's really not relevant because the project that they're proposing is not a standalone parking lot. It's not two separate developments. It's a single lot that encompasses both of the two existing lots at 3630 and 3650 Milwaukee Street.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alder. I now believe we have no further alders wishing to ask questions of staff. Excellent. So that will bring us to discussion and debate. The motion is to grant the appeal and it has been seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Foster.
Thank you. And my apologies that we've all had to suffer through this. I think it was 2+ hours at Plan Commission. It's a really sticky issue, very complicated, I think, even for the experts in the room. And so I appreciate everyone trying to wrestle along with it. I do believe at the heart of this issue is the question of property rights versus the rights that we have as a city for land use planning. And we haven't really talked a lot about those tonight, but we are granted extraordinary rights as a city to make plans and to carry those plans out. In this case, I think we made a mistake in that we spent a lot of energy and engaged a lot of residents and put a lot of great work into a special area plan where planning staff, I would say, expressed tremendous enthusiasm with the opportunity that's in front of us for this area. So this is the area close to Woodman's East that includes the Voigt Farm area, as well as the 3 parcels that we're talking about tonight. And the enthusiasm, I think, came from the really tremendous once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do a infill development that would create a significant number of housing units. And not just a significant number of housing units, but a significant number of housing units that are relatively close in the city, that are served extremely well by public transit, which is something that we don't get very often. And often we're looking at and approving projects that are quite far out and that are going to be very difficult for us to service with mass transit, particularly for affordable housing. It's a real issue. We didn't change our zoning of these parcels after we approved that plan. And in my opinion, we absolutely should have. I've talked with staff about this, and as far as I can tell, we don't have a practice of doing that, and I think it's something we really need to take a hard look at, because while it may not be a huge issue when we're doing a neighborhood development plan on a greenfield site where it's just farmland, I think the feeling is we don't really have to do that rezoning, because if and when redevelopment occurs, they'll need to come to us and ask for that rezoning. In this case, these parcels, two of these parcels were zoned industrial. And the plan very clearly does not call for industrial use in these parcels or in any other parcels in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. And I think it was a significant oversight that we did not rezone these parcels following the approval of the plan. And that is something that's absolutely within our rights as a city. This is not something that we needed to get permission from the property owners. We have a right to rezone to anything we want to rezone it to, and we should have rezoned it consistent with the plan that we adopted, but we didn't. And but for the demolition of the building on the 3630 site and the deed restriction that was required to allow for that demolition, we wouldn't be having this conversation, and we couldn't say no to this project, even though it's inconsistent, and I would say very much incompatible with the goals of the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. But we do have a demolition ordinance that I would say very wisely does require compatibility with our adopted plans. And in this case, it's very clear, staff has said it, the Plan Commission found that this proposed use, a warehouse distribution center with over 700 parking stalls, that is going to take the place of what could be over 400 units of housing, is not at all compatible with that plan. And it is part of our ordinances that it must be in order for us to grant the demolition permit. The Plan Commission reviewed this and voted overwhelmingly to say this does not meet the standards. This is not compatible with the adopted plan, and they voted to deny the permits. It's clear why this is a good deal for the property owners. It's clear why it's a good deal for Amazon. It's clear why it's a good deal for the Urban League and their opportunity to work with Amazon. But this is not a good deal for the city of Madison, and not just for the adjacent neighborhoods. This is really about one of our primary goals, which is to construct a huge amount of needed housing. And this is a location where that can happen. So I urge you very strongly to vote no on this. Respect the work that has gone into the planning. We do have the right. It's in our ordinances. And please affirm the Plan Commission's decision and vote no tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to make sure that I'm focused on what I heard. This is a permitted use by zoning ordinance. And had we not had a building that was dilapidated, in a state of disrepair, and under orders to either repair or demolish, and the owners chose to demolish it, it would not have even come before the Planning Commission. It has been said over and over again that we erred, or there was an error, and the zoning should have been corrected, but it was not. The speakers tonight, the attorney speaking with the owners was lightly saying what has been said all night is that it is by zoning code under permitted use. Now, why would a West Side alder be involved in this in the first place? Well, let me tell you why. Dr. Ruben Anthony reached out to me because he had been trying to have these conversations that has been taking us 2 hours to work through. I want to make sure that that lands. And the reason that I stepped into it is because of the partnership between the Urban League and Exact Science in making the Employment and Training Center a huge success. That partnership has been amazing, not just for just for District 1 Alder, but for the West Side. The partnership, the commitment, the training has been phenomenal. That's why I stepped into it. And so I am going to support the repeal of that because the potential of housing, mixed use, and workforce housing, when we talk about affordable housing, sometimes housing is not affordable. We have the opportunity to step into this plan. Now, at every stage, we do have the opportunity to go through that approval process. That is so important to realize. But I heard some opportunities and some potentials tonight that I had not heard. The only thing that I had heard was a parking lot with stalls. I saw the imagination of something that can create a nucleus of affordable housing, job opportunities, employment opportunities. I heard a range of things that could be possible. But the reality of it is we don't get to stage B. Stage B is not before us. Step A is before us. And if step A does not happen, which is the repeal of the Planning Commission, we won't get to step B. And so I'm supporting this. I'm asking that my colleagues really look at this as an opportunity. Could it have been better? Yes. Is it perfect? No. But in terms of the legality of what is what is before us is that very simple, that this is a zoning permitted use. And that is what we should be looking at and dealing with tonight. And I ask my colleagues to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting this tonight, and here's why. I was struck by what Lou Host Jablonski said, who is the one resident who spoke up, the one individual who represents the interests and concerns of the immediate neighborhood. And he said something that I found really instructive and helped me make my decision. And the question is, does the zoning code serve the interests of the adopted neighborhood plan? Or is the neighborhood plan de facto subservient to the zoning code? And my concern is that these neighborhood plans require so much input from residents. I know what it's like to have the city threatened with a lawsuit when the long-term express interests of a neighborhood are held in the balance. I also know how much effort the city went in to putting together the comprehensive plan, which states that neighborhoods are the building blocks of our city. When residents get together and spend countless hours in putting forth their vision for their own community and giving that input in good faith, it's a travesty when a large corporation can come in and threaten to sue. There is nothing in our decision about affordable housing. That to me is a last minute addition to the discussion. It's actually a textbook definition of gaslighting. It takes us away from the decision that we need to make tonight. This large corporation does not have a good track record in terms of how they treat their employees. The 60 Minutes special recently talked about what it's like to work on an Amazon distribution floor. And just today, the mayor of New York City, Bill de Blasio, announced that he was going to investigate the treatment of an Amazon employee who was fired for complaining about coronavirus on the work floor and had led a job action in which several of his fellow employees had walked out. I believe that it's the role of us on City Council to pay attention to neighborhood concerns. I think it's the role of us on Common Council to give credence to these neighborhood plans and to the work that goes into them. And I agree with Lou Host Jablonski. The question before us really is when a neighborhood puts all that time into casting forth a vision and are supported by staff to be able to have some ownership in the quality of life in their immediate neighborhood, that we as a council should respond to that. And I believe that's what Plan Commission did. They responded to that. And that's why at a 6-2 vote, with all alders voting but the majority, rejected this attempt to railroad this project through. So I ask you, fellow council members, to listen to the residents in this area along Milwaukee Street and their vision for the future and not let that be stolen from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Next, we have Alder Carter.
Thank you. I am going to support the appeal. And the reason why I'm going to support the, excuse me, the reason why I'm going to support the appeal is based on what both Matt Tucker said and Attorney Strange has said. But one more thing, as much as we talk about affordable housing, we need to talk about job training, because you can't afford the rent if you don't get a paycheck. And in this city, there's not a lot of on-the-job training. And on-the-job training leads to a career. And I'm torn, and I want to thank the depth of what Alder Foster said, because I am torn between supporting the neighborhood and having this project go forward. However, I know how much and how important, I should say, job training is for many, many people in this city. I know that making $15 an hour is like making $100,000 an hour to many, many people in this city. And I am going to go ahead and support the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I was one of those three alders. Oh no, of course I ate peanuts and now I have to talk. Who voted against the proposal that we're now looking at for appeal. And I want to take you back to the Milwaukee Street area plan, because although it's literally not my district, it's right next door. And I have to say that even before I was elected, the future of the Voigt property has been a very, very important issue for those surrounding neighborhoods. It is like a precious jewel of green space. It offers opportunities for wildlife. It offers opportunities for, sustainable development and infill. And that Milwaukee Street area plan looked at that parcel, the Milwaukee Street corridor, along the more industrial and commercial uses, including Woodman's and behind Woodman's. And there were many large neighborhood meetings. Once I think it was during a tornado or something. We were in a school and it was kind of like scary, right, Dan? I know you were there listening. You were there. So yeah, we went through a lot to get to this plan, and there was a vision. So having said that, and you're like, yeah, we know that, it's a plan, but it's not. It's a guide only. It's only a guideline, not a law, right? And we've heard that, some of us who have been around for a long time. But we do have discretion as the council member and as the plan commission. I mean, if this were just like a linear decision, Matt could have made it, but no, it had to go to the plan commission because of our zoning code standards for demolition. And when it was demolished without a future use, we made them come back and show us the use. Now, you could argue that the proposed use is a permitted use, and I don't actually dispute that, but I dispute whether or not it's really like a meaningful relationship historically. It seems like it's severed. If you recall, the very first speaker said that one of the properties had been for sale for 20 years. It's not like actively, I mean, they have a cross easement, but it's not like it's an active, a multi-site use that has activity. But even if that's just irrelevant, what is relevant is back to the zoning standards. And that's what the standards for application with a proposed use. And I know you don't have it in front of it, but since I'm on the plan commission, I have my own personal copy that I keep with me in my living room. And under number 7A2A is what I want to draw your attention to. I'm sure none of you are going to look, but because it's not accessible. And here's the key point for me. The effects of the proposed demolition or removal and proposed use of the subject property would have on the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties. Now, staff made the argument that the surrounding properties was, the Swiss Colony site. And yeah, that's an orderly development if it was mentioned in the special area plan. But if you look at what we hope for, strive for the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties, it's a larger area. And does this really do that? And I think you have a discretion to decide that it does not do that. And so I know you may not agree with me, but I really think it's not like so cut and dried, or it wouldn't even be here because Matt would have decided. We as council have some apply standards, and they do give us, they said, when making the finding, the commission shall consider and may give decisive weight to any of the relevant facts, including but not limited to, and again, letter A is the first one, the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding properties. I really, as much as we all want affordable housing, Alder Foster talked about the bigger plan for housing in that area, but even if you were like to get excited about the 3618, you're saying affordable housing should go next to a 700 car parking lot. That it just seems ridiculous. We're struggling to have making sure units that serve families have outdoor space, have play space, have all these things, but you would put it right next to an industrial zone site, which that's something. To the point that somebody said it's mixed use. No, it's not mixed use. It's an industrial use. It's not a mixed use. That's commercial on the ground floor and housing above, or that kind of thing. So anyway, you do have some authority to give decisive weight to what will constitute the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Alder Rummel, I also have my copy of Plan Commission Standards of Approval that I carry with me everywhere I go. And I've been referencing it a lot this evening, and I am not, as on Plan Commission, I will not support this appeal. And I think it's a very narrow discussion that we should have been having. While I think the opportunity for affordable housing and working with the Urban League is fantastic, and that I really just think that the area plan is so important with regard to the demolition standards of approval as Alder Foster laid out. And I think those are the only issues that we should be considering. So I'm sticking with what I did on Plan Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman. Oh, sorry, Alder Furman. You should be unmuted now.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be really quick. I agree to some respects with Alder Heck in the sense that this is a narrow. This should have been a much narrower discussion. What's going to happen here in the future, or even employment, is really not what we're talking about right now. What we're talking about is a zoning question, and then whether or not we believe, because the plan was not codified into zoning, whether or not we believe that because of that change that the Plan Commission made with the demolition, whether or not we believe that this development matches the plan. Staff believes it does. Obviously, the Plan Commission disagreed, and that's our decision, in my opinion. I think we as a city are learning that if we want to codify plans, we should be codifying them into zoning. That it works a lot better than just hoping that is adhered to. So I think there's a lot of different things that have been talked about tonight, but hopefully people understood it doesn't mean you need to agree, but understood what the lawyers were saying in the sense of there's a very narrow decision that we need to make this evening. And I will be voting to agree with the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Alboros.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The only reason I'm going to go on and talking tonight is that the appeal, from my understanding, does require action of a 2/3 vote from the council. And so from my perspective, as legal counsel has shared with us, that at the end of the day, this is a very narrow topic and it's talking about permitted use. And it's clear that this is a space in which this project could and should move forward. And I understand that we as alders do have discretion, but there could be potential legal recourse, and they probably have a really strong standing for doing such in the event that we strike this down this evening. So again, I'm in support of the appeal. And then obviously it sounds like in the event that this transpires, there are conversations in place, preliminary partnerships in place that will ensure, and that we as a body can also deliberate on to ensure that what happens in the forthcoming, if we appeal what the Plan Commission had already took action on, that this could be a project that could be promising. So I'd encourage my colleagues to vote yes in terms of the appeal for the Plan Commission's previous action. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde.
So I am going to support the appeal. I think we have some issues with our zoning. We dealt with Edgewood area just not long ago. So these problems are out there, and as we go, we will run into them. Reality is that based off of all the testimonies that I've had, I think there's a lot of opportunity for housing, a lot of opportunity for employment, even though that is not on the table. And so I do see this as an opportunity for the older there, particularly to work with this Amazon company to make that place, in fact, a good employment place and also a housing place. So what is important in this vote, I think, tonight is the fact that if we vote this down, then we are saying no to housing and we are saying no to employment. I always doubt corporations. I mean, I am very skeptical always about corporation, but a little difference, at least from what I understand with Amazon, is that they come to provide opportunity for entrepreneurs. So they mentioned just about 24 full-time employees, and the rest of the people are basically contractors, people who own their own businesses, pay taxes and things like that. So I really would urge my colleagues to support this. Majority of you have said that this, or many of you have said that this is a narrow discussion. I agree. And so let's give it an opportunity to move forward. And I think the older, like I said, have an opportunity to work with this company along with the council and staff to make this a better place. We have to hold big corporations accountable. In many cases, they're very focused on their own profit. But I think as a council, we have always tried to do our best to make sure that we hold them accountable. So I would appeal to everybody to really support this, and let's move it forward and see what product we can make out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Abbas.
Thank you. I'm going to support that appeal as well because of two reasons. First is the legal standpoint, which mentioned by our attorney, and second, some of my colleagues mentioned here. I can definitely also see an opportunity working with affordable housing, with Urban League, and also economic development. Of course, I understand community feedback is really important as my district is going through a special area plan process as well as economic development goes along with affordable housing. For me personally, I'm not a big fan of Amazon Flex, but this is my personal opinion. But there is definitely opportunity for neighbors to provide their feedback on this opportunity. I know there is a more margin of improvement. They can work with the Amazon in future, but at the moment we are reviewing the legal standpoint, and I will encourage my elders to favor in appeal. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I'm going to be super quick because we have a lot of meeting ahead of us. It brings me no joy, but I am going to support the appeal solely based on the legal standing and the concerns that I had originally voiced at Plan Commission and then waffled. It seems clear that this is a permitted use in industrial limited, and as much as we'd like to move along with the neighborhood plans, we don't have the legal standing here. This is a permitted use, and zoning supersedes plans, unfortunately. So I will be supporting the appeal.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. I will be supporting this project, and will be voting to overturn the Plan Commission decision. That said, I think it's a great opportunity, and I did speak with Dr. Ruben Anthony. I like what he brings to the table. I like the opportunities for the people it will employ and the opportunities of keeping this economic engine of the city running and returning some badly needed revenue. That said, I'm also sensitive to the plan, the neighborhood plan. And I do believe that the legal arguments that were raised are valid, and I do agree with them. And that helps me to make this decision. I also think that there's great opportunities here for affordable housing and affordable jobs. I mean, working class jobs. And I think that's important. And I also think that this is not going to have a negative impact on the area, as some might think, just by my knowledge of what this project is going to mean. I do think that this is a very narrow decision, and I respect Alder Foster for fighting for the plan. I think it's a good plan, and I think there's still opportunities for more affordable housing to the west. But at that point, I will be supporting this project.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rohr.
Yeah, I just also wanted to say that I don't like Amazon, and I think they're skeevy, and I feel like we keep putting ourselves in this position where, like Edgewood, they were doing something that we didn't like, and we still have to approve it because of the legal implications and the way that we don't put our neighborhood and our plans into zoning. So yeah, we need to get better at that. That's all.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to be recognized. So we will, I knew it was too good to last. Oh, wait, it went away. All right, I have no other alders in the queue wishing to be recognized. So we will move to a vote. The motion was to grant the appeal. 14 aye votes are required for passage. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of appeal, of granting the appeal? I see multiple objections, so we will go to a roll call vote. So again, the motion is to grant the appeal. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you all, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Bidar.
Aye.
Alder Bidar, aye. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Foster.
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman.
Aye.
Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck, no. Alder Hennick.
Aye.
Alder Hennick, aye. Alder Kemble.
No.
Alder Kemble, no. Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin.
Aye.
Alder Martin, aye. Alder Moreland.
Aye.
Alder Moreland, aye. Alder Rohr.
Aye.
Alder Rohr, aye. Alder Rummel.
No.
Alder Rummel, no. Alder Skidmore.
Aye.
Alder Skidmore, aye. Alder Tierney.
Aye.
Alder Tierney, aye. Alder Verveer.
No.
Alder Verveer, no. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Alburas.
Aye.
Alder Alburas, aye. Alder Balde.
Aye.
Alder Balde, aye.
Sorry, clerk, I had muted you again.
Oh, I'm sorry. 14 ayes, 6 noes.
14 ayes, so the appeal is granted. And that brings us to the end of our public hearing items at 10:30 at night. No, I'm sorry, there is one more. I misspoke. Let's make it through the public hearing items, and then we might consider a brief recess. So item number 11, Legistar 59972, approving plans, etc., and a schedule of assessments for Rethke Avenue Reconstruction Assessment District. Alder Badar, we will open that public hearing. We, I believe, do not have any registrants on that item. So we will close that public hearing, and Alder Badar, a motion.
Move approval.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve. Are there questions or discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of approval? Seeing no objection, that item is approved with a unanimous vote. Alder Badar.
Move a 10 minutes recess.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
And second.
Moved and second for a 10-minute recess. By my clock, it's 10:32. We'll be back at 10:42 promptly. All right, we are at 10:42. So let's see if we've got everybody back. We'll call the meeting back to order and the clerk will call the roll. And I will unmute you all.
Alder Bidar.
Present.
Alder Bidar present. Alder Carter.
Present.
Alder Carter present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster present. Alder Furman.
Present.
Alder Furman present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney present. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck present. Alder Hennick.
Here.
Alder Hennick present. Alder Kemble.
Here.
Alder Kemble present. Alder Lemmer.
Here.
Alder Lemmer present. Alder Martin.
Here.
Alder Martin present. Alder Moreland.
Here.
Alder Moreland present. Alder Rohr.
Here.
Alder Rohr present. Alder Rommel.
Present.
Alder Rommel present. Alder Skidmore.
Here.
Alder Skidmore present. Alder Tierney.
Here.
Alder Tierney present. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Verveer present. Alder Abbas.
Still here.
Alder Abbas present. Alder Alboras.
Here.
Alder Alboras present. Alder Balde.
Yes.
Alder Balde present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 14. Alder Bidar.
Move adoption.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any objection to, are there any questions for staff on item number 14, which is confirming Connie Thompson for a 5-year term as the Monona Terrace Director? Alder Bidar.
Madam Mayor, the confirmation hearings were part of the consent agenda.
Can an attorney confirm that? We usually take them not on the consent agenda.
We do usually not, but.
That's correct, Mayor. We normally don't. I think it was done tonight in light of the need to move the meeting along more quickly.
Very good. As long as you can confirm they were on the consent agenda, then I am fine with that.
They were.
Thank you. So we'll move to item number 18. And we do have registrants on, we have one registrant on this item. Item number 18, Tom Wilson of Clark Court, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak. Is Tom Wilson still with us?
Yes, Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Just want to start by thanking the council for allowing remote participation and the staff for making it possible. I know it presents some challenges, but I believe that citizen participation is as important as ever as we face this crisis. The city of Madison and indeed the world is in a state of emergency as we respond to the current situation. And I want to thank the mayor for stepping up in her leadership role during this time. I do have some concerns, however, about how the emergency proclamations and orders have been rolled out over the past week and how they may be rolled out going forward. I understand and appreciate that in times of crisis, some consolidation of decision-making is necessary to mount a timely response and to mobilize resources. And I think the mayor and staff have done an outstanding job managing the city's response and in that mobilization, but really believe that the proclamations and orders of the kind we've seen over the past week really should be coming from the Common Council. Now, I do understand that the mayor has the authority to do those things should the Common Council not be able to meet. But this really leads me to my main point, which is that I feel like in this crisis, the Common Council needs to commit to meeting as often as is necessary on an emergency basis to ensure that it meets its obligations under MGO sections 3.19, particularly paragraphs 1 and 2. And in doing so, ensure that the citizens of Madison are well represented in the decision-making process throughout this crisis. And that subsequent emergency proclamations and orders come from the Common Council to the extent possible. Agreeing to simply weigh in at regularly scheduled meetings, as is suggested in some of the recent proclamations is to me an unacceptable abdication of the council's authority and responsibility, in my opinion. Emergency order, regarding some of the emergency orders, I think there's a lot of good stuff in there, but the one that particularly concerns me is number 8 regarding the consolidation of the authority of the Transportation Commission to a few individuals. It's largely concerning to me because at the last common council meeting, the council decided to give away the authority to allow boards, committees, and commissions to meet. This is something I think that should be repealed at the earliest convenience. And I want to be very clear that my opinion on this matter has nothing to do with any of the individuals who are being given this power. I know many of them. They're all very intelligent, experienced, hardworking, and want what's best for Madison. I trust that they will make good decisions, but I don't believe that policy should be crafted for individuals. It should be crafted for positions. The importance of the BCCs that weigh in on critical operations of the city being allowed to meet during this time was really reinforced last night at a meeting of the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. At that meeting, board members got an overview of the outstanding work that has been done and continues to be done by staff in response to this crisis. But critically also, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. All right, so that is all the registrants we have on this item. Are there any questions for our registrant? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Wilson. And now we will have, I think, a presentation from Attorney May, and then we'll move into questions for staff. Attorney May?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a little bit of time to set the background here as to where we are in terms of emergency orders and what's before you tonight. A lot of emergency orders get issued. You notice that the governor has issued some, and county executive has issued some. The mayor had not until last week, when decided to issue the one related to having authority to deal with some of the problems and conflicts in our existing ordinances and in other enacted policies. Most of those emergency declarations, the main purpose is to be able to qualify to get federal funding. And once there was a statewide emergency declared by the governor, that took care of that issue. So that was one of the reasons that we didn't think there was a particular immediate need for the mayor to issue her own emergency declaration. When it became clear that there were some special authorities, some special things that she wanted to do, and then to be able to present to the council, that's when we drafted the first initial emergency proclamation that's before you. And again, in addition to these, there are, of course, the orders issued by the health officers, the state public health officer, and the health director for public health, Madison and Dane County. And in some respects, those officers have perhaps more power than the mayor does, because if it's related to health or to stopping some epidemic, they can issue extremely strong orders related to that area. I saw today that the governor issued an order suspending a number of administrative rules. Again, those are from the executive department. The initial proclamation by the mayor grants her broad authority. I totally admit that. And the purpose of it was, in fact, to allow the mayor to take the broad steps in there, suspending the operation of, amend, create, or adopt policies, resolutions, or ordinance, suspend the enforcement of them to the extent she can to mitigate the effects of the pandemic. And it went on to explain this included the power to extend deadlines, waive penalties, issue permits, contract or waive contractual terms, or such other actions as are appropriate. And then it provided that this proclamation would come to the council as is required by state law before it went into effect, and that any further proclamations, to the extent that the mayor were to issue any of those, that those would also come to the council. Staff took a tremendous amount of time over about a 2 or 3 day period to try and identify as many of those conflicting problematic provisions in various ordinances. And those were reflected in the mayor's emergency order issued on March 26th, and the 23 some resolutions that were introduced tonight and will be taken up by you on April 21st. State law says that the emergency declaration belongs to the council. The council makes it, And it just provides this way for the mayor to issue one, which will then immediately be taken to the council for the council to decide what the declaration of the city is to look like. So that's what's before you tonight is what the declaration of the city in terms of these emergencies are going to look like. You have the mayor's order, which provides for the authority of the mayor to make these changes and then bring them back to the council. Rebecca Kemble has proposed an alternate, which will essentially affirm everything the mayor's done up to this point in time, but provide that at the end of this meeting or in a couple of hours when we get to April 1st, that the mayor cannot issue any more of the orders such as those that were issued last week. And then the council will take up all those resolutions on April 21st. I believe from what I've seen, the biggest difference here is whether you want to have the mayor to have that authority when we don't know for sure what other possibilities are out there that may need immediate action. The mayor asked me, he said, well, do we know if we covered everything? And I said, no, we don't know. We covered a lot of things. And when they come up to the council, you may not agree with some of those suspensions and may change them on the 21st. But my concern would be that going forward, we don't know what we might find and that the mayor may need to act. Alder Kemble's ordinance reflects also that, the mayor still retains some emergency authority. In any given instance, I would have to look and see whether that was within the mayor's power or due to the resolution and the way the council crafted its emergency declaration, whether that was something that the mayor didn't have authority to do. And that's what we would have to do on a going forward basis. So I think that pretty much explains where we are, how this fits into the, picture of various emergency orders. And again, at this point, you've got the resolution proposed by the mayor. I do think I've talked to Alder Bidar. If that goes forward, we might want to clarify the timing, the end dates of it. It's got a couple inconsistent end dates in it. And you've got the alternate proposed by Alder Kemble and several other alders in front of you tonight. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's sort of the basic background of how we got to where we are tonight.
Thank you, Attorney May. Do we have questions for staff? Alder Kemble, questions for staff? Hold on, Alder Kemble. I'm trying to unmute you. Oh. There we go.
Dueling mute buttons. I had raised my hand to move the alternate. I thought we were going to have a motion before we had questions.
Yeah, let's dispense with questions and I'll come back to you.
So okay.
Alder Bidar.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Attorney May, just to 100% understand what you just described, if we adopt the declaration that's before us tonight, the original declaration, this declaration of emergency becomes the adopted city declaration and not the mayor's declaration. Is that correct?
Correct.
It becomes adopted declaration by the Common Council.
Yes, it becomes a Common Council and becomes the city's declaration of emergency. And that would be true regardless of whether you did the mayor's or the alternate.
And since I have the microphone, can you just point out so everybody knows what the inconsistency of date is so that at some point when we need to make that change, everybody's clear on that?
Yes. In the original resolution, you'll notice that I believe it's in the initial paragraph 4, said it would extend until the emergency conditions no longer exist. Although maybe it originally said, there was one of them that said 60 days after it ended, and the other said when the emergency conditions exist. And I think it also had a provision about going for only 30 days to April 23rd. And so we would want to make those consistent. I think in Alder Kemble's draft, she had them all end on June 2nd unless extended. So that's the sort of change that we would want to make.
Thank you, Attorney May.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad that you noted those inconsistencies of date. So, Attorney May, if we do use a date, let's say it's June the 2nd, and what we're facing goes beyond that, what would be the steps? Do we have to come back and revote it, or is there an opportunity? How is that handled? If we set an end date and it goes beyond that, what is the process?
It should be extended either by the mayor or the council, preferably once it's adopted as a resolution by the council and becomes a city emergency. You want to have it set up so that if you get to the end date and you want to extend it, you have time to do it. And I think that's why the date of June 2nd was picked, because that's a council meeting night. So you would have a short resolution extending the emergency declaration for however long you wanted it to go.
Okay, so that would be the process. We would have to come back before us and extend it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right. I do not see any other alders with questions. So, Alder Badar, a motion?
I believe I had already made.
Oh, sorry, Alder Badar. Go ahead.
Move adoption. The city clerk says no, so I believe her. So move adoption.
Thank you. Alder Harrington McKinney?
And second.
Thank you. Alder Kemble?
I would like to move the alternate. I also did have questions for.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alder Kemble.
Okay. So, Attorney May, in your experience, have these powers ever been granted to a mayor before? Under emergencies, has a mayor ever proclaimed an emergency, granting themselves the power to suspend, amend, or adopt resolutions and ordinances?
To my knowledge, no, that has not happened in my 16 years. And in fact, I'm not sure that there ever was an emergency proclamation issued, but there might have been. I can't say that for sure.
So, why did this need to happen when in previous times we could just do with a either state and federal declaration, or if we did a local declaration, that the local declaration wouldn't cover?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I guess I'm saying, why did this need to happen, since we've never had to do this before? And under state statute and our ordinance of emergency powers, we are already granted extraordinary powers. And by we, I mean the Common Council, the Emergency Management Coordinator, and the mayor.
Yeah, the reason is that those laws, including the state law and our ordinance that tracks it, primarily are looking at an emergency in the sense of you've got a flood, you've got a tornado, you've got some sort of a disaster like that happens. This is really, because it's a health emergency, it's ongoing over a long period of time. The mayor, and I think a number of you, we got some of these requests coming from alders and some coming from staff, where a number of the people in the city were concerned about all these various restrictions and possibility of running up against time limits, et cetera. And so that's the reason it was done in the way it was at this point in time.
So it's my understanding, and my understanding about the ordinance that was passed at our last meeting, that was done because the council was unable to meet. But now we're able to meet, and under emergency powers, is it true that we can meet more frequently?
You can meet more frequently. If it's an emergency meeting, I'd have to go check. I believe that I know a special meeting can only be ordered by the mayor with service of process on everybody like that. I think the council could modify its schedule to establish emergency meetings if you put that on your agenda.
But under state law, if we enact emergency powers, any member of the Common Council can call a meeting. Is that not correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so what other powers are granted in times of emergency under state law with our emergency declaration?
Well, other authorities relate to curfews, the ability to close off parts of the city. It's not clear whether they could enter into specific contracts without some granting of that emergency authority. Those are generally the types of things that are done. The mayor has certain power to suspend administrative or executive authorities, which is why in the order it's specifically said that if the mayor attempted to address any legislative matters, that would have to come back to the council, but not executive matters.
But the legislature, the Common Council can address legislative matters. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep. So we can meet now?
Yep.
So we don't need the mayor to do that, since the council is now functional and meeting.
I don't know if you need the mayor to do it, because I don't know how often you're going to meet or what kind of issue is going to come up that needs to be dealt with immediately.
Okay.
Alder, any other questions?
Not for the moment.
Okay, thank you, Alder. All right, Alder Carter, questions or discussion?
Question for Attorney May is, does this emergency order and proclamation allows the city to seek out federal funds, or do we still have to go through, wait on the state to do that?
I'm not an expert on seeking federal relief funds, and in fact, maybe if Dave Schmidtke is on, he might know more about it. But any of these emergency declarations qualify the city to seek out federal funds, whether that goes through the state or not. It's something I'm not absolutely sure of. I know in some of the new orders, that just the laws that were just passed by Congress, we would go through the state. We'd get a portion of the state allocation.
And how many pandemics have you lived through, Attorney May?
I've not, nothing like this, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter.
I hope you weren't suggesting I was around for the 1918 Spanish flu.
No, I was not.
Thank you, Alder Carter. All right, so Alder Campbell, I'm going to come back to you because I believe that you did want to make a motion.
Yes, I wanted to move the alternate.
All right, so there is a motion for the alternate. Is there a second? Alder Hennick, is that a second?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so the alternate has been moved and seconded. And now we will move to discussion. Alder Carter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have my hand raised at this time.
Okay, that's all right. And properly, Alder Campbell, if you want to speak to the alternate.
Yes, I do. Earlier today, I sent you all an email that explained why I worked with Attorney May to have this drafted. And that is to put a clear end date, that June 2nd end date that will give us the opportunity. That's a date of our council meeting, so that if, by the end of May, we still think we need the emergency powers, we can put on our agenda to extend the declaration. In the original, there were, 3 different dates: April 23rd, 60 days after the state emergency, and then whenever the emergency is over. And also because now we can meet, and now we can be the council. And I understand, boy, things were moving fast and furious for a couple weeks there, and it was tough for any of us, I think, in our realms of responsibilities to our constituents, to the boards, commissions, and committees, and the area of city work that we've been involved with to really figure out how we can help and fulfill our responsibilities as alders and as a council as a whole during a time that we couldn't meet, and when our committees, boards, commissions, and committees, except for a select few, couldn't meet. but now we can, and it's amazing. We've been meeting for, I don't know, including CCEC since 4:30 today with no glitches, and the hundreds of hours that staff have put in to support our democratic policymaking function is just amazing, and thank you so much, because it's steep learning curve for all of us. I even held a neighborhood meeting last week with Alder Abbas on Zoom, and Kevin Furkow from planning was just a rock star in helping get that up and going. So now that we're here, we can be here. And my concern was that the mayoral proclamation basically, in effect, said the mayor can take on all of the legislative functions in the moment, and only later come back to us and ask us basically to affirm or amend. But when an action has been taken, an action has been taken. And so at CCEC, some of you were talking about feeling sidelined in the process, which we quite literally have been. We haven't been able to meet. We've been told, not to talk to staff, that we have to go through our chief of staff. We can't function as we're used to functioning. And that's, expected at the beginning of an emergency. But now that we're figuring out systems by which we can actually meet, we can discuss, we can stand in the statutory authority we have, I feel we owe it to our residents, and we owe it to, frankly, the people who voted for us, to take on that leadership. We hear about how stressed staff is, how stressed everyone in the mayor's office is, and the council and our boards and commissions and committees. We're half of the brain of city government, and we've just been inactive, deactivated for the last couple of weeks. It's time for us to come back online, to start functioning as 150, 170 years of state law has built up to grant us the authority to do, and get back into our both policy making, brainstorming, problem solving, and oversight roles. And so basically, I think the original proclamation, as well as that ordinance that was passed at our last meeting, asked us to abdicate our statutory authority. And we can do that, but what we can't abdicate is our accountability and our responsibility to the people in our community and to our community. And I don't know about any of you, but I am getting both personal feedback and questions about how are these decisions being made. And I can't give them answers because all we get is press releases from our chief of staff. We don't really understand. We don't have the information flows that we need. And we need to start functioning again as a council and in select boards, commissions, and committees in order to re-fire up that information flow and put us in a position to be able to assist. And finally, I just want to read something that came in my mailbox today, in my snail mailbox, which was on the front page of the Northside News, the best newspaper in the whole city, the newspaper where even your local librarian has a column, a monthly column. And I'm just going to read from it. It says, on Tuesday, March 17th, we watched our city government pass a law that automatically shuts down official City of Madison boards, commissions, and committees in the event of any declared emergency. This strikes us as a deeply troubling response for the times when we most need to harness all of the energy and creativity of our community. Residents everywhere have found ways to collaborate, share resources, collect information about unmet needs, and crowdsource solutions, even during a quarantine. We wonder why the city has shut down its many conduits of participation and input when they are the most needed. As of press date, the only city BCCs being allowed to convene, even remotely, are those that receive approval by the mayor and the president of the Common Council. The Board of Public Health is not even on that list. We understand that city staff resources are taxed right now, but there's more than enough resident initiative to work out the technological solutions for meeting in a quarantined world. In fact, it's a perfect opportunity to create accessible public processes for residents who normally need remote access, whether due to a lack of time, transportation, or childcare, or due to disability. Remote access should be the norm. We believe the City of Madison can and must do better. City staff and elected officials need us all at the table now more than ever, and we need them to be listening to us directly.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other alders that wish to be recognized to speak? Alder Foster.
Thank you. Very much in support of the alternate and echo a lot of what Alder Kimball has already stated. I think the point I wanted to make is that this is also not just about oversight or the actual decision making or the voting on deciding what is or isn't, but it's also very much about public participation. Our roles as alders is to represent our constituents, but we also are required to do that work through open meeting laws. And all items of legislation have to be introduced through our official Common Council proceedings, and all members of the public are afforded an opportunity, number one, know what's being proposed, and number two, they have an opportunity to provide their comment. In a situation where the mayor has complete authority to issue orders, it doesn't just sidestep the Common Council and our role, but it also sidesteps.
It won't shut down the meeting because I'm not the host. I'm sorry, Alder, go ahead. We're having a technical issue on this end.
Yep, understood. So it also really just removes our entire City of Madison public from that process. And I think that's a really bad idea. And Alder Kimball mentioned that through our boards, committees, and commissions, that's one of the ways that we really tap into that knowledge and that creativity from our residents. And so sidestepping that is not a good idea. And I'm really concerned with the scope of the original proclamation. And I don't assume any bad intent there. And I'm sure it was sort of pulling something together, again, in a very harried moment and trying to deal with some identified issues that needed to be resolved. And this was sort of the idea of how to make that happen. But even the proclamation itself, to me, I mean, it's very clear in statute that the only time the chief executive, or the mayor in this case, is supposed to proclaim an emergency is if we're unable to meet. And I never heard of any attempt to try and bring us together. We could have absolutely had either a special meeting or an emergency meeting, and we could have done this proclamation. And that didn't happen. And now there's within the proclamation, there's a assertion that, again, basically via order, essentially anything can happen. One of the orders that came out following that proclamation on our agenda tonight, which we're not discussing, but I'm going to use it as an example, item 103, would temporarily, but also indefinitely, suspend the enforcement of Ordinance 3356 and basically take all authority away from the Transportation Commission and give it to staff. That order there's nothing in there that's even specific that it must be in response to this crisis that we're in. So any items that are normally within the authority of the Transportation Commission are gone. And it's not even a requirement that has anything to do with an emergency or responding to an emergency. And it's just an example of how broad the authority is. And again, maybe there's something specific that staff has picked up on that they're thinking this would help them deal with. But suspending an entire ordinance without any clarity around what that has to do with COVID, if it was accidental, well, this is exactly the kind of thing that we need to be able to catch and improve upon before it gets passed. And based on the proclamation, as soon as the mayor orders it, it's the law. So this would be, this got introduced tonight and then referred to our future common council meeting. So all of these things are the law for the next month. But even if we decide that some of these are not good ideas, they're still the law until we even deal with them. So I don't believe that there's some master plan to undermine us, but it is the effect of what this proclamation does and this very extraordinary power. So I absolutely support granting more powers than may be typical in a non-emergency situation as it relates to suspending fees, all these other sorts of things that were in there. But I was just really blown away that we would even consider giving the mayor authority to create, change, or suspend any ordinance or resolution that we've passed as a council. I think it's a really bad idea, regardless of intent, regardless of who's in the position that they're in. And I think it's critically important that we do, as Alder Kemble said, that we stand up and that we hit a reboot button and that we really commit ourselves to participating and leading the city through this emergency. It's not a tornado or a flood, and it's not going to be done in a week. This is a situation we're going to be dealing with for many months and for years. And as was discussed tonight at CCEC, I do not believe that our role should be limited to how we recover from this. The idea that the Common Council should just continue to sit out this emergency and not really bother ourselves with how we're actually responding now, but maybe just start thinking about what we'll do later when it's all over. I just don't buy that at all. And I don't believe that many of my colleagues believe that. So I would urge you to support this alternate. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Badar, we've lost your video and I would like you to take the chair so I can switch devices. So Alder Badar, I'm going to unmute you and if the tech facilitator can help Alder Badar see the raised hands and unmute people or move in order. My machine is going to restart itself, so I'm going to switch to another machine and be back with you all shortly.
Thank you, Mayor. So if tech can help me because I cannot unmute. So the next alder is Alder Rummel. So if you could.
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad I got to sit through the council executive briefing by the mayor because she crammed in so much information in her report, which I think many of us have really been eager to learn what's going on. And we had some sense of the structure from that chart, but not really a sense of like the fullness of the work. And so I want to thank everyone on our city staff who's been stepping up and figuring out how to rearrange their lives really to help get us through this. And so, I know it's just been an incredible, whenever I've chatted with the mayor, she's like, it's 24/7 and I get that. But as others have said, we're all part of this. So I really appreciate this alternate because it acknowledges what needed to happen, allows it to happen as Attorney May suggested. But then going forward, it says, hey, we're here and we need to, as we discussed at CCEC, talk more regularly about what to do going forward, how to get more involved in the emergency operations work. That's a future discussion, and also start planning for recovery. And I'm all for that. And I just think this alternate really kind of clears the plate, gets us going in the right direction. And I really could not support giving up all our powers of all ordinances. That's just, I can't imagine other than what's already happened, which has been pretty wild things, right? Setting aside many, many, many fees and processes, that adding that kind of our constitutional authority would be something that would make sense. So I couldn't see how I'd support that, but I can support this because I think it balances what needed to happen with how do we go forward and respect our respective powers. Thank you.
Next is Alder Furman.
Thank you, Council President. These certainly aren't normal or easy times. I think there's kind of people are implying that we're getting back to normal, and I think we're still seeing dizzying changes every day with the situation on the ground. I don't take lightly what we're being asked to do today, but for me, it's notable that everything still comes back to the council. I think the thing that I continue to see lost in these discussions are the ability for the council to change things, including what the mayor will be able to do, and change any of these ordinances that were put into place, whether it's the stuff that we put in place at our last meeting on the 17th, or whether or not we put this emergency order in place. There is nothing that stops this council from changing that in the future if we see it used in ways that we don't agree with. And obviously we see the administration use these, or the mayor use these powers in ways that we don't agree with. We have the ability to say no to that, because it comes back to us and we get to make that decision. I think there's so much we still don't know about this developing crisis, and I think it would be an incredible mistake for us to just assume that the council meeting on a regular basis is easy and possible. I think we still need to figure out this technology. I'm grateful that we did have a really good discussion at CCEC. We obviously did not, for those not at CCEC, we did not come up with a good plan on what the council's role is going forward. But I believe we'll have a great discussion at the next meeting next week to talk about that, because I definitely agree that we need more information and we need to be involved more. But we also have to recognize that we're in the middle of a crisis. We're in the middle of a pandemic that we have never experienced anything like this before, and we need to be able to move. The city needs to be able to move as quickly as possible to respond to this. And any time that's spent on, say let's have the council meet daily, or let's have the council meet twice a week or even once a week, it does take a ton of resources from a ton of different departments. I mean, you could see that looking at our panelist list this evening, how much staff is sitting here until 11:30 this evening, here available to answer our questions. And that doesn't even count the time that they spent preparing for this meeting. So I think it's incredibly important as this stuff develops for the mayor to have flexibility to put things in place. We are not losing our ability to thumbs down what she does. But I think it would be a mistake not to give these powers at this time. So I will not be supporting the alternate. Thank you.
Next is Alder Abbas.
Thank you very much. First of all, I will say I really appreciate city leadership as well as all the city staff who worked really hard during this pandemic, and we are all in this together. The amendment which Alder Campbell proposed, I think so I will support that, and it's pretty much do the same thing. It allows the city to do what needed to be done. And after January 2nd, we have an opportunity to extend it, depending how long this pandemic goes on. Nobody knows this public health crisis, how long this goes. I don't want to repeat Alder Foster and Alder Campbell's wording, but I'm pretty much agree what they are saying. With that, I will also add that public participation is key in all city process, including in the time of crisis. I do understand this pandemic. We're doing whatever we can, and we as a council and also as elected official, I want to help as much as I can. But public participation through committees and commissions are key. Public have brilliant ideas. I receive so many various calls about different ideas, and then I think so it's important for us to start opening that process and commissions. And also we do have the technology now. We use that technology. We already know, different institutions like UW spend millions of dollars to enhance their technology to move things online. I think so that's the right direction. We're looking into that, and I will, for sake of public participation and also to make this process more robust, I will encourage alders to vote for the amendment. Thanks.
Alder Evers.
Thank you, President Badar. And I join Alder Abbas in thanking the city's leadership, the mayor, Council President Badar, and city staff for stepping up in this time of crisis. But I think I've been thinking about why the mayor may have declared this emergency and gone about it the way that she did. And I wonder if it doesn't have something to do with the fact that council is part-time. And in some ways, we have a weak aldermanic council as a result. I've heard it said that at least with respect to development in our city, that is 70% a staff-driven process because staff are employed full-time. Alders are not. Staff is able then to guide and direct development in our city to a much greater degree than neighborhoods and alders are able to influence it. That same sentiment came forth from what I understand at TFOGS when staff actually said, quite frankly, quite openly, that they feel that the city would be better run if there were no city common council at all. So I also took the time to call a resident in my district, former Mayor Dave Cheslevich, and I sent him a copy of the emergency order and we discussed it. And we both agreed that, that it's easy to regard council as a process that gums up the works, that slows things down, that gets in the way. But in the continuum of what we need to be thinking about, I believe that the mayor's emergency order went too far in the other direction. I understand the need and the sense of timing, but in the 23 orders that were sent to us, I don't see anything in those orders that couldn't have waited until tonight. Every single one of them could have been brought up for discussion, and I'm not at all certain it was necessary to have them enacted into law as the result of an emergency order. Mayor Dave and I also discussed the likelihood that if our current mayor were still on Alder, she may not look too kindly upon this emergency order if enacted by another mayor, and an emergency order that essentially pushes council aside. I remarked during CCEC that the flow chart for the EOC and for the operations of the city under this crisis has common council, the statutorily authorized legislative body in the city, shunted all the way off to the side with arrows only going in one direction. And we are under the mayor's chief of staff, along with outside bodies who are not part of the legislative or municipal team, leadership team in this city. And that's what it feels like. And I don't think Mayor Satya, if she were an Alder, would appreciate that. I'm very grateful for her leadership. We all are. But it's time that we exercise our responsibility and our obligation as elected officials, and that we use the leadership skills that we have to work together with the mayor, with her team, with the EOC, with staff, with each other to move forward and to help our city in this time of crisis. That's why I'm going to support the amendment and or the alternate, and that's why I ask you to do the same. Thanks.
Alder Heck is next.
Thank you. I guess with regard to the many items that we'll be considering at our next meeting on the 21st, if that's when it is, I can't say whether or not any of those were unnecessary or necessary because we haven't talked about them. And I assume that quite a few of them could be necessary, but we haven't talked about them because we haven't been having meetings. And so it's all about that lack of information flowing our way and our ability to participate and help. And what I see as the key issue is we are not meeting often enough. I don't think we can meet every other day. It may not even be every week, but we can't hash through a lot of this without meeting and working on these issues. And I generally support the alternate, but I have concerns about the mayor not being able to act nimbly and quickly if we're not meeting very often. And the alternate, essentially right now, the way it is, because we don't have another meeting scheduled till the 21st, she can't do some of the things, she can't proclaim, if that's what you want to call it, some of the things that might be necessary. And that worries me a little bit, but I would really rather we meet once a week or something like that and allow the mayor to still act nimbly, yet we can step in much sooner because of the fact that we are meeting. I don't know how to bring those two things together, but just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, Alder Heck. Alder Lemmer, and I think the mayor is back.
I am. Thank you, Alder Badar. My machine decided it wanted to restart itself, but here I am again. So I will take the chair back, and Alder Lemmer, I will turn to you.
Thank you. I cannot support the alternate just because I feel like this is going to be a very long emergency, and the city needs to be able to respond swiftly and appropriately to what may come up. I feel assured that we are going to be included because the legislative items, which is our purview, those are going to come to us to review and to approve or to overturn. And I would caution us from making faulty assumptions about city staff capacity and resource capacity, because I think we're making some assumptions with the alternate that there's more, we have more than we really have. I think, so I participated in EOC operations from being an employee at UW-Madison, and I think that gives me a little bit more perspective on how challenging the situations in EOC are. As we heard at CCC earlier, staff is already stretched extremely thin, and it's just going to get worse. And it takes a substantial amount of resources to make these things happen. And we know that things aren't going to be getting back to normal very quickly. And I do also want to mention that with the Board of Health meeting, that was the board's choice to not meet. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Lemmer. Alder Albaras.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really, really good discussion. And honestly, this is actually a tough thing for me to really go in one direction or the other. But I would just say that from my perspective, I would rather have the mayor have the ability to take very quick and deliberate action in this state that we're currently in. Again, I'm concerned, just like my colleagues are, in the fact that based on the language that I'm seeing, it does seem like there's a significant amount of authority being granted to the mayor in this. And so I may need some more information from Attorney May, but just for the sake of this conversation, I think that I would prefer that the mayor would have the ability to make swift and take really quick action as needed. Again, I think that the only way to work around this, and I'm still not sure as to what these things that would actually be considered like sludge or holding up the mayor. Maybe I need more information on that too. But I wouldn't want her to be held back in any action that does need to be taken in this crisis. And I think the only way for us to get around it, if there are things that if the mayor can't take action, we would need to take action, then we would obviously need to meet much more often. And the other way that I look at this too is that, as we give it, we can also take it away. From my understanding, per stat, we can notice a meeting within 24 hours and potentially even as short as 2 hours if certain provisions or if it's necessary. So the way I view this is that if we did grant the mayor this authority, we could always notice a meeting and have us reconvene right away. Obviously, I think that with everybody being at home more often, I think it'll be a lot easier for us to convene. And with the technology, I think that some of those hurdles that convening a normal meeting downtown we would have had, we don't have that anymore. So again, this is a really tough call because I do think we are granting the mayor a lot of authority, but I also think that in this situation that we want her to be able to act quickly and efficiently as well.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Badar.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will not be supporting the alternate. I do support clearly when if we have the opportunity to put some clear and consistent deadline to the current proclamation. And I will speak on a couple of things that have already been said, but I will highlight them. One, as a council, we are a collective body, and I will say that I also feel that as a collective body, having an alternate that comes to us at the 11th hour and thinking that we can actually really think these things through and act in a good way also tells us that we're not the most nimble body. In a time of emergency, it is really important to have the ability to make very quick decisions. I have said this at the last meeting. I bring perspective to my role as a council member because of my day job, which I also, by the way, have always said that it's an important part of being a part-time council, is that each of us bring a perspective because we have other roles in life. And my other role in life is here to tell you that quick decision and nimbleness over the next 4 to 6 weeks are going to be absolutely needed and necessary. And that is just not something that the legislative body is equipped to do. I have chosen to be on a legislative body, which tells you that I love being on a legislative body, although who knows after tonight at 2 a.m. if any of us will have that love. But so I do believe in our role. I do strongly think that we have a very, very important role. But our role is not to, one, run the day-to-day operations of the city. And our role is also, unfortunately, whether we like it or not, to act swiftly during an emergency that nobody anywhere has lived through, unless, again, they were alive in 1918. So I urge my colleagues not to support this alternate. I do urge you to think about the ability of the council to, yes, maybe meet more frequently. I have to say this is interesting because as council president, this is the first conversation that's really happening among us where I'm getting actually a direct request for a meeting. So I will also challenge my colleagues to really think about how we're going about trying to be a collective. So putting it out there right now is great. It could have been put out there before. So let's do it. I don't see myself as an issue to say we should meet more frequently. I don't think we're going to be able to meet daily. I'm not. But is it a weekly? Is it bi-weekly? Let's talk about it and let's do those things. Those are practical things that we can do as a council that are really important things for us to both stay abreast of what's going on and get briefings, but also to, again, quickly act on anything that the mayor decides to take action on. Then if we're meeting, then we can, again, discuss it, decide whether we agreed or disagreed, and go and do it pretty swiftly. But again, I said this at the last meeting, I will say it again, none of us can sit here tonight and predict what the next certainly 6 weeks are going to bring to us. And tying the hands of the mayor of this city to act on behalf of the residents who have also elected her, just like they have elected us, for the good of the city and for us to then either ratify that it was for the good of city or disagree with her as a legislative body. Tying her hand at this time of emergency would really not be the right thing to do for the residents of our city. So I would propose to you that this alternate is not helpful at this time. I think that going back to the original motion, changing the dates on it, and then making a decision that is not before us tonight, but collectively kind of saying, yeah, we think we should meet every 2 weeks or every week, and putting that in place are the right approaches. And a collective approach, a collaborative approach, and a way to really show to all our residents that we are supporting the actions that are being taken by our emergency operations team, by our mayor, but that we also want to make sure as a council that we are doing the check and balances that need to happen that are within our purview as the legislative body. And I'm sorry, I'm not very, I can't speak very well today, but I'm pretty exhausted in my day job.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde. Hold on, Alder.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Alder Balde, you're unmuted now.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So like many of my colleagues, I really do not want to hold back the mayor from being able to do what she believes should be done during this time of crisis. We've never seen anything like this. But at the same time, I do believe in checks and balances. I do believe that there's a reason why we have the executive and the legislative branches of government. And so that being said, I would like, I don't know if the mayor is planning to speak to this, but I would like to hear what your opinion is with regards to the alternative. How does that hamper, if anything, your ability to do what you think is right in an emergency situation here? I think that would help me personally in making my decision, but I do believe in the separation of powers. And I also do believe there's a reason why those powers are separated. But the situation we are in is unique. We've never seen anything like this. So I'm also interested in making sure that if anything comes before the city, where the council is not able to meet immediately, that the mayor is able to address the situation promptly. But I would like to hear your opinion as to how this may impede you being able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We have several other Alders in the queue, but I'd be willing to speak to that after the queue is through. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to remind my colleagues that the suggestion that we are not equipped as the legislative body to fulfill our responsibility and our authority under this emergency seems odd to me. President Trump has declared an emergency, a federal emergency, national emergency, but the Congress has not been suspended. In Britain, in the UK, Parliament has not been suspended, but there's a national emergency there. And our own governor, Governor Evers, has declared a statewide emergency, but the powers of the State House, the State Senate, the Assembly, their powers have not been suspended or set aside. We do have the ability to meet and meet quickly if necessary. Many of us are working from home, have greater flexibility, and will likely, or at least until certainly the end of this month, and I would venture to guess much into next. With that understanding, I'm thankful and grateful to the mayor and the leadership team for having carried us this far. I don't see anything in the alternate that takes away the power of the mayor for her to be able to make decisions as she needs to if we're not able to meet. And in fact, I think the wording of the alternate, which I would ask Alder Kimball to speak to, is quite specific in making sure that the mayor still has the ability to make decisions nimbly and quickly. But the notion that all powers to be able to enact new law or suspend previous laws should be in the mayor's hands during this period of time is a step too far. And I would encourage my colleagues to take another look at the alternate, the reading of it. We are certainly capable of discussing that on the floor and making a decision accordingly. The alternate does not take away the mayor's powers under this emergency, but it restrains them in a reasonable manner. And I think that's very important. And I ask you to, again, pause and look at the wording of the alternate and make sure you understand what you're voting on. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, I understand that you are trying to raise your hand. I do not see you raising your hand, but I'm going to call on you.
Thank you. Yes, I've been communicating and letting staff know that you're not seeing me. Let me just start from the bottom and I'm torn between this because one of the first things that Alder Rummel said in the executive committee meeting is that feeling left out. And I want to start there and then move through it, is that what was missing for me was my lack of active participation and knowing what was going on. And I was literally cutting and pasting and sending information out to my constituents, and also reading the other blogs of the other alders. And what definitely was missing was the opportunity for us to come together with the mayor inside of this emergency and really talk about where we are. So we got the updates, we got all that information, but there lacked an opportunity for the elected officials. When I say elected, that means the 20 of us, that means the mayor, who was not elected by district, was elected citywide, for us to come together and say, this is what we are facing and this is where we are. We had a small opportunity to do this at the Common Council Executive Committee meeting tonight, which gave us just a broad brush of everything that was going on in the response to this emergency. This is an emergency the way that we have never, ever seen before. It is critically important that the mayor is able to act decisively and quickly. I get that. And to think that 20 alders would be able to come together and make a decision about anything is, and I'm joking at this, but the reality of it is when a decision is changing by the minute, and to bring 20 alders together to say, should we do this or should we do that? That, to me, that shows the public is that the elected officials do not have their stuff together. And so do I like all the language that's in the mayor's order? No, because it does, it seemed to abdicate us as elected officials. I get that. And in hindsight, should we have called an emergency meeting? Should we have done that? Of course. I mean, it's easy to say that. But one of the things that I do not want to lose sight of is that in a crisis of an emergency, and when you're telling people this is a health emergency, you're safe at home, I cannot support micromanaging the staff. And this feels a little bit like that to me. The staff is saying is that these decisions need to be made quickly, nimbly, and give us the authority to do that. So how do we couple that where we as elected officials feel a part of the process and the decision-making? I, along with many of my alders, my colleagues are saying the same thing, is that I sat at home and I wanted to know what was happening, and I'm an elected official and I'm not accountable. I lost the accountability of being an elected official. We have to fix that. We're not fixing that by tying the hands of the mayor to be decisive and making those decisions. Should we have input in that? Absolutely. But I am not of the mind to say to the mayor is that you must not do that until you come and check it out with us when there's a decision that needs to be made immediately. We go back to the fact this is not a flood. This emergency is a health emergency. The hospitals, people are actually being impacted by this. And so I'm actually saying is that we need to come we need to have an opportunity to talk as a group, but I'm not ready to take the powers of the mayor away. It's a shared responsibility. So how do we get to that? So I don't know how I'm going to vote, but I absolutely have to make sure that I consider the what's before us.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Kemble. Alder Kemble, you should be unmuted now.
Yep, I am. So in the course of this afternoon, this evening, I've heard a lot of amazing, astounding, and heartbreaking comments from my colleagues. And one of the most astounding things I've heard is a characterization of our declaration of emergency that grants the mayor and the common council and the emergency management coordinator, that characterizes that granting of extra powers as tying the mayor's hands. And that characterizes a declaration of emergency that gives the mayor total control over changing ordinances and resolutions, and our objecting to that part of it as not being collaborative. It's backwards world. I don't even know what people are talking about. What this alternate does is declares an emergency and grants the council and the mayor extraordinary powers and activates the Emergency Operations Center. Nothing in this alternate is talking about the council getting involved in the Emergencies Operations Center. That might be a discussion that some people want to have at CCEC. Sorry, I'm a couple years behind on that terminology. But this alternate grants extraordinary powers. It doesn't take anyone's power away. What took power away was the original mayoral proclamation that gave the mayor power over our resolutions and ordinances and relegated us to a thumbs up or thumbs down position, which made sense in the 2 weeks that we couldn't meet, which is why in the alternate, we're saying, okay, those 23 things that had to be done, let's consider them in the context in which they were made, which was the context of that mayoral proclamation. This consideration of that mayoral proclamation and the alternate that amends some of those provisions in it is saying, okay, we're back. We're all in this together. We want to be collaborative. at CCEC, we talked about, we're going to meet next week and talk about one of the things I was interested in is developing a rapid response by the council. But that's a rapid response to our lane, which is resolutions and ordinances, which is legislation. This alternate is not saying the council needs to be involved in the mayor's sphere of authority that is already there as the executive. That's not what this alternate is saying. The alternate is saying is we need to come back as a council and stand in our own statutory authority around ordinances and resolutions. It's not saying we need to micromanage. It's not saying we even need to be part of the EOC, although I would like us to have, better communication flows. But this declaration says what every other declaration that has, even the state declaration of emergency, according to state law and according to confirmation by Michael May, activate some of these powers as well. So this alternate is granting more authority. It is not tying the hands of the mayor. What it is doing is untying the hands of the council to maintain our responsibility over city ordinances and city resolutions. Now, what Alder Foster said about the nature of that sweeping powers that is in that mayoral proclamation, it covers everything. It's not necessarily COVID related. And in fact, at CCEC, the mayor commented, we really shouldn't let a good crisis go to waste. Now I can implement my priorities. Okay, so I think we need to really think about our work as a council, why we were elected, why our constituents elected us, what we're here to do as a policy-making body, what our role is, and decide whether we want to be in it or not, or whether we want to abdicate that. Emergency or no emergency. Just because there is an emergency doesn't mean we need to give up that responsibility in our community. And I think the saddest thing I heard tonight, and sad in terms of the actual state of our democracy in the city that Alder Evers referred to, but the saddest thing I heard was Alder Lemmer saying the Board of Public Health decided they didn't want to meet in the middle of a public health emergency. What does that say about the health of our democracy? Now, we all ran for council for different reasons. One of the main reasons I ran was to expand the possibilities for residents to engage in problem solving and policy making in light of the state of Wisconsin and the federal government putting more and more and more restrictions on us. And here we are in the middle of a crisis where our community is stepping up in so many amazing ways. And we are actually considering, we already did consider, and you all voted to shut that down 2 weeks ago with the boards, commissions, and committees. But now we're talking about doing that for the whole council. And I really don't even know if we're gonna vote to abdicate that power, if we can't vote for ourselves to step up and embody the role that we were elected to do, embody the role that state statute asks us to do, and that the people of Madison expect us to do. I don't know why we're even here. I guess I'm done.
Thank you, Alder. Just a small check-in here, Alders. We have 3 Alders still in the queue to speak. We have 39 attendees still hanging on with us, and it's 12:01 a.m. Alder Martin.
Thank you. It is, yeah, you're right. It's 12:02 a.m. I did not sleep well last night because I pulled something while trying to be healthy and working out, and it hurt a lot. So I will concede that I might be a little loopy or a little it's 12:02 a.m. While I look at this emergency order, I see a bunch of whereas clauses that relate specifically to COVID-19. To me, that suggests that this is something that is fairly, narrowly written. This is not something to say, this is a big emergency and forever and ever it's going to be an emergency. This is obviously something that is specifically set about this particular situation that we are in. The thing that I notice is that there the section B about if there are actions taken by the mayor that affect legislative enactment of things that the Common Council wants or creates new legislation, it gets presented to us as the Common Council. We are not abdicating anything. We still have our role as a legislative body to consider legislative items. We are allowed to and still retain the authority to affirm, rescind, or amend any of the orders issued by the mayor. I don't see the problem in allowing the mayor to make decisions that need to be made quickly and need to be made in the interest of public health, and go away, kitty. That need to be made in order to protect the health, to flatten the curve, so to speak, and protect the health of our city and of our community. This seems pretty narrowly constructed to be dealing with this particular situation. And this is not this is an emergency, and it will forever be an emergency kind of piece of legislation. We still maintain the responsibility and the ability to continue to do our due diligence when it comes to pieces of legislation, which is what we are supposed to do as a legislative body. So I will not be supporting the amendment. And I think that we need to continue as we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Council meetings definitely better with cats. Alder Bedar.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll speak for a second time. I just want to focus my colleagues to what the alternate says under paragraph 8. It says that the mayor may not exercise the authority granted below on or after April 2nd, 2020. It is indeed saying that the mayor cannot exercise the authority granted below on or after April 20, which is today. Right? It's today. So this is, again, I will say again that this is not the time to be doing that. I do think that, again, if we go back to the original proclamation, we can put a deadline, whether it's May 19th or June 2nd. And I do think that the alternate does have a very appropriate and good suggestion on it, which is to strike the regularly scheduled meeting to meetings or meeting of the council, because as we've been discussing, we may have additional meetings. Those are both appropriate things. But the paragraph 8, which is the main substantive huge change, is that it says the mayor may not exercise the authority granted below. I will not stand by it. I cannot do this. I know too much about what's going on right now to be able to say that we should not allow the mayor to be able to make some quick decisions that we will again have before us to either ratify, rescind, or modify at the next meeting of the council. So again, I am trying to find us a way forward with understanding that dates are good as a deadline. We can reissue another proclamation if we want to after that. Let's hope for the better. We clearly, it can be the scheduled meetings because we're going regularly scheduled because we are going to go off regular schedule. So let's please think this through and do the right thing for our residents, many of whom may die, literally. And we need to be able to allow things to happen very quickly. And very quickly is by the hour, by the day, and we just do not, we do not have the ability for the 20 of us to be able to be making those decisions. We are able to, again, ratify them, rescind them, or modify them as quickly as we can meet. So please be very cognizant about what the big perspective needs to be here, which is what is in the best interest and welfare and of our residents of the city of Madison.
Thank you, Alder. Alders, I will just note that we still have 3 alders in the queue. Alder Hennick.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to express my significant support for the alternate, and I would ask that the clerk add me as a sponsor. I believe in the separation of powers. I also believe that the alternate is not taking power away in the emergency powers that are issued to the mayor through the emergency declarations that have been made throughout the state. I believe that public participation, although a resource-intensive endeavor, is core to the democratic process and core to what we are as a city. And I believe that that is very important to keep intact. I believe that we have an obligation and a responsibility to our constituents to be a part of the process. And that is the legislative process. I'm not talking about getting involved in the mayor's authority. That's not at all what I'm looking to do. I think that it is important in that the aspect that I have an issue with is in the ordinance, it's saying to amend, create, or adopt policies or ordinances. That's the role of the legislature, and I think it should stay there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thank you. I'll also speak for a second time briefly. So I did send out an email with some links to the sort of relevant statutes and ordinances. I doubt many of you are going to be interested in looking at much in there, but I just wanted to send it for you to have as a reference. I am a legislative geek, and so I spent a lot of time really reading through all of that and really trying to get a good understanding of what the law is, what authorities we do have as a city, which really all of the authority that's described in the state statute is really for the local unit of government. And that is the Common Council. And the mayor is also part of that Common Council. And in addition to her role on the council, and she can bring legislation forward to us, to all of us. But at the same time, she's also the chief executive officer and is responsible for making sure the city runs, making sure that all of the ordinances that the Common Council has come up with, all the resolutions that we've passed, actually happen. She's the one that's responsible to make sure that all those laws are enforced. Our job is to create those laws and to do the legislative work. And I feel also just a little sad because there seems to be a lot of confusion about what we're talking about here. And there's sort of some stories around the original version, allows the mayor to do what she needs to do. And somehow this alternate is going to restrict the mayor. And if anyone is interested, I really encourage you to take a look, because the amount of the power to respond to this pandemic already exists, honestly, with our director of public health, and also with the state secretary of the DHS. And this is a public health emergency, which it's not in our emergency operations plan for the city of Madison that we adopted. It doesn't really talk anything about a public health emergency. So our EOC design, what it was set up for, was to respond to a natural disaster or a terrorist attack. This was all like post 9/11 that all this stuff got put together. This is a public health emergency, which is actually anticipated in state statutes, and it has its own section. And the design of responding to that is intentionally different than just a general regular emergency response. And it's very much us connected through the county, connected to the state. This is not a Madison issue. Obviously, it's a global issue, but the reaction and the response to this absolutely is coordinated through the state. And anything that needs to happen, there's already the authority for it to happen. We can take over the public health director, our EOC coordinator can take a building away from a property owner and use it to respond today, regardless of whether we pass anything tonight. There's no special power needed to actually respond to the emergency situation. What we are doing, though, is trying to think about that next level of impact, right? We understand that businesses are suffering. Individuals are suffering. This already is having, but it's going to have a huge economic impact. That is not something that needs to get decided one day to the next. Yes, we need to move really quickly. And that's why I hear a lot of my colleagues saying, let's start meeting more often, because we need to participate in this. But what's in front of us tonight, what we're talking about right now, is legislation. So this concept that that's our job. Well, this is our job. It's not the mayor's job to put forward a perfect proclamation. It wasn't the mayor's job to put forward a perfect way to get us to cancel some BCC meetings, in the week that this all blew up. Her job was to identify, hey, we can't deal with this right now. We got a lot going on. We can't just have regular public meetings. That was the need. And an ordinance change was put forward that was really a sledgehammer way to do it. But in the first few days of what's going on, you're using a sledgehammer because you don't have time to finesse something and to make it great. But also, that was our job. That's the It's not our job to say, hey, staff can't deal with this right now. We're going to ask you to not meet. That's the executive decision. And we absolutely need to support that. But our job is legislation. Our job was to say, okay, great. Well, we can accomplish that by passing a resolution. Let's not tie our hands and prohibit these things from meeting. Who are we prohibiting it from? Why do we need to prohibit the boards, our subunits, from meeting? It makes no sense. It accomplished the goal. And I don't think there was any bad intention there. But that is our job. That's what we're talking about. We're not trying to do the executive work. We're saying there is legislative work that happens in this emergency. Legislation is not just something that's going to happen 10 years from now. Legislation is today as well. This is our job. There's the item about moving funds around between different departments. it seems very likely that that's going to be needed. Why wouldn't we support that? But to think that that's not our role, that we shouldn't be talking about how those moves happen. Of course it's our role. Of course finance has to be looking at this. And of course they're going to support the thing that makes sense. And we have an incredible staff that's going to come and explain why we're recommending this or that. And we're going to get some input and we're going to make a great decision. But to say that's not how we should do it because it's just there's too much of an emergency, we just got to let the mayor make an order and be done. We shouldn't put that on the mayor, quite honestly. There is so much more work than she can possibly handle, than our staff can possibly handle. And to ask them to do our job as well, say, no, well, bring us perfect legislation, make these perfect decisions, somehow know what the residents of the city of Madison are experiencing and wanting, and not coming to get that from us, not allowing us to channel that. We're just doing a disservice to the city. That's what this is about. It's not a power grab in either direction. It's just about us working together. It is absolutely not in the best interest of the city of Madison for all of us to stay checked out here. And every one of you I've talked with has only said, you want to step up, you want to participate, and we all have so much to offer. None of us need to get in the mayor's way. I don't think anybody wants to get in the mayor's way. We just need to bring ourselves together and do our job. And ordinances and resolutions is our job. And if there is an ordinance change that needs to happen, there's stuff that we already passed tonight swiftly, and we can meet whenever we need to and pass something swiftly, but that's not going to happen that often. And so keeping a line on resolutions and ordinances is absolutely appropriate. And it's us saying we still have a responsibility here. We are going to participate. We're going to contribute and help get the city out of this emergency situation as well. I just think we need to really be clear that when we say we're a legislative body and our job is to work on legislation, this in front of us is legislation. Everything we're talking about is legislation. This is our job, and our job is to sort it out, do the dirty work, and come up with something as good as we can come up with. But we shouldn't just defer that to staff and to the mayor. They've got so much else to work on. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be very, very short. I wasn't very clear at my stance of where I'm at last time, so I just want to share that I will not be supporting the alternate, and I would encourage my colleagues not to. And this is the reason why, is because one, we aren't necessarily a nimble body. We just look how much deliberation we're doing right now. It's not in our nature to do that. And I think it's good that we have lengthy and really well thought out discussions. But I think that in our current circumstances, we do not have that luxury. And so if I'm going to make an error, I want to make an error on the side that allows city leadership to make really quick decisions. So I would encourage my colleagues to not support the alternate, and that you would support the original. And that in the event that we need to revisit this because we're not satisfied with how action is being taken by the mayor, then we can always, again, reconvene a meeting right away. So that's just what I want to go on record saying. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. So some time ago, Alder Balde asked me to speak to this item, which I will do now unless there's objection. Seeing no objection. I'm not even really sure where to begin, and I just have to hope that some of the wide-ranging nature of this discussion is due to the late hour, because I feel like, again, we are layering many things on to this particular conversation that properly belong in other places. Let me start by saying that I'm disappointed that I'm hearing tonight for the first time the concerns that some of you have with the actions that I've taken or that staff have taken. You all have my cell phone number. You are all welcome to reach out to me at any time about anything. And so to have this be the first time that you express concerns about things that I have done is frankly deeply disturbing to me and disappointing. So I just want to lead with that. I did not declare a mayoral emergency. I declared a city emergency. And what's before you tonight is affirming that action. It is, let me be clear, entirely up to you. It is your power under the state statutes and under our own ordinances to either affirm or deny or modify the emergency declaration. I didn't declare an emergency because I wanted to have more powers. In fact, I resisted declaring an emergency for days, if not a week, if not more, because I didn't feel like it was necessary initially. Our public health director has the powers that she needs, and she has exercised them to deal with the public health aspects of this particular emergency. And it was only after Chief Davis and the EOC specifically recommended to me that I declare an emergency, and that staff from multiple departments and sections within the EOC came to me with things that they thought that we should do under a declared emergency, that I acted. It was not my idea. It was a clear request of staff that we and they be able to take the actions that they feel are necessary to provide some relief to our residents in the middle of this pandemic. Every single action taken under the emergency declaration will be before you for discussion and for you to affirm, rescind, or amend. And I look forward to those conversations. I did, of course, review all of the actions taken in the emergency order. I questioned staff on several of them, and most of them the questions were answered to my satisfaction, but not all. And there are some items that were proposed that did not get included in the emergency order. You all will have another chance to talk about all of those with staff and decide what you want to do. But in every single instance, staff and I have all been acting to provide relief to our residents in the middle of this crisis. That's our only motivation. That's all we're trying to do here. And if you asked me 2 weeks ago, would we need to take any of these actions 3 weeks ago, I would not have had the slightest idea which of these actions we would need to take. These things are happening rapidly. Things are changing day to day. And I simply cannot predict whether we will ever need to use this emergency declaration power again, or whether we will have another stack of 30 things that need to be acted on. This is not there's no crystal ball here. There's no way to look forward and understand what we might need tomorrow. We've tried to be as comprehensive as possible so that we could get these actions to you as soon as possible. But again, the situation is incredibly fluid and things are changing day to day. And I want to remind us all, it may feel like we have a moment to breathe here and that we have somehow gotten on top of this thing, but we are nowhere near the worst. The worst is definitely yet to come. And so to relax now and think that somehow we're through this would be a really grave mistake. So I don't know. I don't know if I will need any of these powers in the future. But I didn't know I would need them when I did. And that was why Chief Davis and the EOC recommended that we take this action. And the chief said to me, it's better to act now and have the ability to act in the future than not. And I value his advice and recommendation and acted on it. I also want to remind all of us that the council hasn't missed any meetings. you have met on all of your regularly scheduled meetings. The calendar now is messed up because of the election, and because we collectively over the years have decided that this body doesn't want to meet on election day. And so the dates get shuffled. So no council meetings were canceled. No power has been taken away from you. No opportunity to meet has been taken away from you. If you want to meet more frequently, I don't have any problem with that, but some of the conversation tonight made it sound like we've canceled council meetings left and right. No, you've met in all of your regularly scheduled meetings. And we'll meet again on schedule as far as I'm concerned. And again, if the council president or if others want to call special meetings, assuming staff can support that, I don't have any problem with it. But to act like somehow the legislative body of the city has been prevented from acting in some way is just, it's just not true. So you all retain every ounce of power that you have. And that's, in fact, why we're here tonight, meeting to begin with and talking about this item in particular, because it is within your power to decide what to do with it. So I just find some of the conversation tonight baffling, honestly. And Alder Kemble, I would thank you to not misrepresent what I said at CCEC. I very clearly said that we should not waste a good crisis and that we should take the opportunity to forward our collective priorities as a city with respect to equity, which I believe very firmly that we have a chance to keep on working on our collective equity goals through this crisis and to build back up in a way that better represents them. So I'll leave you with this. Things are changing on a day-to-day basis. None of us know if these powers will be needed. It is up to you what you want to do about that. I believe that staff and I have acted in the best of faith to take care of our residents and provide them as much relief as possible during a pandemic. If you disagree, that's your prerogative. I will keep doing the best that I possibly can to take care of this city and its residents in this crisis. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is on the alternate. Is there objection to unanimous consent for the alternate? Alder Lemmer objects, so we'll go to a roll call vote. So on the alternate, all those in favor, aye. All those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you all. And wait, Attorney May would like to advise us. Attorney May.
Just to remind you that this vote on the alternate is effectively like a substitute amendment. So if it passes, then that becomes the main motion, and you still have to vote on it to adopt it if it were to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney May. All right, so on the alternate, to make the alternate the main motion, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Bidar.
No.
Alder Bidar, no. Alder Carter.
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck, no. Alder Hennick.
Aye.
Alder Hennick, aye. Alder Kemble.
Aye.
Alder Kemble, aye. Alder Lemmer.
No.
Alder Lemmer, no. Alder Martin.
No.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Moreland.
No.
Alder Moreland, no. Alder Rohr?
No.
Alder Rohr, no. Alder Rummel?
Yes.
Alder Rummel, yes. Alder Skidmore?
Yes.
Alder Skidmore, yes. Alder Tierney?
No.
Alder Tierney, no. Alder Verveer?
No.
Alder Verveer, no. Alder Abbas?
Yes.
Alder Abbas, yes. Alder Alboras?
No.
Alder Alboras, no. Alder Balde?
Yes.
Alder Balde, yes. Eight ayes, 12 noes.
8 ayes and 12 noes, the motion fails. That brings us to the main motion. Alder Badar.
Mayor, I would like to propose 3 amendments to the motion. Under number 4.
I'm sorry, Alder Badar, could you just hold on 1 second?
Yes.
There you go. Go ahead, Alder Badar.
Under number 4, to strike after in effect until and add the date of June 2nd, as opposed to emergency conditions no longer exist. So June 2nd, 2020. Under, sorry, I missed where I was. And then the last the 8 paren B, where it says regularly scheduled meetings, strike the word regularly scheduled, those 2 words. And then under the last paragraph, where it says 60 days, actually, where it says, yeah, I'm just going to stop there with those 2. If others have other amendments, they can add it, but those 2.
Thank you, Alder Badar. Alder Harrington McKinney, is there a second?
There is a second, and I do have also a recommended change. So what is the process? There is a second.
Alder, why don't you say what you would change and see if it's friendly to the maker and to the body?
Okay. I'm looking for a consistency in language. If on item number 7, the statement is, and I highlighted it, it begins with through. I'll read the entire. Conveyance permits issuance under Madison General Ordinance Section 40.08 in paren in existence or in existence. And then the consistent language I would like the Attorney May to look at is through the time that the Director of Public Health, Madison and Dane County, and the Governor of Wisconsin determined to end the emergency actions that they have taken to combat the coronavirus pandemic shall expire. And so that's consistent language. And when I read the other sections, that's not consistent. So I would like to have that language inserted at those places where it would fit. I went through and selected some of them, but that's the inclusive language that I would like to see added.
Thank you, Alder. I brought Attorney May on. Alder, is your intention to make all of the dates be June 2nd or until the emergency orders are lifted?
Till the emergency orders are lifted. I'm not identifying a date, but I want it to be consistent to when the emergency orders are listed. Which
okay, so Alder, I think that's a separate thing from what Alder Badar is proposing. So we'll have to take yours in order.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Badar. You're muted on your end, Alder Badar. There we go. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I did find the last paragraph, that the last place where I wanted to put June 2nd. So can if that's okay, I don't know if it's appropriate to add that to my motion or not.
Let's try.
Okay, so it's the last paragraph. It says the authority granted by this declaration expires 60 days and it goes on. I wanted to change that to the authority granted by this declaration expires on June 2nd, 2020. So the three changes are that my motion is on paragraph 4, strike after until and replace it with June 2nd, 2020. In paragraph 8, paren B, strike the words regularly scheduled before meeting. And in the last paragraph, strike everything that starts after with 60 days and replace it with on June 2nd, 2020.
All right, thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, are you still seconding?
Yes, I'm still seconding.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so Alder Badar's amendments are before us. Alder Rummel.
I would like to know, just like if I wanted to add something to this, is it appropriate now to change?
No, we need to deal with Alder Badar's amendments first.
Okay, and then we could do a second round?
Yes.
Okay, that's my question.
All right, thank you, Alder. All right, is there any discussion of Alder Badar's amendments, which, just to remind us, change all of the relevant expiration dates to June 2nd and strike the words regularly scheduled so items can come up at any council meeting? Seeing no discussion on those amendments, is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of those amendments? Please raise your hand if there's an objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of Alder Badar's amendments. I see no objection, so those amendments will be adopted. Now, Alder Rummel.
Thank you. I'm going to send something to all alders, and I'm not looking at you because I'm going to read from my computer. So I would like to change 8B. And now you're getting it, so you can see it. And basically, as Alder Hennick, captured, take out the piece about the ordinances and basically keep all the rest with a little bit of rearranging as I sent out to you.
Alder Rummel, you need to send that to the clerk as well.
I will. So send it to Maggie or clerk at or what? Okay, Maggie. Thank you.
Maggie. And Alder Rummel, for the benefit of those who are not on the all alders list, would you read your amendment?
I will. Thank you, Mayor. A new 8A to replace the as proposed 8A would say, under this declaration, the mayor may, after consultation with the city attorney, issue orders to extend deadlines, waive penalties, issue permits or licenses, contract or waive contractual terms as are appropriate to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the city and its residents that are not in conflict with existing state or federal laws in order to mitigate the effects of the coronavirus pandemic.
Thank you, Alder. Is there a second for Alder Rummel's amendment? Alder Hennick?
Yes, second.
Thank you, Alder. Is there discussion on Alder Rummel's amendment? Alder Rummel, would you like to speak to it?
Well, I think we've had a really good conversation, and I appreciate the mayor's comments that we do have power, and I appreciate all the people who want to share. I appreciate all of you, and it now is 12:41, and we still have another item that's to come up that's big. So to me, this makes me a lot more comfortable. I think it gives the mayor, she has emergency powers that are just broad because of the state and declaration. But this takes out the piece that was just, for me, just a hard nut to get through. And I felt like the thing that, even though if it would come back right away, I want to give the mayor flexibility, but I also want to, and just sort of itemize what it would look like, because that's what it's looked like so far. And, I guess that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting this, and I caution people to think of whether or not they support this, to think about the impact. It's obviously 12:41, or now it's 12:42 in the morning. Just be cautious about changing this, removing that ordinance. It seems like that's one of the big changes. It's not clear what the effect of that will be, and I just caution people on making that change at this late hour.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other Alders in the queue. So on Alder Rummel's amendment, which is you should have in front of you now, is there objection to recording unanimous consent for Alder Rummel's amendment? Alder Furman objects. And so we will have multiple objections. So we will have a roll call vote. On Alder Rummel's amendment, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and I will unmute you all, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Bidar?
No.
Alder Bidar, no. Alder Carter?
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Evers?
Yes.
Alder Evers, yes. Alder Foster?
Aye.
Alder Foster, yes. Alder Furman?
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney?
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck?
No.
Alder Heck, no. Alder Hennick?
Aye.
Alder Hennick, yes. Alder Kemble?
Aye.
Alder Kemble, yes. Alder Lemmer?
No.
Alder Lemmer, no. Alder Martin?
No.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Moreland?
I believe Alder Moreland may have left.
Alder Rohr?
No.
Alder Rohr, no. Alder Rummel?
Aye.
Alder Rummel, yes. Alder Skidmore?
No.
I'm sorry, is it a no?
No.
Alder Skidmore, no. Alder Tierney?
No.
Alder Tierney, no. Alder Verveer?
No.
Alder Verveer, no. Alder Abbas?
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Alboras?
No.
Alder Alboras, no. Alder Balde?
No.
Alder Balde, no. Five ayes, 14 noes, and 1 abstention, I guess. She's not here.
Thank you. That amendment fails. And so we are back to the main motion as amended by Alder Bidar. Alder Harrington McKinney, did Alder Bidar's amendments to add the date certain of expiration address your concerns, or would you like to make an additional amendment?
And in the beginning, Attorney May said that he was going through and making the language more consistent. In item number 7, where it begins after or in existence, beginning there, through the time that the Director of Public Health, Madison and Dane County, and the Governor of Wisconsin determined to end the emergency actions that they may have taken to combat the coronavirus pandemic shall expire, and then with Alder Bidar's date in there. And I was looking at that consistent language because to see if it would apply, because it is actually saying during the time, or identifies when the governor and the Director of Public Health, when they lift their when the expiration date. And so it might be in conflict with Alder Bidar listing June the 2nd, I think you said. And so
Alder, let's ask Attorney May if he feels like with Alder Bidar's amendments, he has the consistency that he needs, because I think that's what you're trying to get at.
Yes.
Attorney
Yes.
May?
Yes, you do have the consistency. The only risk is if the emergency is declared to be over between now and June 2nd, which I think is a very small risk.
Alder Harrington McKinney, does that satisfy you?
That'll satisfy me.
Thank you very much, Alder. All right, so that does bring us then to the main motion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the main motion as amended by Alder Badar? There is objection, so we will go to a roll call vote. All those in favor of the main motion, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and I will unmute you all, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Badar.
Aye.
Alder Badar, aye. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Foster.
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman.
Aye.
Alder Furman, yes. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney, yes. Alder Heck.
Aye.
Alder Heck, yes. Alder Hennick.
No.
Alder Hennick, no. Alder Kemble.
No.
Alder Kemble, no. Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin.
Aye.
Alder Martin, aye. Alder Moreland, still abstaining. Alder Rohr.
Aye.
Alder Rohr, aye. Alder Rummel.
No.
Alder Rummel, no. Alder Skidmore.
Aye.
Alder Skidmore, aye. Alder Tierney.
Aye.
Alder Tierney, aye. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Abbas.
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Alboras.
Aye.
Alder Alboras, aye. Alder Balday.
Aye.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that for me?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Alder Balday, aye. Thirteen ayes, 6 noes, 1 abstention.
Thank you. The ayes have it. That item passes. And we will move on. I believe that was item 18. And so that takes us to item number 53. Alder Badar.
Move adoption.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. This seems, considering the moment we're in, a decision we could delay. And I would move referral to June 2nd.
The Alder moves referral to June 2nd. Is there a second for the motion of referral? If there is a second, please raise your hand. Alder Martin.
Yep, second.
Thank you, Alder Martin. All right, so the motion now is referral. Sorry. Alder Rummel, did you wish to speak to referral?
Yeah. Yes. Oh, thank you. This issue has bothered me for a while. Every time it shows up on the agenda, I put it in my blog because I really don't understand why this committee was pulled out. I mean, historically, I know it had to compete with the cool, sexy kid, the Sustainable Madison Committee. And so it wasn't as a committee that was helped in a lot of ways to do meaningful work. And I won't go into the depths of it, but I guess my big point is that TFOGS has proposed a review of committees, and that seems fine. Let's review it, see does it fit into the Sustainable Madison umbrella. I have my doubts, but because that committee seems really broad to me, but I'm willing to discuss it. I just don't want you to just throw it away when we're not even having committee meetings. It doesn't seem at all kind of needy right now, like it's not a priority, and I would like it to be part of a broader discussion. So I'm not asking you to place it on file and agree with me that that it should be kept, but I'm asking you not to decide to throw it away before it's part of a broader discussion.
Thank you, Alder. The motion is referral to the June 2nd meeting. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of referral to the June 2nd meeting. That brings us to item number 71. And we do potentially have a registrant on this item. Bob Schaefer of Cottonwood Circle in opposition wishing to speak. Is Mr. Schaefer still with us? Is Mr. Schaefer with us? Mr. Schaefer, go ahead.
Yeah, it keeps telling me I'm unmuted, but I am here. And do I speak now or do I speak after?
You speak now, sir.
Okay. This is perceived to be important to BRT, and this causes concern. My study and discussion with people I encounter indicates that most are not looking forward to BRT and think it will create more congestion and be very costly. Downtown Coordinating Committee March 1920 PDF projects adding 800,000 more trips to by 2050. Same document contained Indianapolis Indigo red line with a bullet system-wide bus ridership of up to 30%. And I looked it up and found an article published January 31st, 2020 at 6:35 p.m. that said when Indigo launched its first bus rapid transit line in September, it was jammed with people, and not just during rush hour. Expectations were high among those who longed for faster and more frequent bus service. The 13-mile bus line runs from Broadville to the University of Indianapolis on the city's south side. But the excitement and newness was gone, and it followed up with 5 months later, the red line has yet to meet its ridership projections, and in fact has seen ridership continue to drop. Indigo initially projected the red line would draw an average of 11,000 riders per day. And here's the numbers so far. September, it had 8,212. October, it had 6,685. November, 5,992. December, 4,334, which is a 50% drop. So that one of the things that I have considered, and I've done a lot of study in terms of Madison Metro bus system and so forth like that, and there's a Excel sheet that I sent out to everyone that contains information about that, where many of our bus routes right now, not even right now, but last year, did not require even a regular bus. And I think that we could better serve the community by investing in smaller buses, not larger buses. And that what I am concerned about is that in a future discussion that the documentation provided for the BRT uses some flawed and inaccurate documentation in my study. And so that what I would propose, and I proposed this to the TPPB, is that what we do right now is use some of our buses.
That's time.
Mr. Schaefer, your time is up.
And I'm not allowed to continue?
Alder Carter, are you moving additional time?
I sure am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Another minute, Mr. Schaefer.
Okay. I suggest that what we do is we implement bus rapid transit today using the buses that we have to see how it works. And then if it works fine, then we move forward with everything else.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Are there any questions for our registrant? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Alder Badar, a motion on item 71.
Move adoption.
Alder Harrington McKinney, a second.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to adopt. Are there any questions? Or is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of adopting item number 71. That will bring us to item number 75. And forgive me, I need a moment to refresh the public comment document and turn to item number 75. All right, we have a number of folks registered on item number 75, but only one wishing to speak. Tyson Vitale of Dell Drive in support, wishing to speak. Is Tyson still with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hi. Okay. Well, first, I just want to thank everyone for staying so late and attending this meeting. I appreciate all of the elders putting in the work here. And I'm speaking in favor of in supporting this amendment for the Pride mural project. I think it's an important, excuse me, I don't have my notes up here. I think it's really important for our city to have a visible show of support for the LGBTQ plus community and show that we're, inclusive and welcoming place for everyone. Yeah, growing up here and as a queer person that grew up in the city, I think it's specifically for kids in marginalized communities and specifically queer trans kids of color. I think it would be and it will be a great visible sign that our city supports them and specifically kids who might not find that support elsewhere, like at home or other places. So yeah, I strongly encourage everyone to support it. Super excited for it to move forward. And just yet again, just want to remind everyone this is going to be completely funded by private donations and not by city resources or tax dollars. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We have other registrants who have registered not wishing to speak. James Dish of Rimrock Road in opposition, available to answer questions. Michael Miller of Sussex Lane in opposition. Ann Brewer of West Main Street in opposition. Mary Kelly of Walbridge Ave in opposition. Joseph, without a last name, of Leslie Lane in opposition. Frederick Olson of Walter Street in opposition. Felenia Osen of Walter Street in opposition. Adam Fisher of Cliff Street in opposition. Kim Dietzman of Jubilee Circle in opposition. Glory Sabin of Jubilee Circle in opposition. Kim Dietzman again and Glory Sabin again, both in opposition. John Crace of Trout Road in opposition from Rio, Wisconsin. Devette Baker of Monterey Drive in support. Adrian Lampron of Willow Drive in support. And Trent Miker of Arkansas Avenue in opposition. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing no questions. Up, Alder Carter.
I just have a quick question for Tyson. Is who's going to maintain these murals, or are these murals temporary?
So the murals, from my understanding and talking with the city, are going to be, we've thought this out. And what I love about actually the city staff here is that I think we've thought this out much more than other cities have. And the materials that we're going to be using are, from what I understand, and please correct me, anyone who's sponsored this legislation and the alders, our city staff that might be on, it's going to be the material that will last about 8 to 10 years. So when it comes to maintenance, that's something that I don't think we're going to have to worry about for quite some time, which is great.
That is great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for any of our registrants? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. Tyson, can you speak to a little bit as someone who grew up in Madison, what this means to you? and your experiences?
Yeah, so I think this is something that's a really simple thing that the city can do. Just to, growing up as a, a gay kid here in our community, it can be tough, specifically for, when you're a minority or marginalized community on top of it, within like another marginalized community, like a queer trans person of color, a lot of times you do not get the support at home or, show of support from like folks that directly and that are in your community. And it just looking back and thinking about when I was a kid, what that would mean to me. And also, being formerly on the board of GSAFE and currently being on the board of Outreach, just knowing, going to and talking to specifically kids and our young kids, that are struggling with their, let's say, identity or their, sexual orientation, whatever it may be. Showing that our city really, really supports them, I think means a lot. It does. And I think this is a really simple and I think great just thing that our city could do. And quite frankly, I think we're a little behind on this. There's just countless cities that have already done this, and I'm glad that Madison finally is. I just think that this would really mean a lot to kids specifically that maybe aren't even comfortable coming out yet, or, that just are having a hard time specifically. I think that showing that our city is behind them, that our government's behind them, our local government's behind them, and that, our community as a whole is behind them, I think really, really, really says something and means a lot. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for any of our registrants? All right, seeing none, thank you. We will move on to questions for staff or, we'll start with a motion. Alder Badar.
Move adoption.
Alder Harrington McKinney, a second.
A second. I have a question for staff.
All right, so Alder Harrington McKinney has seconds, and your question for staff, Alder?
Okay, is someone there from transportation?
There's a staff person from transportation. Yes, Mr. Tao is on. Go ahead, Alder.
Okay, thank you. It has been mentioned, and mine is a finance question, really, and it really is around a fiscal note. It's been said that there would be no financial cost to the city, and this would be completely funded through donations. But in an exchange with the transportation department, one of the things that came, and I just sent that out to all alders, the understanding is that the funds raised would cover any maintenance required, as well as if there was a need to remove it. The Transportation Committee did consider requiring an amount to be held in reserve for maintenance removal, but did not amend the motion to require it. Would someone speak to that, please?
Thank you, Alder. We have both our traffic engineer, Yang Tao, and our finance director unmuted at this point. So I don't know which one of you wants to take that.
Madam Mayor, maybe, this is Yan, the traffic engineer. Maybe I will start on that, and I'll ask Dave to add on to it. So this did come up at the discussion with Transportation Commission. And so the idea about, give a city some cushion in case the mural has to be removed. I explained to Transportation Commission that the removal cost typically is very minor compared to the initial install cost. I think the commission, because of that, the commission feels comfortable not including that as an amendment. But I think Alder Lambert was there as well, and we can discuss raising a bit more money to cover potential removal or maintenance down the road. But comparing to the first initial installation cost, anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000, the removal cost is really minor. We're looking at maybe $1,000, $2,000. If we if we take a few years before we need to remove it, a lot of times we don't even have to do anything; it just fade it out by itself. And I don't know if Dave wants to add anything to it.
No, I think you covered it.
All right. Thank you both. Alder Harrington McKinney, does that answer your question?
So is it my understanding, since within the context it said that no city money would be used, would it be appropriate to set aside a portion, because since the Transportation Committee did consider that, is to have what amount would be held reasonably in a maintenance reserve or removal?
Alder Harrington McKinney, is your question, how much might it cost to remove it?
Right. And how much was considered to be held in reserve for that maintenance or possibility?
Yang, I think I heard you say somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. So same question came up at Transportation Commission. I think I told the commission that if you want to do that, I feel like $2,000 will be adequate for removal down the road.
Okay. Would it then be in order, since they did have a discussion and consider that, of that $50,000, a portion could be in reserve so that that it really would be no cost to the city?
Alder, it would be in order for you to make an amendment after we dispense with questions for staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff at this point? All right, I'm not seeing any. So Alder Harrington McKinney, will return to you for a motion or an amendment.
So my amendment is to make the Transportation Committee did consider requiring an amount to be held in reserve for maintenance removal, but did not amend the motion to require it. And so I would like to amend the motion to require that an amount be held in reserve for the maintenance and removal.
All right, so Alder, do I hear you making a motion to hold $2,000 in reserve for maintenance and potential removal if needed?
If needed, if that's the amount that if that's the amount that was allocated, yes, that is my motion.
All right, so Alder Harrington McKinney moves. Is there a second? Alder Abbas, is that a second?
Yes.
Thank you, Alder. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on the amendment? Alder Lemmer.
I just wanted to mention that the $50,000 includes padding for having to do maintenance or potential removal. So that already includes an amount. And the reason why what I call Transportation Commission didn't set up a reserve was because it created a lot of additional complications. And they felt that was unnecessary.
Thank you, Alder. There other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the amendment? There is, so we will move to a roll call vote on the amendment. So the amendment from Harrington McKinney is to hold a $2,000 reserve for maintenance and potential removal. I have all sorts of hands moving around, but Alder Harrington McKinney, I believe you wish to speak to your amendment before we vote?
Yes, I do. And the reason that I want to speak with it is that we found that with the language of understanding, we don't clean up and make very precise things that when it comes before us, we can make it precise and clear. So if it comes up in 8 years, we've taken care of it. And so this is one of the things that we have the opportunity to make clean, precise, so that if it comes up in 5 years or 8 years, we made allowances for it. And so because the original amendment said that there will be no funds allocated to set aside, and since the commission did consider that, setting aside that $2,000 makes it clear, precise, and we don't have to come back and revisit it.
Thank you, Alder. So a voice or a roll call vote has been requested. So Alder Harrington McKinney's amendment is to set aside Alder Carter.
Oh, I was two things. Did Alder Leamer say that the $50,000 included maintenance, and then on top of that, we're putting $2,000 aside in transportation to for maintenance?
Alder Carter, let me turn to our finance director to clarify here. The understanding is that my understanding is that the resolution has been amended to a higher amount so that there would be a cushion for maintenance and potential removal if needed, but that the commission specifically chose not to set aside a particular reserve fund. Mr. Schmidtke, can you speak to the structure of this?
I can try, Mayor. My understanding would be that the reserve would be within the 50,000. That's how I was looking at it. The $2,000 would be set aside, leaving 48,000 left for the project. Yang may be able to speak to that a little more precisely, but that's how I was interpreting Alder McKinney's proposal.
Yeah, Dave is correct on that. So the original amount proposed to raise is lower. So after this went through Transportation Commission, the number was raised to $50,000. That does include the dollar amount to cover the potential removal of the murals. However, I should make clear that this includes potential removal or minor maintenance. But the end of its lifespan, 5 to 10 years after it's first initially installed, if the city wants to continue that program, that needs to be reinstalled. We'll look at the kind of another cycle. There'll be, installation cost will be at a much higher amount.
Thank you. Alder Carter, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. All right. I believe now we may be able to come to a vote. So on Alder Harrington McKinney's amendment to set aside $2,000 of the $50,000 for potential maintenance or removal, all those in favor, aye. All those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you all and the clerk will call the roll. There we go.
Hit unmute. Got it. Alder Vidar.
No.
Alder Carter.
Yes.
Alder Carter, yes. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Foster.
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Yes.
Alder Harrington McKinney, yes. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck, no. Alder Hennick.
Yes.
Alder Hennick, yes. Alder Kemble.
No.
Alder Kemble, no. Alder Lemmer.
No.
Alder Lemmer, no. Alder Martin.
Nope.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Moreland is abstaining. Alder Rohr.
No.
Alder Rohr, no. Alder Rummel.
No.
Alder Rummel, no. Alder Skidmore.
Yes.
Alder Skidmore, yes. Alder Tierney.
No.
Alder Tierney, no. Alder Verveer.
No.
Alder Verveer, no. Alder Abbas.
Yes.
Alder Abbas, yes. Alder Alboras. Can you repeat that for me?
No.
No. Okay, Alder Alboras, no. Alder Balde.
Aye.
Balde, yes. Six ayes, 13 noes, one abstention.
Thank you. 6 ayes, 13 noes. That amendment fails. That brings us to the underlying motion, which is to adopt the substitute. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll come to a vote. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item number 75? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item number 75. And we will move on to item number 77, which is Legistar 60043, responding to the final environmental impact statement for the Air National Guard F-35A operational bed down. We do have a number of registrants, and we will see how many of them have hung on with us through the evening for their chance to speak.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
For those of you that are still here to speak, I see a number of you with names that do not match our list. I just want to remind you that if your name in the Zoom meeting does not match your registration, I cannot call on you. Thank you.
Thank you. So our first registrant is Michael Moore of Highway 51 in Stoughton, in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Steve Klafka, to be followed by Ed Bloom, to be followed by Alan Ruff. Michael Moore, are you still with us? Tanya, I think you're going to have to give us some guidance. So, Michael Moore, are you here? You might be muted on your end.
He is here. I'm attempting to unmute him, but he must be muted on his end.
Mr. Moore, if you can hear us, we believe you're muted on your end. Please try and resolve the issue, and we're going to move on to other speakers. We'll come back to you. Mr. Klafka of Elmside Boulevard in support, wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Ed Bloom of Melman Court in support, wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Alan Ruff of West Main Street in support, wishing to speak.
They are here.
Alan?
Yes.
Go ahead, Alan.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. And it's a long night, and I will be as brief as possible. The major argument put forward by proponents of the basing of the F-35s is that it'll boost the economy of the area. That is, they speak of constantly of $100 million in economic benefits, $100 million in economic benefits, as if that would trickle down to the community at large. That figure we've found came from a 2015 study endorsed by and promoted by WEDIC under the Walker administration, done by the University Extension. Well, those monies will not be shared, will not be beneficial, especially to those communities that will be most directly impacted. Those living close up by the airport, low income families, residents, largely people of color. I want to cut to the chase here and just draw a quote from a communique to the two council members from former Alder Brian Benford, because he weighed in that statement that came out the past few days, the proposed economic benefits versus those that aren't being served, will not be served by this, excuse me, it's kind of late, will not be served at all by this project and the benefits that the proponents are claiming. He says, how can we as a city signal to the world that we are more concerned about potential economic gains or losses over people's livelihoods and well-being? That's the crux of the matter. The Chamber of Commerce promotes this project. Rebecca Blank at the UW promotes this project. But what benefit really will it accrue to the people living in the north and east side, aside from increased pollution, especially if the excavation, the removal of topsoil for the proposed construction projects proceeds? I want to ask one final question and then I'll stop. That is, in this time of crisis, in this time of COVID plague, how would the F-35s prove beneficial if they were here at this moment? How would they aid in serving those imperiled by the virus or threatened by it? What would they do?
Mr. Ruff, your time is up.
Can I have one more minute?
Is there anyone that will move an additional minute? Alder Carter?
Move an additional minute.
Thank you.
Mr.
Ruff, another minute.
Thank you. My final point. Would F-35s carry ventilators and clinical masks in their bomb bays? These are offensive weapons. And one final thing, of course, we're not opposed to the mission of the fighter group here, the 115th National Guard, ANG. They should be carrying supplies and providing for the people of the state, supplies for the people of the state that will not come from basing the F-35s here. Thank you. It's incumbent. It's an abnegation of duty to vote for these F-35s and the basing the bed down here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ruff. I believe that we have Mike Moore now.
We do, Madam Mayor. Thank you. You hear me now?
Yep.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Alders. A lot has been said about the F-35 bed down. I want to make sure that we're dealing with facts and that the council has facts here. So based on the final EIS updates, February 19th, it should note that there are a number of inaccuracies that have been put out by opponents of the F-35 bed down. First and foremost, flights should return to historic averages within 1 to 2 years, bringing a commensurate reduction in noise impacts. That's not been talked about. Noise level increases will be 4 decibels or less for most locations, which is barely above the 3 decibel point at which the human ear can discern differences in volume. Noise mitigation will include a full plan with responsible parties and reporting of performance metrics. There are no expected scenarios under which afterburner usage should be required, and the 5% modeling is unlikely to ever be used. Additionally, no afterburner has been used in Burlington at the time of this letter. Firefighting foams such as PFAS have been used and required by the FAA at all Part 139 airports for decades. While the requirement remains in place until October 2021, the fighter wing has already moved to one of the more environmentally friendly formulas allowed by the FAA and stopped dispensing foam in training areas. And before the F-35 construction can begin, a site evaluation will be completed and decontamination will occur based on the applicable local, state, and federal laws. That debunks most of the myths that the F-35, anti-F-35 groups have been talking about. Now I want to move to the council and my disappointment in the council taking this up so late in the process, number one, and in the evening, number two. This didn't come about. This resolution wasn't introduced until March 17th when it was introduced on the floor, avoiding placement on the agenda, and was not referred to any committees. Between the 17th and 29th of this month, none of the sponsoring alders mentioned any of the resolution in their constituent communications. No media reports of the resolution were introduced. On the 27th, finally, this appeared on the council agenda where the public is not able to speak in person. On the 29th, it wasn't until then that Alder Abbas became the first co-sponsor to announce this. Those are the facts, and I find it very concerning that the optics of this process, which will apparently come to an end this evening, show a council that's chosen to use a time of national crisis and limited access to pass a resolution that is best based on disinformation. In my opinion, this is bad government, shows lack of concern for all parties in Madison, to include the 1,200 members of the 115th Fighter Wing and their families, many of who live, work, and go to school in Madison. I would conclude with asking the alders, who will speak on their behalf? Who will advocate for those members and their families who have chosen to step up and serve our community?
Sir, that's your time.
At this time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next registrant is Jenny Capillero of Christensen Ave and support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Chris Arends, to be followed by Amanda Smeeting, to be followed by Josh Guest. Is Jenny Capillero still with us?
A lot of people are not. It might be just.
Yes, she is.
Jenny?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thanks for considering this resolution. I'm Jenny Capillero, and I'm going to talk fast. I'm speaking as a resident near Fair Oaks and Highway 30. My home is within the 65 decibel zone. I'll also add that I'm speaking for a number of my neighbors who are very concerned about what's happening with this issue. We're concerned chiefly because that the environmental impact statement tells us that thousands of residents' homes on the east and north side will become incompatible with residency should these jets come. We are asking you to represent us, the people whose homes and quality of life are at stake, by taking the strongest stance that you can against bringing these jets here by supporting the resolution. There's really no shortage of reasons to oppose them. My top contender is the increased noise pollution. There's the unaddressed existing PFAS pollution, impacts on learning at schools, daycares, impacts on wildlife, pets. The list goes on and on. Bringing the F-35s to Madison does not make sense. It's not appropriate for our community. I experience the noise of the F-16s at my home currently. They suck, but the evidence tells us that the F-35s will be even louder. It doesn't require any leap of logic to conclude that if the military's own EIS is predicting homes will be incompatible with residency, that things are going to get louder, unless words don't have meaning, because I don't know a lot of ways to spin incompatible with residency. But you can easily extrapolate that if areas are incompatible with residency, those are not going to be very nice places to live. We have additional confirmation from other locations where these jets are based that the noise is disturbingly, unhealthily loud. Our community talks a lot about affordable housing. Let's put our money where our mouth is and say loudly to the military decision makers on this, no, we do not want these jets here. There's no credible concern that the base will close if they don't get the F-35s. They will bring a negligible amount of jobs, and any jobs that they bring will certainly be is a drop in the bucket compared to the economic damage that will occur if they do come. And these arguments are not something I just made up. These come from the environmental impact statement. Let's consider the people who will be affected and act accordingly. Let's keep Madison one of the best places to live. Please support the resolution.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Chris Arends of Royal Oaks Drive in Verona, in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Amanda Smeeting, to be followed by Josh Guest, to be followed by Kristen Weisekel, perhaps. Chris Arends, are you still with us?
I am with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So my name is Chris Arends. I'm the executive director of the Badger Area Community Council. We're a nonprofit organization in support of the men and women of the 115th Fighter Wing. I personally grew up on the east side of Madison, and I'm also a retired F-16 pilot with over 20 years service with the 115th. I oppose the resolution against basing the F-35s at Truax Field and ask that you do the same. Unfortunately, I think there's still a lot of misinformation about the basing, and all I ask is that you listen to the facts that I present and consider them in your decision. I think Mr. Moore also addressed a lot of those facts, so I won't reiterate those, but I think it's been proven out. And Mayor, even in your own blog, you posted about the noise and about the pollution and how the Air Force came back and clarified a lot of those mistruths that have been put out there. I really want to talk about I think in general, when we look at this, the F-35 will not really cause material change in what's going on now. So I flew the F-16, I've heard the F-35, I've been around it. So I am speaking from what I consider a position of expertise on the subject. And I just want you to think about the fact that if the F-35s were swapped out with the F-16s right now, no one would know the difference. They would not be able to perceive the difference. But which will make a difference, and I think I've heard that there's no credible evidence that the base will go away. The base will absolutely go away if we don't get an F-35 mission. The F-16s are aging. They will be retired. And without the F-35, we will lose 1,200 men and women will lose their jobs. And with that, 1,200 families will just be displaced from the area. So I really want you to consider that piece of it. I grew up in Madison. I grew up on the east side. I went to elementary school, middle school, high school. I went to the University of Wisconsin. I am a Madisonian. The opportunity that the fighter wing presented me was incredible, and I'm so proud to have served. And I think that opportunity should be there for future generations to come. So, I really ask that with the facts presented before, it's not going to be as loud. And
Sir, that's your time.
Okay, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Amanda Smeeting of Foggy Mountain Pass in Wanakee in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Josh Guest, to be followed by Kristen Weisicle, to be followed by Daniel Morris. Amanda Smeeting, are you with us?
I do not see any of those names.
All right, so Amanda Smeeting was registered in opposition. Josh Guest also registered in opposition. Kristen, I'm guessing Weisicle in opposition from Verona. Daniel Morris from Sun Prairie in opposition. Rachel Bauer of Williamson Street in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Mike Koob of Bongard Drive in Wanakee in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see them either.
Robin Koenig of Lawton Lane in Wanakee in opposition, wishing to speak.
Nope.
Doug Arnold of Farwell Street in McFarland in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Aaron Perry of Monroe Street in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Shannon, no last name, of Lakeside Drive in Edgerton in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Patricia Levitt of Windsor Prairie Road in DeForest in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Matt Weisicle of Waterbend Drive in Verona in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Robert Carabell of Norwich Street in Fitchburg in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Rick Haycox of Cassidy Road in Evansville in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
James Sainsbury from Monona in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Edward Fitzsimmons from Sun Prairie in opposition, wishing to speak.
They are here.
Edward Fitzsimmons, to be followed by Kevin Wagner and Alex Smith. Edward Fitzsimmons. You may be muted on your end.
All right, how about now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
All right. I'd just like to say thank you for letting me speak. I'm a United States Air Force veteran. Was not stationed at the 125th, but I was up in the upstate New York area. I'm honored to be a veteran of the United States Air Force, and I do believe that the 125th would probably be eliminated if we don't have the F-35s. So I'd like to take this opportunity to stress to the alders that it is a necessity for our area. Thank you so much. I know it's getting late, and once again, thank you. Everybody, please stay safe.
Thank you, sir. Our next registrant is Kevin Wagner in opposition wishing to speak of Morrison Street.
I do not see that name.
Alex Smith of Mill Bluff Drive in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Richard Guidry of Elkhorn, Wisconsin in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Tricia Nelson of Grieg Trail in Stoughton in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
William Lee of Pembroke Drive in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Susan Bessick of Harding Street in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see them.
Sarah Urban of Milwaukee in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Gregory Witt of Chippewa Falls in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Josh King of Oregon in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
JJ Areola of DeForest in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Kay Masasowicz of Delafield in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Bo Cox of East Hill Parkway in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Brian Durr of Thorpe Street in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
William Wooten from a P.O. box in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Tim Weber of Edgerton, Wisconsin in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Gerard Brock of Blue Mounds in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Linda Kopmeyer of Lodi in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Sean O'Connor of Lake Geneva in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
David Schiff of Middleton in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Peter Van de Bogart of Sun Prairie in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Jesse Ramirez of Richland Center in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Robert Krenke of Applewood Drive in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Terry Woodward of Belmont Road in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
William Larson, also of Belmont Road, in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Robert Fredenberg of Fall River, Wisconsin, in opposition wishing to speak.
They are here. It looks like they are on an older version of Zoom. Robert, you will be removed from the meeting for 1 second as it reconnects you.
All right, Robert, do we have you?
Yes, we do.
Go ahead.
All right. Thanks very much for your time tonight. This agenda item, for the sake of the sustainment of the National Guard, Wisconsin, that has supported this community and state as both activated and military, local citizens supporting defense and the villages and townships all of your governing body should be focusing on the situation at hand with COVID-19 situation. Like to see that this situation isn't a last minute addition to the discussion, but most importantly, effective community and state and supportive assessments, the capability of this government. Make sure you guys move forward and supporting every bit of your area, and with the unity of with what we've been able to provide. The National Guard, they've had a bunch of experience. All the personnel that it represents, they've had a bunch of experience from different situations, different lifestyles, and I feel that it should be recognized. I feel that it should be acknowledged, and I think that the impact to the community for this arena is significant, and each one of you should acknowledge that in your vote to oppose the resolution for this tonight. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks for staying up. You guys are doing a lot, and keep going forward. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next registrant is Craig Eagle of Marcy Road, in opposition, wishing to speak.
I don't see that person.
Carl Schoenecker of Presque Isle, Wisconsin, in opposition, wishing to speak.
They are here.
Carl?
Yes, thank you for hosting me. I'm a 37-year veteran of the Wisconsin Air National Guard. I've worked on aircraft platforms as far back as F-102s, O-2s, A-37s, A-10s, and lastly F-16s. Like has been stated before, the F-16 is not a infinite platform that can stay in Madison. And if the F-35s would not be allowed to come there, the demise of the base could easily be seen. So I am supporting the F-35 basing in Madison. I believe by not supporting this, or I'm in opposition of what the council wants to do. I think it's short-sightedness on the council's part. There are a lot of things would have a negative effect on the city of Madison if that base was to shut down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Craig Schlicht of McFarland, in opposition, wishing to speak.
I don't see that name.
Next registrant is Steve Nelson of Sherman Ave, in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Dwayne Rodell of 6th Street, in opposition, wishing to speak.
I don't see that name.
Harry Richardson of Few Street, in support, wishing to speak.
They are here.
Harry?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead. Harry has been muted again somehow.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Harry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks for staying up late. Thanks for all the techies. I just have a brief statement. Time, as you know, is of the essence. The Air Force is scheduled to make a final decision any day now. As a 42-year resident of Madison, most of that time on the New East Side, I'm concerned for the working class people of our neighborhood who deserve to live in peace and work in their garden. I'm reminded of the biblical quote used in Hamilton. Washington explained to Hamilton his decision not to run again. It's from the Micahs, chapter 4, verse 4, in my dad's Bible. And every man shall sit under his vine and under his fig tree, and there shall be none to make them afraid. These lines remind me of my mother, who grew up on the farm and worked hard most of her life. Mom worked at Campbell's Soup in Fremont, Nebraska, where I grew up, then is now a blue-collar town. She was in the same union as my friends that used to work at Oscar Myers, the Amalgamated Meat Cutters and Butcher Workmen's Union, now the United Food and Commercial Workers, UFCW. In season, Mom would come home after a hard day's work, taking bones out of chickens, and work for several hours in her garden. I didn't get it then. Dad and I were deployed to weeding, harvesting, and other tasks. But I think I understand now. Mom found peace in her own garden, and it helped her to carry on. Just as people here find peace in their gardens, be they in the shadow of Oscar's or Troy Gardens or Oak Park Terrace, the trailer park near the airport. The gardens also provide practical and important supplement to tight food budgets. There should be no F-35 in Madison or anywhere because this is a killing machine, an offensive weapon which will have nuclear capability. Just as we have a right to peace here in our own gardens, so do people around the world. We have no business making weapons that have already been deployed abroad to deadly effect by the US, Israel, and Syria, and will soon be used in other countries. Finally, in this time of crisis, the F-35 program should be canceled and the funds used to help aid people harmed by the coronavirus. The Air National Guard and other Guard members should be converting the Monona Terrace Convention Center for the homeless and care for people from our soon-to-be overflowing hospitals. In New York, the Javits Center has had at least part of its facilities converted to hospital use by the National Guard. We need emergency shelters for the homeless, money to those unemployed so they can maintain themselves in their homes, and so much more. Money for the people, not for F-35s. Thank you very much for considering this important issue.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jesse Seeger of Red Birch Run in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Ryan Gaffney of Wanakee in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Brett Gundlach of Silverstone Lane in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Matthew Fisher of Wanakee in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Wayne Peterson of Oak Brook Circle in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
George Matakowski of Cambridge in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Jonathan Weigel of Blue Mounds in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Suzanne Gilbertson of Burning Wood Way in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
John Walrath of Cross Hill Drive in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Andrew Brickle of Windsor in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Scott Graham of Cottage Grove in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Paula Amble of Sandpiper Trail in Cottage Grove in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Rick McMahon of Lodi in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Steve Northrup of Melby Drive in support, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Douglas Linder of Marshall in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Brad Borchers of Marston Ave in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Ann Fisher of Sun Prairie in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Corinne Jones of Sun Prairie in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Casey Lund of Edgerton in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Christian Fisher of Sun Prairie in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Rocky Jones of Sun Prairie in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Donald Egolden of Sun Prairie in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Jennifer Hewitt of Janesville in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Jonathan Stotts of Cantwell Court in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Jim Satya of from Pecatonica, Illinois, in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Donna Kimberly of Evansville in opposition, wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
David Montez of Sun Prairie in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Sarah Quinones of Westfield Road in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Stephen Bessick of Harding Street in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Logan Todaro of Menasha, in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Jolene Powell of Toma in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Dan, no last name, of Wingra Drive in Madison in opposition wishing to speak.
I do see a Dan with no last name.
Dan? You may be muted on your end.
Should be available.
Dan of Wingra Drive?
Yep, I'm trying to talk to you.
Go ahead.
Oh, there we go. So again, thank you for being able to speak tonight and what you guys are doing. I've been on for over 7 hours. And I know you guys, I've gone through this with you before. So a lot of talk tonight about the democratic process. And again, I applaud you for trying to open this up. But I would like to submit for this resolution being talked at 2 a.m. with as many as opponents that aren't available anymore to speak, that I don't know if really the democratic process is being seen, of them having it available to provide their opinion to this matter. I would like to add with some of the information that is out there, there was talk about PFAS. Again, I think there is a lot of confusion that that is an issue that is here because we have a certified airport. Airport has nothing to do with the military. That is a condition that will be here because we have an airport. We'll always be here as long as we have an airport until that substance is changed out. But also know that the construction that may be done actually helps accelerate cleanup that happens because there are funds that come for mitigation that help take care of any mitigation of chemicals encountered, whatever it may be, to include PFAS. Also, I would like to make a comment, heard about what is the Guard going to do with F-35s and how does that help with COVID-19 response? We're at a time when over 600 Guardsmen are activated and involved by the governor in response here in Wisconsin, in Madison specifically, helping out with the COVID-19 crisis. We have our 1,200 airmen available at the 115th Fighter Wing to assist for missions as this continues to get to critical mass. As we know, this will continually get worse. So for what is the Guard doing, all these capabilities that we have, we are engaged right now. And when it comes to the misinformation, I will say I have been a little disappointed at some of the anti-F-35 meetings I've been at where a specific alder, maybe others, but I know some specific has spread information that they know is not true and has stated that the Guard is not good neighbors. And I hopefully they see that by our helping here in the state in a response like this, what type of neighbor and capability that we provide as members of this community. It is a very realistic issue. If we do not get the F-35, that the base could go away. We are a fighter unit. Those older units, or I'm sorry, those older personnel that were at a meeting with Secretary Henderson heard it directly from him that fighter units stay fighter units and fighters are being replaced with the F-35. And if this unit does not get the F-35, its future is not bright. So the loss of those 1,200 airmen, the families, the members of the community, and the capabilities they bring to this community would be lost. So at a minimum, I would request that you refer this to a time when the democratic process can be more transparent.
That's your time, sir.
Sorry, looks like my time's up.
Thank you. Our next registrant is John Kalber of Sun Prairie in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Mike French of Pleasant Prairie in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Kylie Harju of De Pere in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Trey Haugen of Reedsburg in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Trent Miker of Arkansas Avenue in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Kevin Philpott of Whitetail Way in Deerfield in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Amanda Capugi of Cottage Grove in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Matt Eakins of Evansville, Wisconsin in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Catherine Evans of Reedsburg, Wisconsin in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Zach Penshorn of Verona in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Dave Schroeder of Chadbourne Avenue in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Sherry Eakins of Evansville in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Joshua Abil, perhaps, in opposition wishing to speak from Cambridge.
I do not see that name.
Janie Asbury of Middleton in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Daniel Oakley of Stoughton in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
Nathan Larson of Watertown in opposition wishing to speak.
I do not see that name.
All right, that is the folks that were wishing to speak. We have a number who are registered, available to answer questions, including Vicki Berenson of Jackson Street in support, Jason Gullett of Fairchild in Fox Point in support, Janet Davis of Dahl Street in support, Rositza Ivanova of Marquette Street in support, Jess Haven of Patterson Street in support, Joe Prebig of Dawes Street in support, Satya Bull of Maywood Street in support, Cherry Miller of Sutherland Court in support, Nancy Kendall of Van Hise Ave in support, Molly Mitchell of 3rd Street in support, Michael Miller of Sussex Lane in opposition, Michael Reuter of Powers Ave in support, Sally Kiefer of Valley Ridge Drive in support, Sandy Pelk of Oak Street in McFarland in opposition, Kelly Ebert of Columbus in opposition, Nikki Moore of Stoughton in opposition, Chandler Zillman of Harvey Terrace in opposition, Todd Stetzker of Partyville in opposition, Todd twice in opposition, Andrew Laurent of Whitetail Lane in opposition, RJ Nankiville of Eldorado Lane in opposition, John Smits of Apollo Way in opposition, James Eschbach of Cross Plains in opposition, Colin Maitland of Menominee Lane in opposition, John Larson of Watertown, Wisconsin in opposition, Eric Babler of Cross Plains in opposition, Cully Popma of Windsor in opposition, Robert Kastorf of Basil Drive in opposition, Olivia Buell of Stoughton in opposition, Danny Anderson of Walnut Grove Drive in opposition, Justin Brubaker of Thorpe Street in opposition, Tamara Rosemeyer of Barbie Lane in support, Matt S. of Jennifer Lane in Fall River in opposition, Adam Fisher of Sun Prairie in opposition, Scott Ebert of Columbus in opposition, Doris Growski of Cherokee Circle in opposition, Natalia Grimm of Verona in opposition, Andrew Behrens of Carlton Drive in opposition, Alexander Van Rokel of Sun Prairie in opposition, Walt Schroeder of DeForest in opposition, Scott Reynolds of Monona in opposition, Dennis Baer of Wabisa Ave in support, Brenda Engelman of Sun Hill Drive in opposition, Tracy Hermanson of DeForest in opposition, Tyler, no last name, from Texas in opposition, Lisa Schreibersdorf of Willard Ave in support, James Perkins of Beaver Dam in opposition, John Kalberer of Sun Prairie in opposition, Cassandra Dietrich of DeForest in opposition, Jeff McManamy of McFarland in opposition, Deborah, no last name, of Wanakee in opposition, James Dish of Rimrock Road in support, Angela, no last name, from Cross Plains in opposition. Judd Blau from DeForest in opposition. Matthew Haugen of Deerfield in opposition. Fawn Bilgere of Maher Ave in support. Hannah Alvarado from Johnson Creek in opposition. The following did not want to speak: Robert Graff of Sonata Circle in Milwaukee in support. Tahima Islam of Commercial Ave in support. Richard Russell of Oak Brick Circle in support. John Hestad of Hargrove Street in support. Michael Goodman of Maplewood Lane in support. Marie Trust of Monroe Street in support. Joan Braun of Schiller Court in support. Ben Siegel of Clover Lane in support. Jessica Dalby of Regent Street in support. Addie Greenwood of Horde Street in support. Stephen Tortorice of Hollow Ridge Road in support. Kit Timmerman of Colt K Drive in support. Sam Snyder of Wilson Street in support. Barbara Chusid of Summers Ave in support. Megan Miller from Dayton Street in support. Emily Dickman of Division Street in support. Devin Martin on Dayton Street in support. Laura Vogel of Bayside Drive in support. Nettie Hertzler in Monroe in support. Caleb Price from Fair Oaks in support. David Newby from Upland Drive in opposition. Dina Brazy of LaRuth Terrace in opposition. Martha Pings of Oak Street in support. John Fender of Center Ave in support. Hildy Feen of Maher Ave in support. Jonathan Beers of Maywood Street in support. Sarah Bemenek Saborio, Harding Street in support. Carla Rauschenbusch of Buse Street in support. Philip Gasper of Colony Drive in support. Emily Del Cirque of Myrtle Street in support. I'm sorry, it's late. Rebecca Leidner of Spawn Ave in support. Jeremy David Ash of Dawes Street in support. Bob Queen of Clemens Ave in support. Colleen O'Hara of Dayton Street in support. Michelle Reiger of Atwood in support. Joseph Lustgroff of Manley Street in opposition. Margaret Lamb of Jefferson Street in support. Nick Berrigan of Marconi Street in support. Dave Fallow of Leon Street in support. Lessa Reisdorf of Camus Lane in support. Jenny C. of Mifflin Street in opposition. Abigail Freeman of Johnson Street in support. Samuel Wagner of Arapahoe Drive in Fitchburg in support. Becky Berry of Blaine Drive in support. Anna Marie Leish of Fair Oaks in support. Michael Wallace of Raven Way and Cottage Grove in opposition. Stephen White of Elliott Lane in opposition. Stephen and Jean Huxman of Few Street in opposition. Adria Cannon of Tokay Boulevard in support. Ingrid Anderson of Lucia Crest in support. Aaron Quinn Roberts of King James Way in Fitchburg in support. Johanna Hatch from Verona in support. Rocio Morjan of Myrtle Street in opposition. H.M. Bernard Donalds of Hamilton Street in support. Dave Branson of Aspen Way in opposition. A Gmail address from East Lawn Court in support. Zara Nels of Bartlett Court in support. Barbara Alvarado of Mound Street in support. Joanne and Gary Nishihura of Basil Court in support. Tanya Bradley and Owen Graham of Upham Street in opposition. Marina Kelly of Obisa Street in opposition. Diane Ferris of Thorpe Street in support. Paul McMahon of Tokay Boulevard in support. Rick Bogle of Maher Ave in support. Mary Lee Sushariba of Adam Street in support. Chris Willman of Horde Street in support. Jean Whitcomb of Harvey Terrace in support. Irene Piersma of Horde Street in support. Sally Young of Major Ave in support. Jennifer Parker of Wheeler Court in support. Lynn Powley of Maher Ave in support. Donna Meyer of Fremont Ave in support. Ann Elise Trafford of Crowley Street in support. John Johnson of McCormick Ave in support. Liz Dannenbaum of Major Ave in support. Lance Green of Dixon Street in support. Helena White of 4th Street in support. Anthony Miller of Door Drive in support. Hannah Bernard Donalds of Hamilton Street in support. Donna Winter of Major Ave in support, Terry Gunning of Sutherland Court in support, Maureen McDonald of Edgewood Ave in support, David Searles of 17th Street in Broadhead in support, Al Schultz of Patterson Street in support, Linda Melski of Marshfield in opposition, Gordon Brand of Hill Street in support, Laura Gordon of Atwood in support, Jeff Reinke and Karen Banazak of Curtis Court in support, Gillian Blake of Oak Ridge in support, Gary Eben from Sun Prairie in opposition, Gail Hearn of Morrison Street in support, Cynthia Lynn of Harding Street in support, Todd Walker from South Milwaukee in support, Deirdre Sanford of Corey Street in support, Johanna Conan of Mullen Street in opposition, Karen Miskimen of Sherman Terrace in support, Griselle Rodriguez of Buckeye Road in support, Cassidy Kirkpatrick of Fair Oaks Ave in support, Chris Klopp of Cross Plains in support, Liz Walker of Mifflin Street in support, Robert Israel of Marquette in support, Peggy Hack of Sutherland Court in support, Kathleen Behrens of John Street in support, Adam Kuhn of Blue Mounds in support. I will note that we're still at 1:15 p.m. in terms of our registrations. There's a lot of these. Roderick Duff of Chester Ave in support, Lauren Buchholz of Monument Court in Fitchburg in support, Kelly Malley of Rustic Ray and McFarland in support, Larry Jensen of Jennifer Street in support, Bernie Shafkley of Spate Street in support, Inga Foley of Fairfield Place in opposition, Donna Magdalena of Russell in support, Susan Clapp of Gilmore Street in opposition. Keith, you know what, in favor of you all having seen this, I'm going to skip down to any new registrations that came in after your copy was printed.
Madam Mayor, we've just generated a new report, and I believe Dave Faust is going to be sending that to all alders momentarily.
Excellent.
There
Thank
were
you.
400 plus more names to read.
I do not want to read all those names. So just to give folks a sense, you should have that coming at you soon. Yes, it does just keep going. So there are not that many that came in after the 6 o'clock print time, but there is enough that I think I will not read them and allow you to just see them in your inbox. So, are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none, I believe we need a motion on the floor. Help me find somebody here. Alder Badar.
I will turn it to Alder Abbas to make the motion.
Alder Abbas, if you could raise your hand, please. Alder Abbas, help me find you. Thank you, Alder Abbas.
Can you hear me?
Alder Abbas, go ahead.
Motion to adopt.
Alder Abbas moves adoption. Alder Harrington McKinney, is that a second?
Second.
All right. Alder Abbas, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Sure. I will do my best to articulate my words because I did not write my speech and I regret now. It's pretty late. So I will speak to the truexes in my district and I will speak to my constituents for last year, August, till today. Can you hear me? Sorry, my microphone was a little away from me.
Yes, thank you, Alder. Yeah. That's much better.
Yeah, so for last year, August, till today, I received 100, might be in thousands of emails and in-person meetings, phone calls, community events. Even when the draft EIS report came out, I tried to knock some doors and ask people about the what report is saying, how they feel about it. And overwhelmingly, the district I serve, people had a lot of concerns around noise, PFAS, housing, impact on low-income minority neighbors, impact on kids, as I am a father of 2 kids, economic impacts, how it will impact economy in the particular district, how it will impact jobs, the safety of people. And the report also clearly expressed the similar concerns around those issues. Their own report, EIS report, under the table, and I will quote exactly, it is under the table 2.41, summary of the impact on page 11. The report stated that there would be a significant disproportionate impact to low-income and minority population, as well as children. The increase in noise exposure to the south of the airport would disproportionately impact low-income area, and the increase in noise exposure to the east of the airport would disproportionately impact on low-income minority population. In addition, the proposed action could disproportionately impact children. And these are the word directly from the United States Air Force EIS itself, and not to mention the adverse impact on water quality and soil contamination happened at Truax. I will also like to say a couple of things which I heard from people who are in favor of F-35. Because of my professional experience in commercial construction and environment, usually when a project proposed, construction project, they usually go either design, build, or design, bid, build. Like a lot of general contractor, they bid on a design, whatever design is proposed, whatever project is, right? And then after the bidding, and they build the building. With this particular, they say 100 million of construction and jobs. I'm not sure either it's design build, and if it's design build, it's designed by the U.S. Department of Defense, and then they will build whoever is their contractor, which they work with. If it's design, bid, and build, then it will be a bidding process, which does not mean developer, general contractor, not developer, general contractor from Madison will get that bid. There's no guarantee. So that $100 million construction is kind of like not a super valid argument. And it's also, if you see the lifestyle of the residents around that community, you see the impact of thousands of members of the community. You see the impact on household, their property value, income tax revenue, which the city generate. And we know how hard we work during a budget session to adjust money around our essential needs. How will that impact all those things? If we believe, yes, the economic impact, let's say if I take their argument, economic impact is great for the community, for the city, but how we can justify, that's the point, how can we justify the life of these people? How can we justify, if it's only one person, that's my responsibility to speak on his behalf. If it's one, it's 100, it's 1,000, it's my responsibility. I will also like to, and also I will say, thanks to everyone attendees here who's still here, regardless they're in favor or in opposition. I really appreciate for being here and being a part of this process. I also appreciate for all those people who participate in this process. And just to make this on a record, I am not against U.S. Air Force or Army National Guard or Air National Guard or any sort of entity who are helping us, this country, to protect us. And also during this stressful time, they are there to help us. I also want to say our city employees, our state employees, federal employees, our police, our fire department, even elected official, everybody is playing a key role in this pandemic. But this particular discussion about F-35 it's a timely matter because this report can be announced anytime. And this, as elected officials, our responsibility to bring this in front of Assistant Secretary of Air Force. And the reason it's so crucial, because when I was there with other alders at the TRUEX, when we met with the Assistant Secretary John Henderson, he said that they really listen the public input. They listen the public input, and I think so. As an elected official, and that's the reason I run for election, to bring people input, bring people concerns to the relevant authority, bring that on the table, and get their voices heard. Some of them will say, some people also said to me, it's a federal decision. I do believe local voices matter. I do not believe that we cannot do anything. I think it's our responsibility to work together and bring these voices forward. And that's why today we are here. I will appreciate if other alders approve this proposed resolution. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney?
No, my hand is not up.
Okay, thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick?
Yes, I was going to move referral.
Alder Hennick moves referral. Is there a second? Alder Skidmore?
I second that motion to refer.
It's been moved and seconded to refer. Alder Hennick, did you wish to speak to referral? Sorry.
I just wanted to underline the reason for referral is this late hour and the small percentage of residents who actually wanted to speak on this that were not able to because of the late hour. I feel like that's an undue burden on resident participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. So the motion is referral now. On the motion, Alder Evers.
Well, I just raised my hand early so that if you were going to go for a unanimous vote, I would have kept it.
Duly noted, Alder Evers. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion on the question of referral, Alder Kemble? Alder Kemble.
Yeah, as Alder Abbas mentioned, this is a time-sensitive matter. We were going to have it on the agenda for March 17th, but interestingly enough, President Bidar asked us to put it on this agenda because Milwaukee Street and temporary rooming house were going to be on the March 17th agenda. And we're all on today's agenda now. So because of the deadlines of the Air Force and making their decision, this is extremely time sensitive, and it's at the latest it can be already for it to have the effect one way or the other. So I move against referral.
Thank you, Alder. All right. I have no other alders wishing to speak on the question of referral. So it has been moved and seconded to refer. There is objection to recording unanimous vote on that item. So all those in favor of referral, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you all and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Bidar?
No.
Bidar, no. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Evers?
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Foster?
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman?
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney?
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck?
No.
Alder Heck, no. Alder Hennick?
Aye.
Alder Hennick, yes. Alder Kemble?
No.
Alder Kemble, no. Alder Lemmer?
No.
Alder Lemmer, no. Alder Martin?
No.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Moreland is no longer here. Alder Rohr?
No.
Alder Rohr, no. Alder Rummel?
No.
Alder Rummel, no. Alder Skidmore?
Yes.
Alder Skidmore, yes. Alder Tierney?
Yes.
Alder Tierney, yes. Alder Revere?
No.
Alder Revere, no. Alder Abbas?
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Alboras?
No.
Alder Alboras, no. Alder Balday?
No.
No. 4 yeas, 15 noes.
Thank you. That motion to refer fails. And so we are back to the main motion. Is there discussion on the main motion? Alder Rummel.
I was fast, huh? Thank you, everyone, for considering this again tonight. We had a really long debate before, and there were a lot of questions and about how we nuance our thing, and we wanted to see if we would get more information. There were so many questions. Well, we went through the process and we got back. Basically, there is no new information. It's the same information from the federal EIS review. But actually, we did learn some things in the community through this process. One of the arguments in favor was, well, we'll have noise remediation through this separate process through the FAA. Well, through the work of some intrepid investigators, some of them work at Solidarity Realtors, they learned of what's called avigation easements. And these are easements where people give up the right to complain about the noise and other impacts from the airport, the airfield. And so many people who live, when the airport expanded their runways in the 1990s, gave up their rights to get any federal assistance. So the people who would be the most affected will not get any assistance from the FAA. And we've also learned that the process for the assistance is years and years out. First, it's going to take years to go through it, so it, quote, levels out the sound. And then it will take years after that as you work through the approval process. So this is not a solution for people who live nearby. They will not get the sound mediated. And plus, as one of the speakers said, they will not really be gardening outside, at least when the planes fly over, because it will be really difficult. This is not, the loss of value of the homes, whether or not they're habitable or not, the value is going to go down because you're going to, if you have due diligence as a seller or realtor, you're going to have to tell the future buyer what they're going to get into. And really, I just, we talk, maybe that's the way to get affordable housing. I'm being cynical, is to make the quality of the environment so bad that, the price goes down. But I don't think that's what anyone wants. And so none of the impacts have changed. And, I just really, it's just, okay, someone else is sure to say it, but I like this online meeting, but when 400 people can register and some of them live in Texas, it does kind of give me pause, okay, I'm for it, but the people mostly who support this resolution live nearby and in Madison. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Alvarez. Alder Alvarez? You've muted yourself again, Alder. Go ahead.
Oh, is it because I meant to lower my hand, sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Alder. Alder Kemble.
Good?
Yep.
Okay. So what's before us is really just a follow-up of the resolution we passed in September. That resolution had some language that said contingent on, what the final EIS says, specifically until and unless the findings of the EIS are shown to misrepresent the significant environmental impacts. The final EIS came out and it didn't misrepresent the significant environmental impacts. And as Alders Rummel and Abbas said, we've learned a whole lot more in the interim from the FAA directly, from the State Department of Transportation Bureau of Aeronautics, which is the administrative conduit through which this federal mitigation money might come. They said that the the major mitigation programs that they've dealt with in Milwaukee, it's been a minimum of 10 years before the work even starts on mitigation, the avigation easements, etc. We also, one of the proponents of this project named Dan, I'm sorry, Dan, I don't know your last name, but you mentioned our meeting with the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force, John Henderson, and he did not say that the base would close if the F-35s didn't come. He said, currently, in fact, he said quite specifically, there's no BRAC process, no process for base closing happening. He did say that they are a fighter wing and they're flying older F-16s, at which point State Senator Scott Fitzgerald said, well, you know, it could be like in the Guard base at Volk Field where they just get a mission change. Is that possible? And he said, yes. So it's not given that the base is going to close. In fact, it's what I heard was that it really wasn't going to close, and that there's no process in place to make that decision. Something else we learned at that meeting, or I confirmed after the meeting with Air Force personnel and Air National Guard personnel, is that of those 64 new jobs, none of them are going to the 115th Fighter Wing. Half of them are going to the 378th Fighter Squadron, which is an active associate unit of the Air Force, basically a full-time active base at Truax. And the other half are going to Lockheed Martin contractors who will be running the simulator, running and cleaning and doing security for the simulator, which has a Lockheed Martin proprietary technology in it that they don't trust the Air Force to use. So we've learned a lot. And again, what we've learned just reinforces, I think, our original September 17th resolution that says the impacts that the Air Force says this basing would have they're just too costly for our city, for our most vulnerable residents. And we are requesting them to basically take us off the list for future F-35 basings.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde.
So I just wanted to say, you know, democracy is a participatory process. And so I voted against referring the item because people had started speaking to the item already. But I think it is important that we take note that a lot of people did register to speak for and against this. And so I hope in the future we'll be cognizant of that and make sure that either we move this item forward and, you know, maybe move the remaining of the item to the next meeting. But I think it is important that when residents choose to participate in this process, is that they are giving the opportunity to participate. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually wanted to take a quick opportunity to address that. We've received probably close to 1,000, maybe a little bit more on this particular item. There has not been a shortage of ability for people to participate, in my opinion. People have had the ability to send us tons and tons of email, and you know, obviously we had a lot of people register, so we have a pretty good idea that there are people that are supporting opposing this. I certainly don't think this late hour is ideal, but I did want to point out that alders have received close to, if not more than 1,000 emails on this particular agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, I have no additional alders in the queue at this time, so we'll move to a vote. The motion is adoption. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? There is objection, so we'll move to a roll call vote. All those in favor of the motion to adopt, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you all, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Vidar,
Aye.
Alder Carter,
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Evers,
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Foster,
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman,
Aye.
Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney,
Could you come back to me, please?
Alder Heck,
Aye.
Alder Heck, aye. Alder Hennick,
No.
Alder Hennick, no. Alder Kemble,
Aye.
Alder Kemble, aye. Alder Lemmer,
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin,
Aye.
Alder Martin, aye. Alder Moreland is not present. Alder Rohr,
Aye.
Alder Rohr, aye. Alder Rummel,
Aye.
Alder Rummel, aye. Alder Skidmore,
No.
Alder Skidmore, no. Alder Tierney, Alder Tierney. Okay, Alder Tierney is not here. Alder Verveer,
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Abbas,
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Alboras,
No.
Alder Alboras, no. Alder Bolday,
Aye.
Alder Bolday, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney,
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Thirteen ayes and 5 noes.
13 ayes, the resolution passes. And that will bring us to, I hope, our final item of the night, number 78, which is reconsideration of legislative file 59710, authorizing the mayor, police chief, and the city clerk to sign an intergovernmental agreement with the city of Milwaukee to provide law enforcement services during the theoretical 2020 Democratic National Convention. Alder Skidmore, you requested reconsideration. Would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I'd like to move reconsideration of item number 78.
Thank you, Alder. Is there a second for reconsideration? Alder Evers?
Second.
Thank you, Alder. So the motion is reconsideration. Is there discussion of the motion? Alder Evers, do you wish to discuss?
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to lower my hand there.
Okay.
But you already done it. I apologize.
That's all right. Alder Skidmore.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll make this very brief. I'm not here to object mutual aid to Milwaukee. That is a very good program, but I have deep concerns about the number of officers that we're allocating during the busiest time of our season, the busiest quarter. And that's the reason for my request for reconsideration.
Thank you, Alder. And I am remiss because we do have some registrants on this item, no one wishing to speak, but just to note that there are 4 registrants in opposition and 1 in support of this item, and they all registered in such a time that they should be on your lists. And I believe that is it for our public comment for the evening. So the motion is to reconsider. I'll remind you that the item itself is not before us right now. The question is whether we should take the item up again. The question is whether we should reconsider the item. And so the motion is to reconsider. It's been moved and seconded. Is there additional discussion on the motion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of reconsideration? Seeing none, we'll consider that a unanimous vote in favor of reconsideration. And I believe, Attorney May, that just puts the item back before us. Is that correct?
Yes, it's back before you as it was at the last meeting.
Thank you. So with the item back before us, we'll need a motion on the item. And Alder Bedar.
I'll move adoption.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
I'll second.
Thank you. So now the item is before us. It's been moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff? Alder Bedar.
Yes, I have a question for Chief Wall. If he's still with us.
Go ahead.
Chief, could you explain what you would be able to do in your capacity as chief within mutual aid without this resolution before us?
Sure. The state statute provides for law enforcement agencies to provide mutual aid to other agencies, other jurisdictions, as long as it's within the state of Wisconsin, and then to seek reimbursement for the wages for the officers used for the mutual aid. So it's something statutorily that we're authorized to do. On small scales, we do it quite regularly, in fact.
And that authorization, sorry, and you're authorized as the chief to be able to make those decisions.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there additional questions for staff? Alder Skidmore.
Yes. Questions for Acting Chief Wall.
Go ahead.
Chief, I had a previous conversation with you, and I'd like to discuss some of the items that concerned me at that time. And that particularly is not referencing providing mutual aid, but the number, the amount. At that point, I thought we would be looking at allocating about 25% of our authorized strength. You corrected me and said that our authorized strength was 470 something. I've got a couple of questions related to that. What is our authorized strength of commissioned officers?
It's 483.
Okay. How many officers do we actually have in service that are commissioned at this time?
Today, I think we're just a touch under 483. I don't have the exact number at the tip of my brain right now, but probably 472, 473, that ballpark.
Does that include the individuals that have retired or announced their retirement and have resigned since the first of the year?
No, that's people working today for us.
Okay. How many officers are on light duty right now?
That number can vary literally from day to day. It's probably for single digits, around 10 from the last report I had on.
Okay, and the last question for now is that I received a memo today with a number that I hadn't seen before or you had not mentioned. You indicated that the city would realize about $1 million. You did not use the word revenue, but that's what I think was implied. How much of that $1 million is actually going to recoup the actual cost of salaries and other expenses associated with the 100 officers that could be going to Milwaukee?
Well, I should say the $1 million is a pretty rough estimate that would assume the largest number of officers that we're contemplating sending, and they would go for the full 10 days. So I don't think that's actually going to be the case, even if the DNC actually happens. So I think the number will be would be less than that, but the agreement provides that Milwaukee is reimbursing the city not only for overtime, but also for the officers' straight time. So all their hours of labor when they're in Milwaukee assigned to the event would be reimbursed to the city.
Okay, I just wanted to clear up that that this would be the actual cost of the officers, their time plus overtime, but there wouldn't be anything additional paid to the city beyond the city not having to expend those hours for officers that are not going to be available for service. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, they're not paying a premium. They're paying for the time of the officers that are there. So, but the overtime and the straight time. So every hour that they're there, we're getting reimbursed for.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel, questions for staff?
Yes, thanks. Hi, Chief Wall. Do you have any intel on what the DNC is thinking about the convention?
No, I wish I did. I wish I did. I mean, nothing more than sort of what I've seen in the media. I think, I would frankly be surprised if it goes off as they've been planning it, just given the circumstances we're under. And I think the timeline that they would have to decide to try some alternate mechanism, I think, will be coming up on them pretty quickly. But I don't have anything. Any inside info as to what they may or may not do at this point.
But the point is, we might not even really need to deploy people if this were to go forward, or fewer maybe, if any. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions for staff?
Yes, Chief Wall, can you tell me if other municipalities are also deploying their officers to the DNC?
Yes, I think the last number I heard from Milwaukee was that they were executing about 165 of these agreements with agencies from across the state and across the country. So the number of officers that they are bringing in is in the thousands.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. See no further questions for staff. So we'll turn to discussion. Is there any discussion on the item? A reminder, the motion is to adopt. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. As I had indicated to Acting Chief Wall in our conversation, that I support mutual aid, and I know that it is a common practice, but what concerned me was the number of officers that we would be deploying. And when I suggested a smaller number, Chief indicated that a decision would have to be made by this meeting in order for an agreement to be made, because these individuals would have to be designated. I would suggest a lower number, because even with sending 100 officers, if at our current strength, if there's only a handful of people on light duty, that's still around 21% of our authorized strength. And for a full 10 days in July, our busiest season, if things return to normal, whatever normal is in Madison, there will be a lot of activity downtown, and I'm concerned about the safety of Madison residents, which is where this is coming from, because there will still be the 600 block of University Avenue and all of the activity downtown and whatever else may occur. And we're not sure if there's going to be any spin-off activities on in Madison relative to the DNC, if it is a spirited convention. So those are the unknowns. I would much rather see the number of officers allocated lower, closer to 10% or 50 rather than the 100 to give us enough of a margin. That would be my desire, and that is what I would propose, and I would hope to see additional discussion on this subject.
Thank you, Alder. Are you making an alternate motion?
Not at this time. I'm just wondering if any other alders share my concern.
Great. Thank you, Alder. Is there any other discussion? Again, the motion is to adopt. I'm not seeing any other discussion, so we'll move to a vote. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the motion to adopt? Alder Rummel objects. So we will have a roll call vote on this item. Alder Rummel, did you wish to speak?
No.
Okay. Alder Skidmore, did you wish to speak again?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, so the motion is to adopt. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you all and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Bidar.
Aye.
Alder Bidar, aye. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Foster.
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman.
Aye.
Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck.
Aye.
Alder Heck, aye. Alder Hennick.
Aye.
Alder Hennick, aye. Alder Kemble.
No.
Alder Kemble, no. Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin.
Aye.
Alder Martin, aye. Alder Moreland. No. Alder Rohr.
Aye.
Alder Rohr, aye. Alder Rummel.
No.
Alder Rummel, no. Alder Skidmore.
No.
Alder Skidmore, no. Alder Tierney. Okay. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Albaras.
Aye.
Alder Albaras, aye. Alder Balde.
Aye.
Alder Balde, aye. Twelve ayes, 6 noes.
Thank you. With 12 ayes, the item passes. And that brings us, amazingly, to the end of our agenda. And I believe that unless we call a special or emergency meeting, that this will be Alder Rohr's last regular meeting. And so, Alder Rohr, I would offer you the opportunity to make the next appropriate motion. Alder Rohr?
I move to adjourn.
Thank you, Alder. Is there a second? Alder Badar.
I second, while also wishing Alder Rohr a happy birthday on April 4th.
Thank you, Alder. It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adjourning the meeting? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you very much to all the staff who hung with us to the very end, and have a good morning, everyone.